find. But when our ways lift our lives over the hill, I passed you by. Home. I can't forget your shining eyes, the world shaking in my head tonight. Don't kill me now.
Dying tree, fantasy. Come talk to me. How did you get this way? I never thought I'd see the day. I tried so hard to bring you back. You're not Jesus Christ. You're not Jesus Christ. You're not Jesus Christ. I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. This isn't what we wanted. We never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. You never really knew me. Stop pretending that you wanted to. Well, I'm just a man, flesh and blood. All I need is real love. Your ticket price is too damn high. I don't play with guns, 'cause bullet holes still remain. That don't mean I've changed. Bullet holes still remain. That don't mean I've changed. That don't mean I've changed. That don't mean I've changed. I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. This isn't what we wanted. We never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. You never really knew me. Stop pretending that you wanted to. You got your gold streets ahead. lived your life with mouths of bitterness. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. I used to think that you were right in this, but maybe you were wrong. I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. This isn't what we wanted, we never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. Oh, you never really knew me, stop pretending that you wanted to. Above the water, hovering southwards, because a stream on the beach, his wife and daughter wave, we love you, and hope he sees. His mind is drifting, and thoughts are creeping. looking backwards and I'm making sense. I'm interested in all that flourishes from ignorance. Nothing in my way now except for my own years. The world is spinning and I'm dizzy staring at the stars. They don't seem so fun. They don't seem so fun. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bout to hit our groove. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bout to hit our groove. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running in a go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars. And accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running in a go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars. And accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running in a go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars. And accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running in a go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars. And accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. When I saw you downtown, I started acting like a clown, just to see if you would notice me and maybe get you to laugh. I did get some attention from the girl right next to you. Then all my friends saw me fleeing for my life. Steam love. I gotta run, run, run. I gotta run, run, run. I gotta steal love.
Good morning, gamers. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Blast Rising. Welcome back to another day, of course, of Group E. This day, we'll have our final resolutions of eliminations and final proceedings. With me, of course, Sir Danny. And, well, first of all, Danny, how you doing? How are you doing on this beautiful morning?
That's the thing, Over. It is a beautiful morning, and what better way to start your morning than Counter-Strike? And of course, important Counter-Strike as well, because this is the elimination matchup. So for Sinners and NAVI Jr., this is going to be a pretty important day, as beautiful as it may be.
Yeah, you do put it well. As beautiful, as great as it may be for some, it's going to be a bit of a a bit of a downside. They're going to have a few tears coming down their face soon enough. But as you already mentioned, of course, we're going to have a best of 3 coming up here. The first one of the day, elimination, of course, series. The first out of Group E. Yesterday, Sinners had to bow down against, of course, Budapest 5. Yesterday, NAVI Jr. had to bow down against Double Pony. Now both they face each other, and the one positive news out of all of this for me is the fact that Sinners are coming out with a 5-man roster today. So there's going to be no misunderstandings. There's going to be no stand-ins. So that's the positive outline for me.
Yeah, 100%. Because yesterday when we were making our predictions, that's what we wanted to see. The 5-man Sinners lineup. Obviously, they had some technical issues. They couldn't play with all their members. They had to get some stand-ins. They had Torek standing in. They had Tomke standing in. They had Guardian standing in, which was a pretty big highlight. And yeah, even when they did get those stand-ins, we obviously still saw some technical issues at the very end of that matchup. Oscar timing out a few times in some crucial rounds as well. Yeah, it was definitely a very dissatisfying performance there for Sinners. But the good thing is, right now, it's a new day, it's a new dawn, and it's a new opportunity to win a best of 3, and most importantly, qualify for the next stage of the Blast Rising.
Exactly so. It is truly a new chance here, and still a 1 spot left open in this Group E to see who's going to pass on over, of course, to the playoffs, to the next stage of Blast Rising. Now, before we go into the details of the matchup itself, just to quickly overlook at yesterday's series, Sinners took Budapest 5 to 3 mappers. Of course, starting off, I believe it was, I'm actually going to cheat here with my cheat sheets. Dust, of course, was the first map. Sinners came a little bit closer than imagined, but they still lost it. Then, of course, we went on to Vertigo, where they took the victory with Guardian. If I'm not mistaken, right? It was Guardian playing already in the second map, I believe. Yeah, it was, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, and then on Mirage, of course, they had an amazing first half, 10-5. Still lost at 16-12. I reckon that, that wasn't exactly something they probably accounted for a lot.
Yeah, I mean, throughout the entirety of the best of 3, they had to play with their stand-ins, so there were definitely some issues on the server. Prime examples for me are definitely the Dust 2 matchup. On Dust 2, there were definitely more than a few moments where Sinners would have the advantage, and they would eventually, even I do remember, I think it was a post plant on the A bomb set on the 4th round, in which I think it might have been a 4v4. Sinners holding the bomb side. They even have a player out in long, and they're all 5, or pardon me, not all 5, all 4 members of Budapest 5. They're coming through CT spawn, they're coming through elevator, and actually, even though Sinners had the crossfire set up, they still couldn't get the frags. And I mean, not getting the frags is one thing, but even once you have that setup and you're not able to win out in such an advantageous position, yeah, it just goes to show that when you have those stand-ins, you're not going to perform your best. And Sinners ended up losing the best of 3, even though, yeah, you're right. Definitely some rounds were quite close. You had some great moments coming in from Oscar, Guardian as well, having his shine. But yes, obviously, when yesterday they did not play to their full strength, and now they finally can show us what they're made of. The problem is, though, the roster they're going up against is no pushover. It's NAVI Jr.
Exactly, and of course, going on to NAVI Jr., as you mentioned them, they had an even worse performance than Sinners. They had an even worse day than Sinners. They played 2 maps in totality. Both of them were disasters, to say the least. The first 16-4, I believe it was on,
Train.
On train, yes. I'm almost barely reading behind myself. On train, of course, and then second was on Inferno, and one almost being worse than the other. 16-4, 16-6, both were disappointing results for a team like Navi Junior. We didn't really see anybody pop off. Quite a little bit of a disappointment from a few of the players in reality, and I guess what can we take out of that series, really? The fact that Pony is just so much better, or the fact that Navi Junior just had a choke day, I guess?
Why not both? I would say that in the case of Double Pony, they definitely played really good Counter-Strike. I mean, we saw them play. They had some really good setups. Most importantly, they had their individuals stepping up to phenomenal levels. Like, for example, Joko, definitely a highlight player for me. Didn't necessarily have the best rating after the matches were over, but he had so many impactful frags. He had so many opportunities where you're thinking, okay, he's running up middle by his lonesome with the AK-47. What can he do? And he can get 2 frags out of nowhere. Boom, 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 boom.
It's
That's
insane.
That's
insane.
And it just wasn't just on Inferno. Inferno is just one example. It happened on Overpass. It happened on Nuke against Budapest 5. There were so many moments where, for example, someone like Joko had a tremendous run of form. Then I remember the Lurks coming in from Afro as well. Really impactful stuff there on a map like Train. And also Lucky as well. Not only being a capable player, holding the bomb sites when necessary, we also saw him take somewhat of a more aggressive role, so to speak. On a map like Nuke, he had his moments coming in with flanks as well. So it just felt like every single player from the squad was able to step up when it mattered most. And in that scenario, Navi Junior, even though they have some great individuals on their side, but some are not as great as m0NESY. I mean, m0NESY, he had a tremendous run of form
yesterday. His performance was beyond belief, given what Navi Junior were doing. It was, he was one of the only ones that really, did anything. Of course, we can actually already see the veto right below us, and looking at the details there, again, as we speak of m0NESY, it's going to be Train again, and it's going to be Vertigo again. So we're going to be opening up on a map that Navi Junior yesterday failed hard, and today it's going to be like the repeat test, I guess you can say. They will do this again. They'll try this again. They picked Train. They want to play it. They want to win it. Of course, makes sense. Vertigo going to be the second map by Sinners. Again, makes sense. It's their best map amongst others, or at least one of their most played maps amongst others, and it's kind of logical that Navi Junior would let them pick it, because they themselves haven't exactly been out of it on Vertigo as well. And just to kind of summarize in totality for Sinners, of course, yesterday I think we both expected Sinners to be the hardest, or not the hardest, but to be the hardest hitting team alongside Double Pony. With even Body at the end on the interview, if you remember, saying that Sinners were the only team that really gave them a scare. The only team that they really felt like, okay, this could be a problem for us, because we know how good they can be. And they're really the most structured team out of all 4 that are in the group.
Yeah, and that's the scary thing. Even though Navi Junior may have these great individual players, if you don't have the structure to rely on, that's when your individuals, they're just not going to perform. If your individuals fail and you don't have the strats, you're going to lose your matchups like 16-4 or 16-6 like you did against a team like Double Pony. And something tells me that Sinners, they're going to be relentless in the same manner. Sinners, they do have that tactical prowess, but they also have the individuals backing them up. You have Neofrag, you have Oscar, which was also quite an important factor, that one of the players that was missing from yesterday's matchup was in fact Neofrag. So imagine in a world where at least they have Oscar and Neofrag playing. Something tells me that game becomes a lot more competitive and a potential victory there for Sinners at the very end. But so ended up being the case that they couldn't really perform to their highest level. And so we end up here, the Navi Junior versus Sinners best of 3. And I still have to say that Sinners, their 5-man roster go up against Navi Junior is looking like the better team in this matchup. They're looking like the top dog and arguably the potential winner of this best of 3.
Yeah, I have to agree with you here. Absolutely, I feel like Sinners should be the ones going, over the rainbow bridge in a way, and not in a bad sense, but actually to the winners match, or to decide their match against Budapest 5, and have most likely the repeat chance to meet them again in a series this time with full power. Even Kronos said that Sinners were the team that they are going to be a bit more afraid of playing against, and that when they went up against them, when they heard they have replacements, they were actually kind of sad, disappointed that they wouldn't meet the whole force, the full squad of Sinners. So maybe today that wish will come true, and if that is indeed the case, I bet we're going to have a great game on our hands. Speaking a little bit more about the game currently right here, Navi Junior versus Sinners. So Train, Vertigo, our first two maps. Of course, Train means that Sinners start on the CT side. Vertigo means that Navi Junior start on the CT side. And last map is going to be Decider as Mirage. It's going to be, of course, the final map here in this series if it comes down to it. But we'll leave that on the sidelines because I think the biggest focus should be here on Train first to see how Navi Junior go, and of course on Vertigo and see where it takes us. But let's just focus on Train for the moment. So Train. For Sinners, it wouldn't be the first time they're playing Train. Absolutely, they wouldn't have left it in the pool otherwise. But their statistics don't really support this map choice, or at least this map allowance, if I can put it like that, though, doesn't it?
I guess you could look at it that way. It's still one of the the great thing about a team like Sinners is that they seem to have the potential to just play every single map in Counter-Strike. Obviously, Dust 2 seemed to be one of their less played maps, and that was actually the one map Budapest 5 decided, you know what? We're going to try to exploit this map against this roster, and at the very end, Budapest 5 still managed to scrape by with a victory. Train is probably that other map you're looking forward to, and you're looking at the win rates and thinking, well, it's definitely not the best map here for Sinners. They've played it quite a few times, in fact 14 times the past 3 months, so that's really not a bad run of form. Obviously online CS, there's a lot more games being played out, but if you'll take a look at some of their losses, they are quite all over the place. Some are very strong victories, 6-2s and whatnot, but the other losses, they do include 19-22s, 16-14s and whatnot. These are the type of scorelines that are incredibly close, absolutely. And I will say this though, on a map like Train, you absolutely need to have a strong offer. And if there's one thing they have, Sinners definitely have a strong offer in the form of Oscars. So great to see that on a map like this, he should be able to perform to quite a high level, even necessarily if it isn't the best map here for Sinners. But I also hope to see that a player like Neofrag can also chime in. And by the looks of things here, Navi Junior going to be starting things off here on the T side, I believe. The T side of Train could potentially go for somewhat of a faster setup. That could be somewhat of unexpected play in a map like Train.
Honestly, Train can be played in many different varieties or ways. There are many ways to approach this map, and many ways perhaps sometimes get you easy victories, but not always going to be... You're not always going to be able to do it in that kind of regard, in that kind of style. And one of those styles is, as you just mentioned, these fast and quick executes, rushes, sort of to say, in a way. Navi Junior are known to take initiative quickly. But if there's any sort of glimpse of Navi truly in them, then there's also going to be some rounds where they're going to obviously run down the clock quite deep. Either way, I would like to see this squad be a little bit more synergetic, if that makes, if I can put it like that, in sense of Train is a hard map for the T side, extremely difficult. And the more they're going to be, messing about, the harder it's going to get. So let's see how this one goes. It seems like it's going to be a bit of a B push. Upper Hall's already taken over. Zetko going to be going for the peak. This is the pistol starting, and Zetko, well. It starts off beautifully. Oscar as well. No silencer on the USB. This is a travesty, but he still does it.
Zetko, though, gonna fight this one. I wouldn't necessarily call this a travesty. I think this is a big ball move here from Oscar that it's a shown of confidence. You know, it's a sign that, you know what? I can try to win these duels. Not with a USB. Oh my goodness. Oh my. He's... That is incredible here from Oscar. So quick on the taps. Definitely doesn't need the silencer to bring that huge bang in the corridors, though. Unker with a swift response on the B-stick, but this round, does look like it's coming to an abrupt end here. Unker it. Shot here in Zetko, but with the bomb being dropped in an awkward position, and him giving these one-on-one duels, you know what? He's going to take them. It's a 1v2. Make that a 1v1 from Unker. suddenly he has an incredible chance to run towards the A bomb site. And you know what? Get that bomb planted.
And even more than that, get the ace clutch. This would be absolutely fantastic if it were to happen. And now, of course, Neofrag realizing, oh boy, he's already on ace side. He already planted. This is not a good outlook. He has no kit. He has no positional advantage. It looks like it's just going to go the way here for the side of OnCare. Or is it? No, Neofrag wins the duel at the end, prevents him from getting the ace clutch and securing the victory for Navi Jr. in the pistol round. As Sinners will secure themselves the first on train in a close-cut round here for the side of Sinners. Not gonna lie, it looked very worrisome at one point. The fact that Oscar gets 3 shots, the fact that at the end OnCare gets 4 back, it's quite crazy, and it already entails that this game and that this map will be absolutely fantastic to watch, Danny. And I'm happy that we have this kind of a matchup, because I feel like even though Sinners are a better team in totality when you account for everything, Navi Jr. and their individual skill and performance, as we described it yesterday, being quite brilliant, can upset and bring us about for 3 mappers almost certainly. But look at this, a force buy. Now Sinners pushing up her halls quite aggressively.
Ooh, Zetko wants to try to go for these engagements, though. But he's already dead, and he's not going to leave his post just yet. He should be expecting a force by though right now, and the maneuver from him does give him a lot of information, but at the same time, it's a ballsy maneuver. Zetko's going to peek, gets the frag here in Cynics, and still has the opportunity to back away. Play it safe. I'd say that's the best move to make.
Absolutely. You don't want to risk here. Or more specifically, you don't want to risk dying, because that's B side wide open, and Sinners are well aware, specifically Zetko knows what's up. So let's see where this one goes. Ooh, reveals himself a little bit, but that was just a test shot, so he sees if anybody reacts or not, and obviously he got his answer quite well. Ooh, look at Neofrag right now. Already rotating towards B. Zetko's going to stick to upper. This is lovely. I like this a lot. If he gets the first shot on OnCare, he might be able to get control in quickly, but no, he does get the shot, but not the kill. This was a close call. Now Neofrag on site. He has to stay alive. The retake is going to be coming in for Sinners as B site has been lost on Monacy. Neofrag, he cannot get Pogorilov though. 2v3.
The 2 players, they're getting close. They should be eliminating Pogorilov right about now. There we go. That's the kill. Fear though. The scout, 27 points of health, very vulnerable to the incoming push from B-Stick. It's quick, it's precise, and most importantly, it's deadly. Sinners managed to secure the victory here against Navi Jr.'s investment. Definitely wasn't an easy victory here, and once Navi Jr. take over the bomb side, things do get a bit scary for Sinners. Luckily, the remaining players of Navi Jr. were quite low in HP, so they managed to dispatch them easily. 2-0 here for Sinner Esports. Gotta ask the question, Navi Jr., do they actually, you know what, it's already answered. They are investing in round number 3.
Yeah, I'm not even surprised. I mean, as we said, right, they're going to try and abuse this as best they can. They're going to try and push the tempo and more specifically try to break Sinners as soon as they can. They know the economy is bad for Sinners, so they know they can play these rounds with a little bit less respect for the opponent and still get away with it. But as we can see right now, it is going to be a site under attack. Fear already finding himself on the other side of the, well, Rainbow Bridge. Unfortunately, this time not on the beautiful one, not the gold one, as he is falling to the op of Oscar. As Navi Jr. tried for this fast take in towards Olaf, in towards A, and failed hard. Minute and 20 seconds, give or take. And Navi Jr. and their force buys. Never really a good thing if you don't have a nicely laid out plan for it.
I mean, right now, for Navi Jr., this seems to be one of the main issues they had to face when they played against Double Pony. They try to go for the early engagement, they lose it, leaving a 4v5. What do they do from here? These are the sort of scenarios in which Navi Jr. tends to crumble. See, though, they still have players alive, AK-47s to work with, weapons, and some utility. So it's still doable for them, absolutely, but where shall they go? 47 seconds. There's a player in Pop Dog. There's a few players pushing out a T-Cone. This is not looking like a very concise effort, and they're being punished because of it. Modesty remains with just the scout and 4 points of health. Actually, no, just the 1 point of health. So he's basically a goner at this point. And Navi Jr., once they lose the first player, it seems like it all goes downhill from there. 3-0 for Sinner Esports. So far, so clean.
Yeah, that is actually quite convincing coming out from Sinners. Not gonna lie, this is looking like a lot more cleaner and a lot more precise from Sinners than what we saw yesterday. And of course, it makes sense as we mentioned, as everybody already saw. They played with so many stand-ins, they didn't know what to do with themselves. And it's nice to see Neofrag and of course Zetko back on track, as we do have now finally an eco out for Navi Jr. with a few deagles to support it. You know, too many Kevlars here and there, but overall it's basically just a round for the saving grace. Either way, train a CT-sided map. It forces the T's to take control of the map itself. As the terrorists, you want to take control of Pop. You desperately need that if you want to have any sort of chance of executing A or B. On gun rounds, of course, I'm talking about here. Oscar goes for the white peak on top or upper halls. A little bit dangerous, but at the end of the day, they're very confident, and this is what we already expected yesterday. Shock needs to be careful. He's switching out for his weapon, and now he does not look at Ivy. Pogorilov punishes the mistake. That is a great start. Neofrag as well at, what, 26? And as I was saying, map control is vital here for Navi Jr. and for any T side, really. Let's see how much they can retain off it. And a team kill, oi, 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 by Pogorilov.
Oh, Oscar as well in position. The back lines. No one's checking it, not expecting Oscar. Still hoping for him to be at B. And you can see this round is just falling apart here for Navi Jr., even though they do get that one frag there in Shock. But overall, I mean, you notice the confidence they're coming in from Oscar as well. What was it? 1 minute and 30 seconds into the round, and what he decides to do is swing out wide towards brown holes. Now, that's something you don't really expect. Either you hold that position for, well, what seems like the very start of the round, and then you might consider, okay, I might just, hold somewhat of a more off-angle position. What you're probably not going to be doing is just swinging out wide. Potential peak, sure, but a wide peak like that, that's probably only something Oscar can pull off against a squad like Navi Jr. and so early on as well. And that's the thing. Sinners Esports want to make sure they send out a loud message as early as possible, and that double up setup might do the job.
That is, again, perfect stuff for Sinners once more. Aggression seems to be paying off. Zetko here, as you said, double up in play. And look at the amount of passiveness they're showing towards B. They get the entry, and they still keep themselves completely out of B sight, besides just Zetko being up and down here and there. Oscar joining the fray, so both ops going to be on B, whilst B-Stick has pushed up in towards main. Neofrag helping out through Olaf. And this is a perfect setup for Sinners. They have so much information. Neofrag's going to push main by the looks of it. Or no, they're just going to have a crossfire set. Here comes the execution towards B, though. This is the important part. And let's see if Navi Jr. can get anything done here. It's a one-man disadvantage for them. Oscar gets caught. It's a great start. Zetko still waiting on the back lines of oil.
Where's the bomb plant? There we go.
There it is.
Bomb being planted for Navi Jr. So the players from Sinners Esports don't really have anyone at the big flank. They're going to have to face the opponents head on. Zetko with the AWP behind oil has to take the high ground to be more effective. Needs to be so careful about Anker, but also the positioning there of... Oh, there we go.
Oh,
nice frags coming in from B-Stick. Anker with the AWP. Last man standing. So many players to find. Tries to no-scope the opponent. A ballsy maneuver. It can't really pull off at the very end, even though what we saw from the minimap was that Navi Jr. did have some good positions on the side. I mean, it's just standard practice, isn't it? You don't want to play passively in the bomb site. You want to keep on pushing. You want to keep on moving forward that you potentially reach the opponent's base. Obviously, you're not going to take control of their coins, but if you want to have control of your cryptocurrencies, be sure to head on over to Coinbase.com.
Well, that was a little bit of a disappointment coming out from Navi Jr., though. I mean, I hoped for much more than what we got, and sure enough, they were coming in with a man disadvantage, but they got the side, they got the afterplan somewhat, and it feels like yesterday how Budapest 5 lost quite a few afterplans against Double Pony, and how it went down. Sinners Esports today showing why they are the better team, or at least why they should be considered to be the better team, and indeed, they actually are. Not just rankings, not just, of course, statistics. In either case, Cynics, nice peek into Pop, a little bit dangerous, but Neofrag falls. As we talked about earlier, Pop control is one of those most important positions on the map for the T side. And it's, you know, not just Pop, but Pop is basically one of the instrumental parts of the map itself that helps you control the flow information, as well as force the CTs to be either more passive or be aggressive. And oi, 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 Kobe by Zetko. The timing here couldn't be better. And on carrot, what, 20 HP as well? This definitely complicates matters beyond belief.
Ooh, Zetko behind the smoke.
Yeah. And look at this, 3 players already on B, my dude.
He's got the right position though. Flashbang comes in.
Flash.
He swings out. That's perfect. Zetko picking up few massive frags, dropping the bomb as well. That's going to be the end of this round because Navi Jr. only have 2 players remaining. Beastic as well. Keeping a close eye on Pop if anyone comes his way. But by the looks of the thing, Fear and Ankur don't want to be part of this one. No, no, no. They just want to back away from this as far away as possible, as far as the eye can see, so they can save their weapons for the next round. But that was a nice little setup there coming in. Zetko anticipating the push, the smoke deployed, and once it begins to dissipate, that's when he pushes, and that's when the players of Navi Jr. didn't really expect such a play, and of course, they get caught off guard.
Navi Jr. is a little bit slow to react at the end of the day, though. Let's be fair. I mean, they were very unreactive, unprepared for anything like that. No anti-flash setup, no counter utilities being thrown. In general, it looks like Navi Jr. They have a few troublesome starting points here. Monessi as well at 0 frags, my dude. Yesterday, he was the ace, the star in the sky that really led Navi to anywhere. Today, he is more of a disappointment. On care with his 8th frag. Now, finally, Monessi comes out hot. Beastic pushes into main. Pays the price for it. As well on Ivy, a bit of a contact where Shock fails to do anything. So that's a lot more precise, a lot better than what we've seen up to this point. As Sinners have to deal with a 2-man disadvantage.
Technically, they brought it on themselves. Not even technically.
True that.
Literally. They went out for the aggressive plays, something they've done in the past, and this time around, they finally get punished for it. And they're not slowing down, though. I mean, Zetko, you can see his positioning, definitely looking for some more engagements. And Navi Jr., this is by far the best looking situation they've been in a while. I say that though, Neofrag and Oscar picking up a few, but it's Ankur and Monessi with the response. So Navi Jr., they managed to clinch at least 1 round away from Sinners Esports, but the problem is their opponent's still swimming in money. They're going to reinvest in this one, no problem. Probably not the double op setup. I would presume Oscar is just going to be the only one wielding the AWP. So we did witness that Zetko has tried going for it in the past, but no, it's just going to be the standard rifles, AWP. And I would say after that previous round, they might want to slow things down a little bit or not be as aggressive as we saw in the previous round. It's not like Navi Jr. can hit their shots. They absolutely can, and well, it's a good start. It's Monessi getting the frag, but it's Zetko with the response.
Well, that is certainly going to work out better for Sinners finally getting some replies into losing their players, but at this stage, it's Cynics that falls, and Monessi, he seems to be waking up. As soon as you berate him a little bit, he's kind of a little bit more angry, and it seems like it's working. Let's see if, of course, this round can be gotten by Navi Jr., because they're kind of dependent on it as a whole. They can't afford to be losing these kind of rounds, as they have this 4v4 position, an advantage, sort of, to say. Oh, towards B again. They really seem to be liking B. And yesterday against Double Pony, they were failing hard against B, even more than any time before. Not to mention they were losing on their CT side above all else. And look at Zetko, peeks out wild. No flash, no nothing. Gets himself a Pogorelov, and now all 3 still sticking up to upper holds, my dude. I'm not liking what Navi Jr. is doing here. Their reply is non-existent. Their action is, well, non-actionable. This is not looking too sweet.
Oh, Zetko. Oscar picking up a frag as well. Fear, the only player who has managed to penetrate the defense with just so little time remaining. 22 seconds. He might consider for the push for the smoke, but now there are 2 players watching his angle, and he's gonna go down. Now, for Navi Jr., it's definitely troublesome times here in train. Absolutely. You could look into the fact that, again, this seems to be a team that's relying heavily on their individuals trying to get those entry frags. Currently, it is not going their way. And do they try to rely on their setups? Well, they try. But as we noticed, that Sinners Esports still managed to hold their own. So again, they're really stuck in this awkward position where your players not necessarily getting the frags, your tactics not necessarily winning you the rounds. Now this T side is looking quite awful unless Modesty or someone else here from the side of Navi Jr. can potentially step up. Well, if we are talking about players stepping up, Anker is having quite a great game right now. 9 kills already being acquired, even though his team is on the losing end.
Yeah, Anker definitely doing his best, what we expected out of Modesty at the start, but unfortunately the rest of his team is slacking behind quite heavily. I mean, Pogorelov and Cynic still at 1 frag, Fear at 3, Modesty at 3. And yeah, they're losing, sure. They lost quite a few rounds, quite convincingly, so there's that. But let's see where it leads us to. Anker now with his 10th, as finally they get the entry once more. Just like before, they always seem to be able to secure the entry. Anker with his 2nd, and Anker gonna keep on taking this one. As Bishtik is oh, excuse me. Bishtik finds himself in a little bit of a troublesome position. Finally brought down by Cynics. And here, Shock controlling the angle. Modesty with the up, making sure that Shock sets in. And in comes Zetko as a 1v4 position for him is pretty much gone, we could say. Though, let's see if he has some aces up his sleeve, some surprises he could cheer us with. No, he's going to save. Smart enough here. He doesn't want to throw away the AK. He doesn't want to throw away the economy they currently don't have.
Yeah, that's somewhat of a problem for Sinners. They did win a lot of rounds in a row, but they still didn't manage to build up a big bang, so to speak. They managed to, once they lost one of those rounds against Navi Jr., they still had just enough money to reinvest fully, also give a AWP in the hands of Oscar. But now, yeah, the money is really struggling here for Sinners Esports, so they might even consider going for this one eco in particular. Zetko's keeping the AK-47, I'd say, is pretty massive, because you do have players like BC who are quite literally struggling in for cash. Oh boy, where did he spend all that money, I wonder? Definitely should have spent it into somewhere more useful, I'd say. Maybe skins is an option. I mean, CS.money is offering you loads of skins you can buy, sell, or potentially even trade up from your inventory. So definitely make a smarter choice than BStick.
Well, of course, in this case, tactical timeout for the first one, for the first time for Sinners. They're still leading by a big example, by a big margin, but we can see the happiness. Look at the faces, dude. This is the expression. These are the expressions. These are the emotions we wanted to see yesterday for Navi Jr. We never got to see in the first place. And I'm happy. I'm happy that they are a little bit better feeling, that they're a little bit better mentally prepared for this. After the short, brief timeout, Sinners are now ready to continue. And let's see where it takes us to, of course, as we move on to our 10th round. And another bye for Sinners, this time one of their last one. Lose this, onto an eco they go, and this would propel Navi Jr. most likely up to 4 or 5 rounds. And as we spoke before, T-side map control is vital. Amongst others, Ivy likewise, and they're leaving it completely open. Look at where Oscar is. He's lining up the control, and he will get on care. Oh, this is a problem. Zetko, he spots them. Molotov is coming down as Zafir will push. But Cynics at least gets the refrag. Danny, 4v3. This is a B push and a fast one. Pogorelov, nice shot on Neofrag.
BStick with the big flank. Something tells me BStick, yep, there we go. He's coming in with the flank. He's got the deagle. This has been one of the weakest points for Navi Jr. in their game against Double Pony. No one's watching the flank, and so BStick goes down to Pogorelov. That's the one thing you don't expect. You Modesty getting the frag here on Oscar. Definitely the round is gonna come to an end. Oh boy, that is quite dissatisfying, because you saw the big flank coming in from Beastic and you're thinking, right, Navi Jr., no one's watching the flank. That's Sinner's way to win this round. And Beastic, he fails. Modesty steps up. And so Navi Jr. with the victory.
That was fantastic to see. And Navi Jr., yes, they break Sinners at the core. No money left. The op saved, which is, or could be a problem, but That is the only thing right now Sinners have going for themselves. No, what a round, what an opener here. Pogorelov with that frag, I believe it was Neofrag that actually came out a connector. Once he got that, that truly was a winning combination, because then it gave Navi Jr. the advantage they desperately required. And finally, life is being seen out of these Russian players. And let's see where it leads us to. Of course, Cynics trying to take control out of upper B. But so far, we do have two players in upper halls, which will fight for that. I love this from Zetka and, of course, Oscar, that they're trying for this early control of upper halls. The Zeus on Zetko might get the first frag, and then the refrag, or whoever might come in for the refrag, might be caught by the AWP. Let's see. Cynics, close range. This Zeus kill is coming in there. Oh, no, he misses the shot. Oscar as well does not get his own. Well, the prediction goes exactly the opposite way. And a full eco still in place, so this should be easy enough of a fourth round for Navi Jr.
Modesty picking up one, Modesty picking up a second. Chalk's still playing close by with the Deagle. They don't seem to be aware of his positioning, but Ankrit checks it. Yeah, the round is definitely coming to an end. Oscar with the big green probably has to save the best position, I'd say. They don't seem to want to go in for the hunter, do they? Actually, look at the positioning of Cynics. Already the B-bomb site. Is Oscar aware of it? No. Well, he is now as he gets the kill on Cynics. Now for Navi Jr., you can see it's a different Navi Jr. They're being a bit more aggressive. They're being a bit more proactive in this round. Sure, this one's won primarily against pistols and an AWP in the hands of Oscar, but this has been somewhat of a change in momentum for Navi Jr. Their faster style of play so far is bringing them rounds. 4 rounds already on the T side of the train.
I would just add on this, it's not even that much of a faster play, it's just their reaction to what is happening in the round is so much better, so much faster, that is giving them these advantages. And that's the beautiful thing. And I think that's the one thing they really were lacking yesterday against Double Pony, was as soon as they would get an entry, or as soon as they would lose an entry, they would still stick to their places and do nothing absolutely, and then obviously get absolutely hammered to the ground. But look at this, it's going to be a fast A play. Nice little bit of an attempt. B-Stick blinded, will be caught by Fear. The refrags keep on coming in, but Neofrag, how does he win that duel against an AK with an MP9? I don't know, it doesn't matter. Zetko just runs out of pop. What the hell? Hello, Sinners. Surely you know better than that. And we can see here Shock and Oscar. The force buy, well, the mini buy, not even the force buy. Not sure it's going to be very successful, as now the disadvantage is far too big. But Shock, well, fair enough. He still gets himself one. Oscar upgrades for the AK and a 2v1. Oh, no! No way! No bloody way. 1v1, Oscar. You crazy player.
Oscar, Dylan Pop Dog, though, that's something Fear may not expect. He may think Oscar's on the other side right now, and you can see that he's slowly but surely between the train carts. Oscar as well obviously has no idea about the player's movement, has to check every single nook and cranny, and it is a bit of a ring around the rosy. Yeah, and Fear, he should have the superior angle of this one. Oscar, not aware of it.
He saw him.
Yeah, that's it. That's going to be the end here for this round. Yeah. Of course, no kit as well, so Fear could just back away from this one and get the frag as well. And yeah, there we go. Op retrieved as well.
Oh my god, that was... that was insane. I don't even know how I can react beyond what I reacted with there for Oscar. The fact that he pulls out a Molotov, burns on care, drops the bomb, pulls it into a one-on-one, and actually gives himself actionable chance to win the round. That would have been insane. That would have been out of this world. But 5-7, full buy for Sinners. Double AWP coming out here for the Czech team, of course, again. And this time, Oscar finding himself the first. That's a good enough of a start. Fear, though, already taking upper halls, and it looks like we'll have a little bit of a slowdown for Navi Jr. After they lose the first, they have no choice but to take it easy. Oh, he heard that. I think he heard the hit, because Fear might have been hit by the smoke. At least it seemed like it. And they took main as well. Oof, this kind of hurts for Navi.
A lot of map control, for sure. A lot of map control in the hands of Sinners. Not necessarily aware of what's happening towards Ivy or the brown holes. So much so, in fact, towards brown holes, or the B bomb site to be more precise, they have 2 players here. So the first point of contact is going to be T-Condo, Beastic and Neofrag holding this position. Have the utility to try and flash out these players, but it has to be quite precise. They also have the numbers in their advantage, Navi Jr., and no, it is going to be just a straight up dry peek onto Beastic, and it's not precise enough.
Yeah.
Beastic gets himself 2. Cynics chimes in with 1, not the second though. And the bombs dropped in T-Con, leaving lonesome Pogorelov to try and pick up the pieces.
Doesn't matter though. He can pick up all the pieces he wants. He's still missing the main goal, the main outline of it. And well, there's the 8th round for Sinners. Navi Jr., 5 rounds though is not the worst, but it certainly ain't the best either. Their map pick, we'd imagine them being able to get at least 7 on the first half, bare minimum 6 even. But this is a chance here for the side of Navi Jr. with the AWP, with the AKs and the utility they have to again prove their worth and quality as captains of Navi Jr. Well, I tried to make a joke. Never mind. It goes only for singular people. Oh, fear. Well, he will be still caught there. Zetko comes out hot. And well, the execution of A, as I said, this is the fast play that I said that works for Navi Jr. and worked before. Let's see if they can keep it up as they now move on towards A. But unfortunately, Cynics just runs. Where's the smoke and sandwich? Hello, Navi Jr. No smoke on sandwich? Really? Or no smoke on back 6? Really? The hell?
They're now looking up and above. That's where Neofrag strikes. That's also going to be a victory for Sinners Esports once again. Yeah, Navi Jr., like I said, they change up the pace this time around. They decide to go a bit quicker here on the A-bomb side. They do deploy the utility, the smokes, the flashbangs, it's all there, but they're still not aware of some of the positioning here. I mean, Neofrag, prime position, up in the tower, something you don't necessarily check all the time, right?
Nope. Very rarely. I mean, rarely. You look at it once you enter the site, but then, you know, you kind of forgo it once you checked it once or twice. You don't think that there would be actually anybody hiding there. And of course, with that being said, you don't need to hide if you have the Red Magic Series 6 phone with 165 hertz screen, which is quite insane. And I looked up the phone yesterday, actually, and it's not available in my country because, you know, Slovenia and all that. But yeah, pretty good phone, not gonna lie. Oscar, well, he's pretty good as well. As you can see, these op shots are kind of meant to be for him. A hat trick already. Does he go for the ace here? Does he clean out this first half with an ace? I think that might just be happening here, dude. When I see... Oh, there goes Oscar. Give him the ace. Please give him the ace. No, Beastie, come on. Give him the ace. Give him the ace. Yes, give him the ace. Thank you. There we go. So ace for Oscar to finish it off. 20 frags for the man. That's pretty insane. And Danny, can we say that this is Navi Jr. kind of sleeping behind the wheel a little bit?
I mean, it definitely got... We'll notice that once Sinners Esports got a bit more comfortable on their CT side, they decided to go a bit more aggressive, some more aggressive maneuvers and whatnot. And that's when also the correlation when Navi Jr. started to win some rounds, you know. That was also when they started to punish some of the players from Sinners Esports. And because they managed to punish them, secure the opening frags, that's when they suddenly started having, you know, those opportunities to win the rounds. And they got themselves a few. But that's the problem. It's only just a few rounds here, the 5 rounds being picked up. Though considering it is the T side of Train, maybe it's not a bad scoreline. All of this, though, does matter quite a bit on the pistol round. For Navi Jr., it is a must to get this pistol out of the way.
Well, this is going to be a good test of their quality. With the way it's been going for Sinners, I doubt that Navi Jr. will have much to reply with. But as you said, it's a must-win for them if they want to keep this first map in check. Though I'm not sure they can keep Oscar in check, man. He's doing fantastic. As soon as he has the op up, I fear for what could be next on the line. By the way, Navi Jr., here we go. The pistol will begin. CZ on Monacy. And yesterday, I believe yesterday on Inferno, he had an amazing few frags with his CZ. I remember that specifically, how beautiful that looked. Not gonna lie, it's quite nice. And also, I think it was Budapest 5 that played on Nuke against Pony as well. I remember that second pistol, how great of a round it was. But let's leave it be. Let's see where this one goes in Zetko. Wow, he bought a Deagle and he got the headshot on Pogorelov. Well, that's a bloody disappointment. Pogorelov, how do you die to a Deagle on a pistol? Well, we know how, but why? In any case, now Frag will find himself one more. On care, no kit. Excuse me, no Kevlar. He can't really fight this straight up, and he cannot do it. Down to Monesi it goes. Well, this is a bit of a disappointment in it. Oh, boy.
Lonesome Monesi. 1v5. Not gonna win this time. 11-5. Sinners Esports. That is, well, a fast way to end the round. Not gonna lie. I mean, that Deagle purchase in the very first pistol round. I mean, it's again that sign of confidence here. Obviously, the satisfaction amidst the side of Navi Jr. And it is quite frustrating if they're coming to this position where they might potentially lose Train for the second time in a row. And it's so weird to say that because just before their matchup against Devil Pony, I think they had an 89% win rate on the map. They were looking stellar, beating all sorts of opposition on it. Then they faced Devil Pony, they get 16-4, and now it is looking like a difficult game against Sinners, but it's still the second half. It's a start, a difficult one, but let's see if they can pounce back from their initial losses on the first, and what seems like the second round as well.
I have a sneaky suspicion that all of this is going to amount to Navi Jr. getting 1 or 2 gun rounds, and then, you know, if things go well, if things start well, they could get one more right after. But I feel like Sinners are a little bit too strong right now, and we don't know. It could be due to, of course, cryptocurrencies. It could be to the money that they have in their banks on Coinbase if they're using it. Of course, go check it out. Your cryptocurrency wallet and trade market, whatever you can say in this case, for Coinbase. Go check it out. 12-5 though, and it seems like Sinners certainly are using Coinbase because look at the amount of money they got in their bank, and hopefully they can keep on rising it with Bitcoin and such. But Navi Jr., it's a B stack. I love the idea behind it, but can they hold it is a different kind of answer. B-Stick, although realizing what's up, he's able to get out of it unscathed. How is this even possible? How does B-Stick survive there? I don't know, but he does. B-Stick even gets a kill at the end. They push by Fear a little bit too much. Now, question, are they just going to go towards B or A? Because they already have A control, so it would make sense they want to just go A here and just close it out safely.
I mean, what looked like that Oscar, his main goal right now is to try to pull off a rotation towards the A bomb site. That's what it looked like. Oscar chimes in, he throws in the Molotov, and they were probably expecting that Navi Jr. is just going to make the full rotation towards the A bomb site, but that didn't really occur. And the guys from Sinners Esports decide, you know what? We have the A bomb site. Might as well just go here, get that bomb planted. That is exactly what they do, and it is going to be another round in the books. Sinners Esports, 13 rounds upon them. Not much of a response here from Navi Jr. in the past few rounds. They were playing with pistols primarily, so you don't expect too much out of them.
True.
But now, it is going to be the gun round. The very important round here at Counter-Strike in which Navi Jr. must excel against Sinners Esports because, again, you end up losing the gun round, it's going to be another eco, a semi-eco potentially, so you absolutely need to win this one if you're Navi Jr.
I couldn't agree more. It's a must win, and we could see at the end there Zetko pulling out the Deagle and showing to Navi Jr. like, guys, you want to play with Deagles? This is how you do it. And even though he was like at what 10-20 HP, he still pulls it off amazingly well. And what can we do besides just hope that Navi Jr. will show some life out of them yet? On care, the only one that reaches above 10 kills. Pogorello with 4, Cynics with 5, 7 on Monesi, 8 on Fear. It's not looking good, and it's a fact. And as we can see here, it's going to be an A attempt from Sinners. Let's see how far they go. This is the first gun run and potentially one of the last one. On care already down. As B-Stick Neofra keep on adding on top of the pile of bodies that is Navi Jr. Fear finally replies, and he's like, yeah, maybe I can hold it. Well, Fear is about to get you as Neofrag from the middle of sight. As easy as that in Cynics. What can one man hope to achieve? Ooh, nice try, but can't wallbang well enough, and that's it. sad but real that Sinners just make it look too easy. Danny, I fear what could have been yesterday if Sinners were in their full lineup against Budapest 5 with this kind of performance right now.
I mean, just recall our prediction yesterday as well. We were hoping to see just that 2-0
True.
victory there from Sinners
True.
Esports. But obviously, the caveat of the stand-ins and whatnot, the tech issues, the internet issues from both sides. Yeah, eventually we do witness a victory there from Budapest 5, but Sinners Esports, this is the team we were hoping to see yesterday. It's good to see them finally step up to the playing field against a team like NAVI Junior, but as you can see, it's a cakewalk for them. It's not difficult to take over the A-bomb site, just run and gun. Ankara, though, has recovered the AWP for his problems.
But he has to save it. I mean, yeah, sure, loss bonus is at maximum, but I feel like the current situation for Navi Junior is so bad that he has no business even getting close to here, and yeah, Cynics will fall on care. The op in his hands, sure enough, is like a little bit of a bonus to already very disappointing first and second half. Do we realize the fact that Navi Junior, after getting the 5-10 half, has not yet gotten around in this second half? It's a little bit sad. Their CT side is being absolutely destroyed, as it was yesterday, by, of course, Double Pony. 15-5. And speaking of, speaking of money, speaking of economy, and speaking of progression, go check out CS Money. All the skins you want. Deagle Blaze, for example, if somebody wants to buy me one, I'd love to. Or Glock Fade, as I've been saying, wouldn't mind it.
CEO of Deagle Blaze does not have the Deagle Blaze.
Yeah, I know. I mean, just because I'm a CEO of Deagle Blaze doesn't mean I'm a very rich guy. So, what can I say? I wish I had it. Well, OnCare certainly will try to have it, as he finds B-Stick. That's a nice little opener. One issue that I have here, why the hell is he walking through a smoke in a 5-on-5 situation, minute and 20 to go?
I guess they just want to try to get this over with as quickly as they can, and maybe not the best choices being made. The Neo-Fragment in that situation, he checks in the Molotov, he expects the player to pop out, and still doesn't get the frag though. Definitely not a good start here for Sinners Esports. They're getting shut down way too early, and yeah, you mentioned how one of the player ended up dying at, 1 minute and 20 seconds. Now at 50 seconds remaining, there's barely any map control here on the side of Sinners. They're gonna try to walk out the A-bomb side by the looks of things. It's also quite awkward that there's one player towards Tikon, the bomb carrier. There are two players at Ivy go from Sinners, of course. Already being deployed. Ankara doesn't really have the vision. He's going to try to get some sort of sound cue out of this. Of course, now he's going to hear the footsteps. He's going to be very much aware of what's going on. Unlike Pogorelov, he goes down. Monty holding with the AWP. Ankara takes the hit, and so they have a good chance until Monty shuts down Shock. It's a 2v3 right now, and Oscar needs to hurry up. Monty finds the frag here in Zetko, and it doesn't look like Oscar wants to be a part of this. He's going to try to slowly but surely moonwalk his way out of here. Looks like the timer's just going to run out, and he might even get the frag here on the Modesty, so at least some extra damage, but overall a victory for Navi Junior.
Well, certainly a victory that they desperately required a lot sooner than when it comes, but better late than never, as we say. Unfortunately, I don't feel like it might be enough here, or it might be soon enough, as Navi Junior, I mean, they're still fighting against a very strong side of Sinners, and as we can see right now, the op is back up on Oscar. 24 frags on the man himself. He is doing a splendid job controlling Navi Junior in general, just being a nuisance, and we can see this three-man play on towards B. I like the idea. How do they go about executing it moving forward, though, is the better question, because they're wasting a lot of time with these three players on B. Oh, nice boost being spotted by OnCare, at least. Realize that Oscar is on the other side there. Shock retrieves the op. 4v5. Advantage right now for Navi Junior that they cannot afford to lose.
That could, though. Doesn't look like... Okay,
didn't
looks
shoot.
like He was aware of his positioning, but didn't pull the trigger. Molotov chimes in, but not going to force... Oh, it does. It does force that Onker out of position. What is he doing?
Hello?
He's going to go die.
Care. Hello? He seems to like flames, and I can't blame him for that. You know, having flames around you is nice because it keeps you warm, but when you get crispy and, well, crunchy, that's not a good thing anymore. As we see a 4-on-4 all of a sudden, 50 seconds, give or take. Fear is going in through old Ivy. Shock will check him, and, well, good night. Oh, that's just a disappointment now, ain't it? Cynics 1v4. All in all, he's already been checked by 3. GG. A little bit of a disappointment from the side of Navi Jr. there, at least for me, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely quite the satisfying performance here from Navi Jr. Absolutely. You can see that the players are not happy with their run of form. It's also going to impact their, win rate on the map. Primarily, you looked on this map and you could say this is definitely a stronghold from Navi Jr., but now they had to face some stiffer opposition. They had to face Double Pony. They had to face Sinners as well. And you can see that the players, they took the losses. They didn't manage to stand a chance against these rosters that don't necessarily have the amazing firepower, but they also have that alongside the tactical base, alongside the structure. And it looks like Navi Jr. just has almost an impossible task facing these types of teams.
Yeah, seems like as soon as they face a structured squad that has some good execution, some good setups, they feel like they fall apart because they rely only on that individual entry skill and on that individual, okay, we put in on care, he's gonna get 3 kills. We put in Monesi, he's gonna get 2 kills, kind of style, right? Because they're relying only on those entries and nothing else. And it feels like they desperately need to change things up for the second map, as it will be coming out here on Vertigo. Ladies and gentlemen, that was map number 1 on Train. Unfortunately for Sinners, for Navi Jr., they take the L. For Sinners, that's revenge for yesterday. I feel like they're very mad about what happened yesterday, I can imagine. It's their own fault. They took a long time before they connected, then they realized too late that they need to update and stuff, so there's that. But with that being said, we'll go on to a short break, and we'll be back with Vertigo as our second map here at Blast Rising 2021.
Gonna say it, I'll say it. I used to think that you were right in this, but maybe you were wrong. I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. This isn't what we wanted. We never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. Oh, you never really knew me. Stop pretending that you wanted to. I checked. But I can listen while I'm wishing, staring at the stars. They don't seem so far. They don't seem so far. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bound to hit our groove. I'm closing chapters, looking backwards, and I'm making sense. I'm interested in all that flourishes from ignorance. Nothing in my way now, except for my own years. The world is spinning and I'm dizzy, staring at the stars. They don't seem so far. They don't seem so far. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bound to hit our groove. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bound to hit our groove. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running in a go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running in a go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running in a go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running in a go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. When I saw you downtown, I started acting like a clown, just to see if you would notice me and maybe get you to laugh. I did get some attention from the girl right next to you. Then all my friends saw me fleeing for my life. Street love. Street love.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Of course, welcome back to our second map, or at least the preparation for it. It will be Vertigo. We've just seen the decimation of Navi Jr. on Train and Danny. I don't think it could have gotten any worse, couldn't it?
No, I don't think it could have been for Navi Jr. In all fairness, it did feel like it was basically the repeat of the Double Pony matchup, during which Double Pony managed to successfully defeat Navi Jr. in a very convincing manner, using almost the exact same tools. When we saw Double Pony play on their CT side, we got to see the individuals playing somewhat more aggressive Counter-Strike, and we also saw that they were more than willing to take big flanks, maneuvers that you probably shouldn't be making against some teams, or in particular a team that touts themselves as being a confident roster on a map like Train. So Double Pony managed to excel in that regard, and so did Sinners. Sinners absolutely, once they had the opportunities, once they started feeling a bit more comfortable on the map, they went for the aggressive plays, they went for the aggressive maneuvers from time to time. Sure, Navi Junior could punish them, but primarily it would be Sinners that could come out on top.
See, that's the thing, exactly. For the most part, Sinners always were able to control the situation, be it in a disadvantage or not. A few moments where Navi Junior truly showed good understanding as to how to break Sinners. And of course, we talked about how the fast play of Navi Junior was one of the instrumental parts of their victory at the start, how they even got those 5 rounds in the first half. But they kind of stopped doing that once things really got hot. I think they got a little bit scared. Obviously, they got a little bit uncomfortable with how it all was. And at the end of the day, they just couldn't handle the pressure that came from the side of Sinners, the pistol included. That was one of the more important rounds for Navi Junior. If they had taken that, if they had won that, maybe, you know, it would have been a different outlook for the end of the map itself. But let's see what Vertigo, of course, entails as we get ready for our second one. And if we just quickly glance over yesterday's series on Vertigo between Sinners and Budapest 5. Now, yes, Sinners did win it 16-12, so it wasn't exactly, you know, it wasn't exactly the easiest of victories, but that was with 2 stand-ins, my dude. That was with 2 players that are not used to playing with Sinners. Today, we see Sinners in a different light, and the light that we predicted, as you and I both have said, we expected a 2-0 yesterday. Today, I think we'll go and see, or do and have exactly that.
I think it's fair. I think it's only fair that we finally get to see the Sinners roster at play, the full 5-man roster, right? And now they're in position where absolutely going against Navi Junior, convincingly beating on their own map, they have a really good chance at beating Vertigo. Vertigo is a really good map here for Sinners. It is, I think, their by far most played map. It is a map they have a really good win rate on, and they're more than willing to play it against various levels of opposition. So if you're a team like Sinners, you're absolutely going to be feeling once more comfortable heading into this matchup, and probably without any sort of pressure. Plus, the result from yesterday as well could be somewhat of a morale boost that you managed to win the map of Vertigo, even while it's playing with 2 stand-ins. Now imagine what you can do once you have your full core of players.
I mean, imagine if you had your full core of players, and absolutely, I think in this case it could have been, you know, it could have been a saving grace for, of course, Sinners yesterday. They could have probably pulled off some beautiful, beautiful moments, some beautiful rounds, and I hope that today we'll see exactly that. I mean, we already kind of seen it on Train, though, to be fair, to be completely exact here. So I guess we can expect it again here on Vertigo, to say the very least. Though, on the other hand, there could be reason to believe that maybe Navi Junior have left Vertigo in the pool for a good reason. Maybe they are well prepared for it. Maybe they are well set up for it. Though I'll say this: Sinners, the way they played, I expect a 2-0 here against Navi Junior, and then I expect a 2-0 against Budapest 5. With the exception that Budapest 5, I think, have a bigger and a better chance than Navi Junior to get at least 1 map. And not that I wouldn't believe in Navi Junior, but simply from what we've seen, Navi Junior seems very, I'm not, you know, very, very, very disappointing and very much lacking in certain departments today.
Yeah, and I
especially
guess
Monesi, right?
Yeah, you could definitely look at a player like Monesi, but you could also look at the team as a whole, that the fragging level is simply not there as it should be. Yeah, Monesi is definitely not having a great run of form. Onker, though, was able to step up in some of those instances, but again, it just wasn't on the same level of Monesi. Plus, it didn't bring the same level of success. And the utility usage has also been somewhat more lackluster on the side of Navi Junior. So let's hope they can change it up here, heading into the map of Vertigo. But right now, Sinners Esports, I mean, 5 armors. Blocks. Something tells me it's going to be a quick round, and it's definitely a quick one. Heading over towards middle early on. Ankara manages to find the one, a second one for him, dealing a lot of damage for the advancing players of Sinners. And well, they're heading towards the say bomb sit in Pogorelov. Are they aware of his position? I think he might have been spotted.
I'm fairly certain they have been spotted, but let's see if they still are able to make anything out of this. As a 5v4 retake is coming in, this is not going to be easy, and indeed it should not be easy, as it never is easy. And as we can see at this stage, there will be a little bit of a hiccup coming out for Navi Junior, but not for a long time, not for the longest, as Onker, the only one that suffers a death in this scenario, and a nice little finisher, as Navi Junior find themselves the first pistol in general in this series. A good start, Navi Junior. It's kind of what we wanted to see from the get-go, from Train forward. What we expected to see on Train, I believe, to be fair. We never got to experience that, unfortunately, as Navi Junior were a little bit too I'm not gonna say shy, but definitely we just weren't prepared for what was coming from Sinners. In either case, we are now ready to see our next round, and the force buy coming out from Sinners. Of course, AKs, Galils, and the like is in play, and let's see how far they can push it here with these weapons. Almost a better buy than what Navi Jr. can present on the offer and the table.
Well, they definitely have some rifles at play here, Sinners Esports. But I guess we're not going to see the same setup of like we did on the pistol round. I mean, that setup on the pistol round, it does make sense if your opponents are playing bomb site heavy. You know, 3 players in the A bomb site, 2 players in the B bomb site, for example, and no one's really keeping a close eye on middle. That's the perfect opportunity to pursue the commitment we saw from Sinners. But in that case, Navi Jr.'s Ankara managed to secure a few good frags initially, and then at the very end, finishes off with a 4K. So for Sinners Esports, time to get back to the drawing board. And on this run in particular, they still have a lot of utility. The smoke grenades are there, the flashbangs, even a few Molotovs at play. So it does look like a late ramp take. There are a few players here, an exchange of damage and nothing significant. But for Sinners Esports, this is getting good. They're finally acquiring some map presence, and slowly but surely, they're inching their way forward towards a site.
Well, they're definitely playing a lot better in this case, and they are making their way, as you said, towards the A site. Let's see if they can do anything with it, though. It's not going to be easy, and it certainly should never be easy, as we do see control being taken on the site itself. Find a little bit more life being shown by Sinners, and, well, 3v3. Fear will find 2 as Fear holds the line. Lucky break coming out for the side. Here, though, look at this. Shock on the flank through middle. He's been able to backstab a few of the players, and Oscar will come to help him as well. Beautifully done as Shock and Oscar together. The combo wombo. Bring them around and secure them a victory once more. Oh boy, that was a little bit anticlimactic for the side of Navi Jr. Not gonna lie, I expected more from them in that case.
Yeah, from Navi Jr., they had what seemed like the perfect setup. They had the players there coming in, Sinners Esports, as they tried advancing on the bomb site. I mean, Navi Jr. had, at one point, you could see 3 players just aiming down ramp. They were more than ready for the advancement, but they definitely didn't expect a flank coming in from Shock. That was a massive play from Shock, something Navi Jr. didn't anticipate, but I'm sure they also didn't expect that Oscar is going to pop so many heads while it's being on 8 or 10 points of health. Really impressive stuff. And for Navi Jr., to come back down to the pistol, they themselves will have to go for a bit of an eco. They're not necessarily unarmed, or the deagles we're talking about. They can cause a lot of havoc. Right now, at the B bomb side, though, we see the advancement here from Sinners. Players are here, utility deployed. Cynics not having it easy with the deagle. And now they can just take over the bomb site. There are a few players remaining behind that smoke grenade, but the bomb site is under Sinner's domain.
Yeah, it's going to be easy enough to take the victory, no doubt. There is not enough control to be had on the side of Navi Jr. to really contend against this. And as far as the eye can see, this is pretty much a 2-1 start for, of course, Sinners Esports. Should be another one right behind it, albeit there is some cash in the bank of Navi Jr. It's hard to say what exactly we can expect out of it all, given that I don't think definitively, oh my lord.
Definitively.
Definitively. Oh my tongue is currently too zipped up. Either way, we can't say for certain that they will have enough for a full buy, and yeah, already we can see there's not enough money for an actual full investment. They could try it. They could try something special. And what is also special is Red Magic and their smartphone that has 165 Hz refresh rate. Now, again, don't get me wrong. There are many reasons why you would have 165 Hz refresh rate on your phone. But then again, it's like, that's special, ain't it? In any case, it is going to be our third round, full eco, and Navi Jr. pushing B. I like the idea here.
Well, keeping it quite simple here on this eco. Might as well give it a shot, but the players that are doing the shooting is, of course, Sinners. They have all the guns aimed at Navi Jr., and this is going to be a swift victory for Sinners Esports. Only losing the one player, not massive. Can still keep that economy rolling. For Navi Jr., they can be quite happy about themselves that they can finally get that purchase going. They have the rifles, they have loads of utility, they have Monacy on the AWP. And one of the things I really liked in the very first round of this Vertigo matchup is that they do have a player overlooking middle. That was, of course, Ankeret.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm interested to note where Monacy is going to go with the AWP, because something tells me he might try to look for some of those early engagements towards a ramp. That's standard practice for Nopper, but he could try some other positions, though. We can see that Zetko very early on has dispatched of Cynics. Neofrag comes in as well to get a frag. And now Monacy with the AWP has to back away. Losing his life would be detrimental to the cause.
I mean, still useless with the op, though, unfortunately. That's the bad part of it all, or the sad part, depending how you look at it. He needed to get 1 or 2 entries at the bare minimum with this investment, and unfortunately denied that. Cynics and Pogorelov find themselves on this wrong side of history for this matter, and we can see right here, Onkar, he's going to be hoping to get some control through middle again. As you said already previously, this mid control is very vital, and finally he will be able to get shocked. That's an important kill because the flank finally dies for Sinners, but it's still 4v3, and the retake for Navi Jr. I'm not sure it even comes into consideration here because there's not enough. Like, I don't feel like there's enough lifeline on them. They don't even have a kit currently as far as I can see, and you know, time is of the essence. 4v3, good luck getting anything done with the limited amount of economy that they have. They'd rather save, and indeed it's a smart choice in this case. Pull it back, save what you have, and live another day to fight another day.
That seems like the most obvious choice to make. You're Navi Jr., you're better off saving the rifles here, and of course also Monacy's AWP. So that will be the 4th round for Sinners Esports. For Navi Jr., it's not the end. The good thing is the rifles have been saved, so they can very easily reinvest in this round. Though I'd say, I mean, at least one thing I'd like to see is Monacy have a bit more impact in this round. And so with him having the AWP, he's in a prime position to try to look for the early engagements. We saw it in the previous round. He went ramp, but his players died somewhat rapidly towards ramp. In fact, one of the players even died towards scaffolding. So if someone dies so quickly at that spot, Monacy absolutely is going to play it a bit more safe. He's going to leave that position completely. And speaking of which, Navi Jr. not even contesting ramp control this time.
I mean, there's no point in contesting it when you know you're going to lose at least 1 or 2 players, or at least have up to this point. And of course, they're going to be playing it as safe as they can. Pogorelov going to be holding short. He already gets stacked quite heavily. Neofrag and Shock in return likewise. It's not improving that much for the better, but there is a lifeline now being had by Navi Jr. that they can perhaps play by. A little bit of damage on Neofrag and Shock does scare Sinners enough into submission to pull back and now play into a bit of a different tune, into a bit of a different line. Let's see, of course, if that will work out for them. As we can see here at this stage, it's another B take. Holding that is Cynics, supported by none other than, I believe, right next to him being Monacy, of course. And look at this, Onkar on the flank. This could work. The Onkar flank needs to work. No, not gonna happen. At least not for too long. Only 1 frag. Monacy does find Shock. So that is great. That is amazing, sure. Ooh, Pogorelov in fear, though. The reply is almost instantaneous. And finally, some more control found by Navi Jr. 4v1. Surely they can win this, right? Without too much issue. And they should win this. B-Stick is at 14 HP. And that's as easy a round as I've ever seen one.
Good one for Navi Jr., even if they lose the bomb site so quickly to Sinners. You can see that Navi Jr., they still waited just a little bit, and then they use the element of surprise. Push comes in, Zetko goes down, the remaining forces also take the hit. So Navi Jr., nice to see them actually fighting back. And, you know, at least on Vertigo, well, at least with the current scoreline of 2-4, it's somewhat more competitive, right? On Train, we saw the early dominating start there from Sinners Esports, and not much of a response from Navi Jr. Though, notice again at Sinners, they're going for the aggressive play, but this time, Pogorelov holding the angle, not giving away this position for free. And that's good to see because he also has his teammates backing him up. So it's not just Pogorelov, you also have Monacy with the AWP and Fear if necessary, though. happening towards the B-bomb side. Zetko looking for some opportunities of his own, and Modesty, there we go, gets the frag on B-stick.
Great little start here. Finally, some more lifelines again being found by the side of course, Navi Junior. Sinners Esports still in a strong position overall. You cannot underestimate them, as we said many a times before. The more you underestimate them, the worse it's going to get. And as we see here, at this stage, there's a little bit of life on the side of Navi Junior. Let's see if they can keep to it. If they will be keeping the life they fought so hard to get. I mean, this is the second map. That's the thing. This is the map that's going to decide the fate of Sinners right here. And the fate of course, none other than Navi Junior. Win, and you might have a chance to go into a third. Well, you go into a third and a chance to win this series. Lose, and you find yourself on the worst side possible. In either case, let's continue on with the charades here as we move into the next stage. Not perfect. Of course, it never will be. But Shock will find two on care. Refrags. Luckily enough, Shock is still, well, gone as Oscar. Ooh la la, wait a minute. Oscar. Oh boy, Oscar. He's doing it again. He's doing it again, Danny, isn't he? Oh my god.
I mean,
If he hadn't ran up to time, yeah.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, I don't think that third player peaks if he hasn't run out of time, though. I mean, nice showing from Oscar there at the very end does not win the round. However, Navi Junior, there we go. Slowly but surely, their players are starting to pick up the pace. I mean, in particular, Modesty in that round, finding some success with the AWP, making life difficult here for Sinners. So we've been seeing, Sinners primarily focus towards that A part of the map. I mean, it's standard practice here in a map like Vertigo, isn't it? Though,
Yeah.
I'd like to see towards the B side. Why not? There were more than a few rounds in which Sinners managed to run over the B side defense. It's just that they didn't really manage to hold their own. Maybe that's something on the table right now, as we do see mid being an option here for Sinners.
Well, I like the idea here. Let's see if Sinners can get away with it, though. That's a completely different problem that they're about to face, as OnCare is holding the control of middle, and this could be useful for them, but we'll see if that is indeed the case. Sinners boosting OnCare. Does he hear this? Does he predict this? Supported by his teammate? Well, they will be ready for it nonetheless. Fear and OnCare save the day. Luckily enough, they don't get absolutely destroyed in that essence. Luck is on their side for a little bit. Navi Junior now towards A. It seems that the eyes of Sinners are turned, and they might be eager to take towards the A side quickly. Let's see if that is indeed the case. Frag. Oh, he's gonna check tower, isn't he? Oh, he's checking CT as well. OnCare tagged. Fear cannot die. Fear needs to stay alive in this case. On short, Pogarello will be caught. And Fear will be caught as well. No, Fear, you needed to survive. The support was much required in this case, and unfortunately enough, it never comes. And Frag, Danny, he saves the day. A hat trick for him. And cleans it out for Sinners. 5-3.
Nice, really good stuff here from NeoFrag. Especially in that round, you might say things are a little bit tricky for Sinners. They have control over the bomb side, but they don't have control over the extremities. That's when the players are peeking from Navi Junior. That's where you need to have those smoke grenades to keep them at bay. But Sinners, they don't have any more smokes. They used all of their smokes and they only had maybe a flashbang or two remaining. And so they need to win the aim duels, and that is exactly what NeoFrag does. Goes out there, wins the two very important gunfights, and then at the very end, wins it out. Sinners. 5-3, and potential 6-3 as well here over.
It's possible, though I'm a little bit worried about how far this could go, as we see NeoFrag finding one, finding two. This eco, yeah, it's gonna go 6-3. As you said, I had more belief in Navi Junior's pistol, I guess, not gonna lie. I would have loved to see perhaps a bit more success with these USPS pistols and of course Deagles and such, but overall it still goes the way, as at the end we would always predict. Sinners 6-3, good control being established here early on, T side in their hands, and Sinners don't seem to have too much of an issue, too much of a problem just dealing with this head on. no problem whatsoever. And it's a little bit scary when you think about it, that Sinners in this current stage, in this current state, they're not even phased by the fact that, you know, sure enough, Navi get a few rounds, but they are absolutely relentless and dominant in their form here.
Oh no. Beastic wins the fight as well. I
Again.
like the change-up, though, from Navi Jr. You know, now we can see that the 2 kills have gone the way of Sinners, but initially the 2-player setup, throwing the grenade over the window, doing that damage there in Oscar, that was a nice little change-up from Navi Jr. Even though the damage has been inflicted, I mean, you can see that the frags, they have gone the way of Sinners, and now the other players like Monesi, he's going to have to look for some engagements of his own, but he's going to get caught out by Oscar. And slow peak. Success there for Oscar. For the guys here of Sinners, a minute left on the clock. They can go wherever they want, but the way the current positioning seems to tell, the Beast side is where it's at. Phoenix jumps over the cement, but doesn't really see anywhere just yet. But Zetko, of course, with the Molotov for good measure, chucks it in, doesn't really check the corner. That's because he can trust his teammates, and they're going to do the cleaning. 7-3. And Sinners Esports pick up another round on the board.
This is looking fantastic for Sinners, and it kind of goes the way we thought it would already. After the first map, we knew that Sinners will be going this very aggressively, very very successfully, and indeed they're just continuing this form. Of course, what form can you continue also if you have yourself Coinbase to look out at and see what they can offer to you? Maybe something that, you know, you find yourself with the crypto markets and the cryptocurrencies for your own pleasure. Either way, we have ourselves a little more of a lifeline again here, built by Sinners. They do seem to be in relatively good control over their faculties and above all else, so they're over this current state of the game. I mean, Navi Jr., this pistol round really isn't meant to be for them, and we can tell by the way it's all been turning. They don't really have any sort of idea how to even deal with Sinners' aggression or success. On train, at least they had a few rounds where they showed, okay, fast-paced reactions gave us at least a few chances. Here, it's just more of the same, time and time again.
Yeah, so far Navi Jr. is not really finding any success. Even though towards ramp and even in the mid area, we saw some aggression from their part. Arguably want to change things up, not just playing their stale setup. It's still not really working out. Sinners Esports just seem to have the edge against them. Fear, though, trying to go for this clutch attempt with the AK-47, but yeah, Beastic already so aware of the incoming push. 8-3. I guess it's also probably some frustration amidst the ranks of Navi Jr. I mean, once we get to that chance, that opportunity to look at the player cams, you can see that some of the guys that are from Navi Jr. are definitely frustrated. We saw that frustration being played out there in train, especially when they were losing round after round after round. And I'd say a similar case is happening here as well. And they don't necessarily have that experienced, tactical, in-game leader who would say, stop guys, let's take the timeout, let's have that discussion. Navi Jr. isn't that type of team. They're going to rely on their aim, and so far that reliance has given them a few good frags. Fear comes in hot, and now Zetko tries to reply. It's a good one. He gets Pogarelov, but it's still the advantage for Navi Jr.
Well, this is a nice attempt. Let's see if they can keep it up. They have the advantage. They have the position to work from. Question is, can they keep it, though? Can they allow themselves long enough of a timeline to save face? Well, Monesti certainly does. B-Stick is down. Still going to be a 2-on-4 at this stage. And, well, Monesti goes for the second, so this should be pretty much it from this point forward. I believe that the success at this point is of no doubt going to the side of Navi Jr. Their fourth round finally achieved. It comes a little bit later than expected, and certainly a lot harder than expected, but it still is theirs, and they have a chance to push it into the next one. Let's see, of course, how far and where does it leave us with?
I mean, right now it leaves us with the Oscar clutch, doesn't it? At least a clutch attempt. And oh, there we go. He's going to get caught up with the off angle of Fear, but wonder if Oscar could potentially maybe get that one kill, get that bomb planted, put himself in the 1v free. That would have been very interesting to witness. And from a guy like Oscar, I wouldn't expect anything less than the potential victory. But yeah, here as well, a bit of a change up here from Navi Junior. Early flashbang as well. They go in for the contact play with the Sinners Esports players, and they manage to overwhelm them. Early frags go their way. From there on out, a victory here for Navi Junior. There we go. Finally, nice to see. Maybe even a bit of a change up here towards the B-bomb site as well. Early Molotov deployed. Cynics has got a very powerful angle. It's always quite difficult to try and shoot your opponents towards the skies. But Zetko, oh, he proves me wrong. Gets the frag here in Cynics. Onkara, though, with the response on B-Stick. A 4v4 ensues. A Neo frag on the bomb side. How did he get that close?
Look at that. Look at that position from Monesi. And let's see if he can keep it up. His op skill so far unprecedented, and that is beautiful to see. He is dealing some critical damage, and certainly some critical shots are being had. Though right now yet to be finding more than a tiny bit of success. Of course, we will have to wait and see where and how far this goes, as Navi Junior at this stage are still in a bit of a weird spot, a bit of a weird position. Not fully established as the dominant control. Let's see, Navi Junior, they desperately need to get this shot, and more specifically this round. Oh, Oscar misses his chance, but the flank from Zetko, and Oscar close range misses again, but the no scope this time round, and well, the quick scope more than anything hits its mark, and it is going to be a victory for the side of Sinners yet again. Again, Sinners. Like, this was such an important round for Navi Junior, and they are unable, and not just unable, absolutely dismantled in their chance and in their approach.
No, it's quite satisfying that, initially what we see are the trade frags. We don't see anyone having a substantial edge just yet. I'd like to say at one point it was even a 3 versus 3, if not a 3 versus 2, when Monesi managed to eliminate the player in middle. Still, Navi Junior couldn't succeed, but Onker, though, very aggressive maneuver here with the MP9, pushes through the smoke. A ballsy one, a one that gives you a frag. And so you can back away from this position. The other players armed with mirror pistols, they're definitely going to have a difficult time in a round such as this. Pogorelov keeping a close eye on things. Checks in that smoke grenade to slow down the advancement here from Sinners. And yeah, I'd say this is going to be a slow round here from Sinners. They should be expecting somewhat of an eco or a partial investment from the opponents. They need to be very careful. Nice Molotov usage as well.
Let's see where it leads us to. At this stage, B-Stick and Pogorelov trade out, but still advantage for Navi Junior right now. These pistols might be able to get themselves the 5th, but again, the AK and Monesi needs to come in and at least sing a little bit. The bomb lost on short. This is a problem. Navi Junior, they cannot afford to lose this round. And sure enough, they still have a man advantage, but never mind. Monesi, he will find himself some control, some success, and that is a lot better than what we've seen, as Monesi will find Oscar at the end as well. Pogorelov might have been traded out, but Monesi saves the day. 11 frags for both him and Onkare, and that's one of the reasons why they even have 5 rounds in this stage, and certainly he is coming back on the server in style. Far more success than what we've seen up to this point, and let's see if the current situation will get any better. Monesi, of course, on the road, try and again be the main impact player for Navi Junior. Sinners, on the other hand, last round of the first half, last chance, find a 10th once more on this first.
Relov does lose a bit of his health, but Onkara with the AWP. I don't think we've seen this from Navi Junior. The double up setup on the city side. They had some money issues, so I guess that's one of the main reasons why we haven't really seen the double setup often. Take a look. Moving up the staircase, the Nexus here, holding with the AK-47. Has been one of the weaker points here for Navi Junior, holding on to this B-bomb side. Of course, this being Vertigo, primarily most of the action here on the A side, but now Onkara in the smoke grenade, but it's B-Stick to get the job. Monesi, though, look at him holding with the AWP. Needs to be precise because his teammates are falling towards the B side. He needs to get his job done, but it's Fear going down. It's Shock taking the hit, so it's a 2-on-2. Still not too shabby, but now it's a 1v2. Monesi, AWP looking for the early engagement.
finds it on Oscar. Now looking for Zetko, but can't line up the shot. It looked almost dead on the way the rifle was positioned. Oh, but it's still a victory here for Sinners. 10-5. They close out the first half.
They really needed that victory, Sinners, and, well, more specifically, Navi Jr., not just Sinners, but unfortunately, they don't get it in Sinners. Yeah, 10-5. It was supposed to be going the way for, of course, the Russian squad. It all just comes down in flames and disappoints, really. I'm not sure how I feel about all of this, but indeed, a chance will be presented in the second half. Navi Jr. now on their T side. Hopefully, they'll be a little bit more compactful and impactful, as they're about to deal with a very difficult opponent. And of course, that opponent might be using CS money for their skins, because they are doing a hell of a good job at controlling this game, controlling this environment, and more specifically, this current situation that we're in. Either way, let's see for certain where it leads us to as we move on into our second half in a matter of moments. This pistol, not gonna lie, quite important, I feel like, for the sidelines. For the side, of course, of Navi. It's all or nothing. Win or die here. Win or ride, almost, in a way. They do have to get... They need this victory. I'm not gonna lie, Daniel. Like, let's not sugarcoat it. It's either win this pistol, win the next few rounds, get yourself a nice little, maybe not the best outcome in terms of everything, but, get yourself, let's say, 7-8 rounds minimum. And maybe there is life to be had. Maybe there's some chance to be had for the side of Navi Jr., right?
Yeah, because for Navi Jr., it feels like the T side is going to be quite a difficult task for them, especially what we've seen from their previous encounter with Double Pony and just even today's matchup here on Train. The T side seems to be one of their weaker points. We'll have to wait and see, though. You can see the players from Sinners very much aware of a potential mid-push. Shock holding with the dualies. Oh, no, this is a gamer angle. He's so ready. So many players will come his way, and he's just ready to pull them pistols apart. Let's see. 25 seconds. We have the first smokes. We have the Molotovs as well. The grenade as well. That's massive damage inflicted. Navi Jr. continue pressing forward on the B-bomb side. They get the frag here in Zetko. They actually even get the site itself. So now the bomb can be planted. As for Sinners, I mean, you can see they've taken some heavy hits.
Well, they certainly have, but Navi Jr., it's surprising how well they actually handled the situation, given it looked a lot more worrisome than it actually ends up being. So there is that. But we continue on forward, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be, of course, Sinners moving into a round that is, well, not as vital, not as important, not as, I guess you could say, not as brutally important for them, because if they lose the second force buy, they still have quite a little bit of room for themselves. And if they lose the first gun round, then we can talk about how Navi Jr. might actually have a chance of making a comeback. As I said, pistol was the one thing they needed to achieve to begin with, and they get both pistols in this case, which is great. So a lot more to go. But the starting point is here, at least. That's what matters right now.
Yeah, and it's very nice to see that Navi Jr., even with that setup, they managed to power through towards the middle, onto the B side. Managed to get that bomb planted, even when things did get a little bit tricky. We saw there was dual Berettas that played the grenade as well. Speaking of which, Neofrag taking a big chunk of damage from that HE. Is, however, a reinvestment here from Sinners Esports. I mean, they've gone for the full-on force buy.
Well, I'm not surprised. Those deals can be the difference makers, as well as a Max 7 and a FAMAS. I mean, nice little weapons to help you out in a few combos if you can get through it. Though I feel like this is going to be still a very difficult moment for the side of course, for the side of Navi, no matter how bad of a weapon build Sinners are pulling here. And what I mean by that, of course, is Sinners, in this case, they might not be in the best position when it comes to weapons, and might not be in the best position when it comes down to utility. But they certainly have a good enough of a chance to try and pull this one off. And let's see, of course, where we're headed as 45 seconds. Words A and a lurk by Monesi. By the looks of it. Yeah. He'll find himself at least taking down Zetko. But that's good enough.
Yeah, they're going to pursue here on the bomb side. Navi Jr. There's not a lot of time, though, but that shouldn't be much of an issue. Ankur is so aware of that angle as well. Just going to go for a brief tap, and oh, there we go. That's a kill. I'll take that. Yep, Navi Jr. very successful take here on the A-bomb side. Not even losing a single player. That's pretty massive. From a team like Navi Jr. to have such a clean round is something you don't expect too often, I'm not going to lie. So it's great to see that all 5 players can survive this encounter, and for Sinners, they're more than happy to save at least a few weapons out of this, even if it is just the 2 Deagles, the FAMAS. We'll see if they can be of any use in the upcoming round. But for Navi Jr., there we go. Win the pistol in the second round, which nowadays it feels like it is even the more important round to take than just the mere pistol. And this one should be a breeze. It shouldn't be a difficult round for Navi Jr.
Yeah, it shouldn't be, though. We both know that that might not be the case. We'll find out soon enough, of course, where and how we move on into this. So, I fear for what might happen to Navi, the way they really screwed themselves over on train a few times. They had the advantage on after plants. They really weren't able to pull it off. And here, even against this only one FAMAS, a few pistols and the dualies, we should predict a victory for them, of course, absolutely. Unfortunately, this is the boost that might give them something more for Sinners. Let's see. Of course, NeoFrag, if they don't see this in time, he might be able to get away with one, and that might already be enough. And, well, he sees the one. Trigger control in his hands. B-Stick peeks out as well. He's going to spot Fear, going to take the fight, but actually overextends a little bit too much.
Oh, it is going to be, yeah, the overextension there, but a 4v4 such as this, it's still not a bad showing here from Navi Jr. Of course, lonesome shock to face here on the bomb side. He's going to be holding this angle, waiting for the players to arrive, and well, they're definitely coming in full force. Let's see if the Deagle can try and stop them. He does deal the damage. Monesi in the frag here on one and the second one. And so the bomb set has been taken over here from Navi Jr., but NeoFrag and Oscar still very much alive in this round, and looks like they might try to go for this. Some of the players have been softened up, and they also have a Molotov to flush out. There we go. Cynics out of position. Suddenly it's a 2v2. Still, though, they have to hurry up. They don't have the kits, meaning they have to find the fracture ASAP. Monesi with one and the second one as well.
Yeah, that's much better. And finally some lifeline or some life from Navi Jr., specifically from Monesi. As we said, Onker and Monesi being the 2 players that can make a difference for the side of Navi Jr. And we see the look at the reaction. He just shakes like no other. And Onker, of course, happy that it's finally going their way. By the way, Cynics and Pogrel both very quiet in this game. Even Fear not having the best of performances. We are in round number 19, and a full buy for Sinners Esports. Finally, the round that will make the difference. The gun round that might give the fair chance to Sinners to take this one to 11 and keep on going. A little bit of a slow-paced approach, of course. Navi want to be safe here. You don't want to lose against the op of Oscar. You don't want to lose against an aggressive NeoFrag or Zetko.
Yeah, it's definitely a slower style of round here from a squad like Navi Jr., and I can't really blame them. Here they have to go up against Sinners Esports, who are fully armed and dangerous. Loads of utility as well, and of course Oscar with the AWP. Holding anyone just yet. 2-man setup here towards the A-bomb side could be very dangerous here early on. The off angle should grant you at least 1 kill if you're Sinners, but look at Zetko. He's gone for the aggressive maneuver, does lose the engagement against Cynics. That's a pretty big pickup here, and Cynics Looks like he's gonna go for more, and well, he's gonna get the
Beautiful.
frag here and shock. 2 massive frags being picked up. This could allow a squad like NAVI Jr. to just push towards B.
Oh, he hears them.
Oscar,
He
look at
hears
him
them.
go! Gets himself the second frag bomb, dropped an awkward spot. Pogorelov goes down as well, and Oscar manages to get free and shuts down the retreat. But Cynics, oh no, last man standing,
won't
gets the
expect
one
him
here
behind him.
neo-frag, and now has to book it. He must leave the spot and go towards the site.
Okay, no, he knows, because that was, of course, Neofrag that he got and not B-Stick, but he knows that he's coming in the flank. Cynics will predict this, or at least will be able to evade detection, but it's a one-on-one against B-Stick. He's got a molly and a flash. And if any time, it was a good time to have a Molotov. This is the one. Let's see where he throws it, how he checks this corner of MBK first. Cynics, he's hiding in CT on that little edge towards the corner base. And Cynics right now, he can't cross over. Well, because if he does, he will die. And not only that, he will be heard. B-Stick takes the advantage of that. 11-8 as they win the first gun round. Sinners finally find a bit more success, a bit more, well, we can say luck on their side. More thanks to Oscar than anything else. This streak, his hat trick was what saved the day for Sinners. And okay, 11-8 as a rebuy immediately comes over for NJ. And of course, they have the Mech 10 on Pogorelov. We should be having... Not sure if there was an up or not. Well, I don't think he needs an up if he has 161st hertz refresh rate on his screen on the Red Magic Series 6 phone. Maybe he's using that, but he does have the up still, as I think it's quite vital in this stance. Oh, look at this fast push in downway ramp. Okay, they might actually push into it, because we've seen these kind of plays before, and usually when they Molotov and smoke deep on towards ramp, they do this, and Pogorelov will be caught. B-Stick with a bit of a lucky break as he gets him. Sinners. Can they keep control, though, is a better question. They've lost it before quite quickly when they were a little bit too eager to secure an additional frag or two.
Oh, so I think with the MP9, flash comes in from the opponent's
Beautiful
side,
timing.
I believe. And some beautiful timing for Zetko to get that frag with the MP9. Smoke
Look at
as
this.
well. Is he going to go for more? Yes, he will. He's going to get
my.
one on Ankara. Now whips that the AK-47.
Why? The same
Another
angle.
one on Fear. Oh boy, they're getting absolutely shut down here, Navi Jr. They can't go through Zetko, and Zetko will go through them. 8-12 in favor of Sinners. It's a great hold on the B-bomb site.
They're literally going into the same angle, dude. Jesus. Navi Jr., that wasn't exactly very nice to watch. A little bit of a disappointment above all else. And we can see right now, of course, they're left over with nothing. No bomb plant, no money, no funny. It is going to be Deagles out about, but that's about it. And a single smoke is all they have. Splitting again across the map, it looks like. Hoping for lucky breaks, I guess. Lucky entries. Oh, sees the boost. Good night, goodbye. And perfect start for Sinners, dude. Really good here.
Close. Somewhat of a start here for Sinners, for sure. But it's also important to note, they're going up against pistols, so it shouldn't be a difficult round here for Sinners to deal with. Neofrag going for somewhat of a more aggressive maneuver, not really aware of Pogorlov's position, and Pogorlov with a Glock will be gunned down. The Nexus and Ankara remain. It'd be easy pickings here for Sinners. Has to be expected on an eco round like this. For Navi Jr., they're looking for the next round, the upcoming round, but they will have the weapons, the AWP, in the hands of... Actually, no, they can't really invest the AWP in the hands of Modesty. Thought he might have just a few more $100 in his pocket to get that up out, but it's just going to come down to the rifles and some smoke grenades. So, yes, the utility is there. The rifles are definitely there. Now let's see what Navi Jr. can come up with.
Well, they will definitely come up with a buy and the Galil. Though no op for Monesti has my own... Well, I have my doubts due to that. Especially to their chance of success, given how they dealt with Oscar. And yesterday we were hoping to have an interview with the Sinners. It looks like it might be coming soon here if they find these rounds. Well, this one specifically already lost almost. Onkar and Pogorelov will find two. Zetko holding mid, but he's not actually holding. He just gets absolutely held in place by those spray downs. Neofrag nicely done at least. Oscar back into a 1v2 though. As he finds Cynics on towards B. He forces a reaction out of Navi Jr. They might be able to get more control here in a one-on-one if Navi Jr. ain't going to be playing this one smart. Pogorelov needs to check CT and more than anything needs to be extremely prepared for what comes here. Underneath. Thankfully, Monessi and Pogorelov already. That was... could have gotten a lot dirtier than what it was. 9-13.
Yeah, I mean, the initial engagement that happens here in middle, Sinners absolutely want to force the fights. They go out there, look for the engagements, but they don't expect that Navi Jr. is going to have their members there stationed, ready and waiting for the incoming push. And Sinners end up losing that round, even though we did see the clutch attempt coming in from Oscar, and you're always holding your breath. You're thinking, can Oscar pull it off? Well, this time, the answer is a big no, but Oscar still has the AWP. Holding towards ramp, the players of Navi Jr. have some control, but they might have to relinquish it due to the incoming barrage of Molotovs and HE grenades.
Well, this is going to be, of course, a little bit more interesting. Let's see where this leads us to. Of course, again, A ramp control being fought for. Oh, Neofrag spots Fear underneath him. Monessi gets blinded, still takes the shot. That'll be a little bit of a lucky break that Navi Jr. are able to get that easy of a refrag going, but Monessi is about to peek short, and Oscar seems to be well aware and ready for it. Monessi, Spidey sense tingling, pulls back, doesn't want to risk it, of course. Realizes perhaps there's actually Oscar on the other hand, on the other side. Zetko with the secondary up. Good flash, and again, look at this flash timing. Zabistic gets both. The timing here couldn't be worse. Pogorelov though replies, and so does Monessi. Again, a 2-on-2 on towards tower. What is Shock doing? Why would you ever want to peek that? It's a 2-on-2, dude. Abuse it, not use it, not lose it. In 1v1, Zetko just steps into the Molotov and dies, of course, because Pogorelov hears him exactly where he is, takes the pot shots and wins the duel and the round, 10-13. But that was a huge mistake coming out from the side of Sinners, and I think that is overconfidence now coming in.
Yeah, perhaps some of it, for sure, but it was definitely a very close round to the very end. Yes, it came down to that 1v1 situation, and Zetko, I mean, quite dissatisfying for him that he gets the difficult shot. He shoots the one player that's so far back, but the planter, of course, he hears the Molotov. He knows the positioning of the player can very easily dispatch of him. So for Sinners, no wonder. Money issues. They have to save that money. What better way to do so than by not investing? It's going to be a simple round here. Zetko, though, comes in with a peek here. Neofrag actually gets a kill of his own. Definitely not the cleanest of rounds. Okay, that's... Wait.
What? Dude, they almost won a full eco. I guess it's not just definitely not the cleanest round. Most certainly not a clean round.
The opposite of clean. Dirty round. Yeah, that was a bit awkward to witness. Sinners just basically, what was it, 50 points of health away from actually winning that round with the USPs. Yeah, let's hope that's not going to repeat here for Navi Jr. It's good to see that that round is over. They're back with the weapons. They're back with the AWP in the hands of Monessi. But if they end up losing this round, that's going to put them in a very awkward economical spot. With the game and the map coming to an end, they're going to have barely any money remaining. So this round is really important for Navi Jr. to win. If they fail here, this could be their end, their demise.
Well, it definitely could be, though. A boost seems to be in play here. On care, gonna spot towards construction, towards connector more specifically. Let's see. How far it actually go. Oh, the peek by Shocky steps into the Molotov, or at least a little bit. Luckily, On care is ready and spotting. Hit control lost. That could be a split B now entailing here. And yes, indeed, it will be. Spots already the player on B side. That is going to be Zetko. He still gets away with one. Oscar holding his flank behind him on towards that connector position. Monessi, though, finds Oscar, and that is beautiful to watch. Good nade, but does not deal critical damage for the deathly blow of Pogorelov. 3v2, Beastic and Neofrag. Can they save the day here for Sinners? Will it be 12, 13, or 14? 11. Well, the answer, I think, is already on our hands. 12 to 13 is confirmed. Great stuff.
Yeah, NeoFrag just passed the back away from this position. Can't really do much and can't even save the AWP. I had high hopes for Zetko. There in the B bomb said he has proven time and time again that he can be a very worthy defender. But even so, he was overwhelmed. Players coming in from all sides, and he couldn't hold his ground. Well, 12 to 13. You're probably thinking right now, yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to say. Tactical timeout. 12 to 13, this is definitely looking like a very close game between the two squads. Can't really say that Sinners are dominating the opposition. Nothing of the sort. Getting dangerously close here in the second half, and the potential for a 13-13 scoreline is looking very likely. No money amidst the Sinners players. Just gotta save up that cash. Losing the one round is the most optimal way to do so. And afterwards, yeah, I guess gonna have to see another purchase come in. Let's actually take a look how well they're doing in terms of. So yeah, after this round is over, we're gonna see that AWP in the hands of Oscar for sure. Maybe even the potential for a double op. What do you think here? Over double op setup here for Sinners?
I mean, it would be an option, though. I don't think they want to take it here on Vertigo. I feel like it served them a good purpose in the past. It served them a great purpose yesterday against Budapest 5, and even on Train we've seen glimpses of it working very well. But here on Vertigo, I don't think the issue is not having the second up. I think the issue is them being just too aggressive or not being too attentive to what is going down around them. On gun rounds, you can see most of the time they're fighting alone, and those are solo peaks they cannot afford to take. Zetko, though, that is going to be a little bit more dangerous. Monessi, luckily, has his accurate pistol on him, and that will be, of course, an immediate point of return for Navi Jr. And yeah, they just keep on adding on top of the pile, as one would expect. Zetko, last guy alive, that went in with a bit of a SMG buy, trying to get some control. But they're well aware. 13-13, tied up. And again, as I said, I don't think the double up is an issue, is an answer here for them. They just need to stop playing so hyper aggressively and need to decide on one part of the map to be taken for themselves, and then hold on to the next stage or the next part. As Monessi, we can see the happiness in his face, of course. Why wouldn't he be happy? It's going pretty well so far for the side of Navi.
13-13. This is a really good scoreline for them. So close to achieving victory in the second map. Almost taste it. Flashbang coming in. Those Sinners. Early push is happening here towards ramp. They managed to overwhelm Pogorelov, but NeoFrag, I think he might have been tagged there by the AWP. Luckily for him, he escapes with his life intact. But you have to be careful here. Monessi is still going for these wall banks. Be quite lethal if you're up close to the wall. Another smoke now being deployed. That's definitely going to slow down the advancement here from Navi Jr. Doesn't mean that's the only area of the map they want to contest. Brett, close side there on the stairs, or shall I say the ladder. There's always the potential of someone might sneaky play. But Navi Jr., so far, they've been bogged down. It still looks like they want to pursue the commitment towards ramp. Only Lonesome Beastie that's holding close by. Oscar with the AWP. Could be a very dangerous setup. The flash comes in. There's the first, but the refrags come in. A free on free right now.
Well, this is super important because NeoFrag is at 3 HP, so one bullet will finish him off, but the op of Oscar is out, so that means life is going to be a lot more difficult to handle the round itself, and the angle of NeoFrag is super bad as Cynics takes him down. Zetko and Shock, can they still save the round? It's going to be a 2-on-3. This is a horrible position to be in given how it's all going, and Zetko. Oh, he's going to go through here. No flash. Yeah. That flash wasn't the greatest. And, of course, anti-flash being set by OnCare. Shock close range. Spots. Of course, the first player. But this is a 1-on-2. And I don't think Shock has what it takes to win the round. And he's not going to predict short position to be overtaken. Already falling back. Realizing, well, he needs to get the hell out of dodge. And look at the chase. I love the fact that they're giving chase. They do not wish to let him save the AK, and it makes sense. Why would they? As it is the last pillar of safety for Sinners. 14-13. My God, Navi Jr. The comeback is real. They lost the half 10-5, folks. They lost the half quite convincingly. And Sinners were able to take control very effectively, very easily. And as you can also take control of your economy and your cryptocurrency. Go check out Coinbase. There might be something for you. Let's see if Sinners, though, have a reply. Nope, it's going to be pistols and Kevlar. Fair enough, and a single AK that they do have.
I mean, this is obvious. They want to try and play this one for overtime. Their best bet right now. So it's not going to be a full-on force buy. It will be, like you said, those pistols. That 1 AK-47 in hands of Shock was quite nice. That nade as well, doing quite a lot of damage. This is the scary part as well for a team like NAVI Jr. because they're so close to achieving victory here in Vertigo, and now they've got to make sure that they don't make any mistakes. And that mentality of, okay, let's try not to make any mistakes, could force you to play timid CS, slow CS, CS in which you're not confident enough to go in for the peaks, going for the engagements. I say that though, Fear manages to get the early frag here in ZCO. Onker as well stepping up. This is good. A few good frags have gone their way, potentially even the third, though Shock steps up. So now that leaves an empty B bomb site. I say empty. Cynics, though, is going to try to clear it out, and he's going to notice there's a certain player here. In fact, Navi Jr. seemed to make the full-on rotation towards the B-bomb side, and Cynics, there we go. He has done his job. He has cleared out the side and has now full presence over it.
Good flashbang support we can see here coming out from Navi Jr. helping each other. Control now going to be established fully here on this, well, round number 28 as Navi Jr. 15-13. They're getting this one, Danny. They're getting the distance here, and at the very least, they've secured themselves OT. At the very most likely securing themselves a victory, because for the last, how many rounds has this now been effectively for Navi Jr.? If I'm counting correctly, it should be between 6 or 7 consecutive rounds, right? Let me just double check real fast. And this will be the 7th consecutive round, yeah. So that's pretty damn insane, pretty damn good, not gonna lie.
Yeah, there's been absolutely a stellar run of form for Navi Jr. And Sinners Esports haven't really found much of a response. I mean, of those 7 rounds, some of them were somewhat more or less close, but still it's Navi Jr. on the brink of victory. Another timeout being taken by Sinners Esports. I mean, you can see they're taking this one very seriously. Gonna make sure that potentially win out the next few rounds and then put us into overtime. That's exactly what they want to do right now.
Last hope for them, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. It's also the last hope here on a map like Vertigo. Of course, the third map of the best of 3, if that's going to be necessary, will be Mirage. Now, that would be an interesting map to see them play, because Sinners, not necessarily a great squad on that map. They don't necessarily play that map too often. They've had some good wins on it for sure. They had some losses, of course. But for a team like Navi Jr., if they can actually put us on the third map of Mirage, I think they're going to be somewhat happy that the decider of the series will be Mirage, a puggy map where your individuals can thrive.
Well, I think in this case, if Navi Jr. indeed are able to close this out without OT, I feel like Mirage will favor them a little bit more than Sinners, because this is an outstanding comeback. Monesi is on 30 frags, Oncare on 21, Fear on 15, Pogorelov on 11, and Cynic still at 9. He's having a very poor game. Likewise, Pogorelov. On the other hand, Shock on 11 as well, so likewise slow and quiet on the side of Sinners. But look at this, towards middle, push out. Shock finds one, Oncare falls. Control in the hands of Oscar, lost as Fear finds his head, and it's a B split. This could work beautifully, though. Shock is still holding on an off angle. He will find Fear. Zetko now through the smoke. A little bit too aggressively. Zetko throws himself down the drain for nothing. In comes Shock as Cynics finds him. Bomb plant prevented, but not yet lost here for the side of Navi Jr. A 2-on-3. B-stick coming in hot from MBK. Through middle, it will be Monesi, but they need this timing for Monesi to come through, as he will be coming in through connection, through construction, and he will find the shot on B-Stick. What? 1v1 against Neofrag. The most important duel of all time, and Monesi will win it. 32 frags. Navi Jr. close out the map with success. At 16-13, they secure this second one of Vertigo, the choice of Sinners. And what a day, Danny. What a comeback by Navi Jr. They literally win 9 rounds in a row.
I mean, this is an absolutely insane
I mean, yeah, it's an insane comeback coming in here from Navi Jr., but it's probably something they themselves didn't expect to witness. And probably same goes for Sinners. They were probably feeling so good about themselves that, yeah, basically, Vertigo is over. We've basically won this best of three. We can begin focusing on our matchup against Budapest 5. But yeah, there's also a sign of relief here for Navi Jr. that they managed out on top here. Definitely wasn't an easy second map to win by any stretch of the imagination. And so they're going to have to play the third map. Third map obviously being Mirage.
Indeed, of course, and with that being said, Mirage is going to be our final map in this series, and Sinners, after what we've just seen, I worry for their capabilities, because, you know, Navi Jr., they showed great control, great understanding of how to deal with Sinners in the last few moments, and I feel like Mirage, as I said already, with Navi Jr. taking this map before OT, before getting too close in the series itself, or in the map itself, I feel like the individual performance of the likes of Monesi and OnCare might just carry them over to the finishing line. Danny, you feel like that's, you know, do you feel the same as I did?
I mean, right now, the fact that the third map is going to be Mirage, I would say Navi Jr.'s chances of winning the best of three suddenly expand massively. We'll have to wait and see how that plays out, though, in the third map, because right now, the Puggy map could be favoring Navi Jr., but perhaps Sinners also have something up their sleeve. To find out, we're going to have to tune in to the third map. But until then here, folks, we're going to go to a very quick break. And once we'll be back, we'll be sure to bring you that third map, so stay tuned.
Don't kill me now. Don't kill me now. Don't kill me now.
Dying tree, fantasy. Come talk to me. How did you get this way? I never thought I'd see the day. I tried so hard to bring you back. You're not Jesus Christ. You're not Jesus Christ. You're not Jesus Christ. I'm just gonna say it. This isn't what we wanted. We never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it. You never really knew me. Stop pretending not you wanted to. Well, I'm just a man, flesh and blood. All I need is real love. Your ticket price is too damn high. I don't play with guns. Bullet holes still remain. That don't mean I've changed. Bullet holes still remain. That don't mean I've changed. That don't mean I've changed. That don't mean I've changed. I'm just gonna say it. This isn't what we wanted. We never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it. You never really knew me. Stop pretending that you wanted to. You got your gold streets ahead of you. You got your gold streets ahead of you, but you can't keep my name furthest from your mouth. You got your gold I used to think that you were right in this, but maybe you were wrong. I'm just gonna say it, I say it. This isn't what we wanted, we never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it, I say it. Oh, you never really knew me. Stop pretending that you wanted to.
Welcome back, guys. Map 3, Mirage, Sinners versus Navi Junior. Danny, I don't think we expected this after the first half of Vertigo, but we still got it. And now Mirage. We already spoke a little bit about, how it's all been going, how it all could be going, but what do we really expect to be happening here on our third and final one?
That's the thing. It's really hard to say what we can really expect here from the side of Sinners or from Navi Junior. I potentially now have, definitely have more hope here for Navi Junior after the performance they had in Vertigo, because now we're gonna be playing on that third map of Mirage. Because earlier with my prediction, I said it's gonna be 2-0. I was hoping that Sinners eventually win that second. They win the first map there of Train. They win in the second map of Vertigo. I thought that Vertigo should be even easier than the map of Train, and so we end up being in a scenario where the third map is going to be necessary, and I didn't really expect to see it here. And now that it is, I have to say that I do have higher hopes for Navi Junior to potentially not necessarily win the best of 3, but again give us a better showing of a potential competitive series like the one we saw in Vertigo.
That's true. Like Vertigo was definitely a nice showcase from Navi themselves to kind of give us a glimpse of what they're capable. And I hope that they're going to present this quality before they lose the first half 10-5, before it goes into another 13x result, and then etc, etc. Because I don't believe they can make it again happen, if it goes to up to 13, 14 rounds to Sinners, and that they can pull back 8 rounds in a row again. Because that's a special kind of occasion. You can't be counting on that kind of comeback every single time. So hopefully Navi will have, the strength here to pull us into a nice little ending of the first half, and then see where it takes us on the second. But Mirage, a difficult map, if you ask me, nonetheless, for Navi, because they don't know exactly what to expect out of Sinners. I mean, you can do all the preparation you want, but we could tell that Sinners were playing completely out of the ordinary style they would usually play with on Vertigo, right? You could see their continuous aggression was like they would push through smokes all the time. They would push through angles that you really don't want to see anybody pushing, and they try to take those initiatives, they try to take those chances by themselves, and sometimes succeeding, for the most part failing, at least on their second half. And I feel like that's going to be the same idea they're going to be going behind on Mirage, and that might take Navi by surprise. And one thing that I really liked was Kronos talking about disrespect yesterday, how disrespectful some players can play against them and how that affects his own players. And obviously, I think in this case, Navi Junior, if they start to feel the same way, maybe, they could be completely worth it. But in any case, I believe that Mirage, nonetheless, will be the best map possible to showcase quality of Navi Junior.
Yeah, I guess the reason being is the sort of, again, simplistic nature of the map. It's a map that we've seen for a very long time now in the map pool. If I'm actually thinking right now, I think the first edition might have been the start of 2014 or so. It really hasn't seen any truly significant changes. I would say the most significant change probably the map has ever seen was the most recent one with the addition of the bench, how you can basically be the one player controlling middle. That definitely gives the terrorists a bit more leeway in how they want to approach the map. Still, though, I'd say the map is somewhat stale. It is basically using the same executes time and time again. There's really not a lot of room for innovation, I'd say, anymore. And because it has become so stale, because it is so well known, it is so unanimous with just hugs and the sort of individual play you can have on a map like Mirage. That's why I would like to say that Navi Junior is in a pretty good position to make this map competitive, right? I would still say they will struggle against a team like Sinners. Sinners has proven to be a very strong contender on that very first map of Train, and we saw glimpses of it on the very first half in Vertigo. Just the potential there from Navi Junior to eventually pull through, to start off with their individuals fragging. The one scary thing about Navi Juniors, they finally woke up. They woke up on that second half, and they've shown us what they're capable of. Now we'll have to wait and see that after this pause, this sort of reset of fresh new map, whether Navi Junior can bring that same level of spice.
Well, spiciness or not, that fresh level, we'll see soon enough. Because, again, Navi Junior, I do believe that Monesi was finally, awoken enough to give us a glimpse of his quality and what we expected all this time long. Even yesterday, we kind of pointed him out as the go-to man for you know, for the frags on Navi Junior. And as we can see right here, the game is actually just starting right now. The pistol is live. So let's see where it leads us to. Navi Junior on the T side. They lost the knife round apparently. And it will be an A split by the looks of it. Through Con, through Palace, through Pit. And here we go.
Oh, Neofrag, perfect position, but it's only perfect for one. Pogarelov on curve with the response. Shock in the back of the side, and Oscar behind that smoke grenade can't really do much, but Monesi, great frag here on Shock. You can see that early on, almost all the players from Navi Junior stepping up, finding their frags. Pogarelov, there we go. He's stepping up, but Oscar goes down. And that allows Navi Junior to secure the first round.
Well, that's a perfect start. It's a great beginning to see them win the first round like such, and to get themselves a little bit more control. Sinners will be hitting themselves over the head for that. They certainly knew what was wrong already in the past. In the past days, we can say. And yesterday was just a big mistake from them in general. And hopefully they won't pay the price for it today. In any case, we can see the force buy is there. Sinners coming in with the Deagles. Boost in towards ladder room, of course, trying to make sure they have a bit of an advanced position to work from. Though, I like this from Navi. Taking it nice and easy, slow and steady. Above all else, go for that classic mid control and see where you get from it moving forward.
I mean, it's standard business, isn't it? On a map like Mirage, getting that mid control is very important. And especially here, you're going against pistols. The pistols shouldn't be much of a hassle. Even so, you got to be careful if you're Navi Junior. Right now, they do have that mid control. They are not really going anywhere else, though, if you'll notice on the minimap. They still have one of their players, Pogarelov, overlooking the T-spawn. Deer, that is a pretty big dunk on him. He's going to try to respond. Ooh, nice one on to Neofrag. Still though, 50 seconds. We haven't really seen too much out of Navi Junior, but finally, there's the first frag that goes their way. Monesi picks it up onto Zedko. That gives them a bit more breathing room, but where did it go from here? By the positioning, looks like it's the B split. Still being very careful here in the middle, but towards the apartments, that's where the bomb carrier is heading.
That's the way to put it. Absolutely, bomb carrier coming out from the blue as Oscar will find one. Unfortunately denied when On-Care goes out wide. Oh, Neofrag, Deagle in hand, misses his first, but is going to be supportive, but still missing quite a few. Beastick in there to help him out, but unfortunately leaving it down to Shock alone. Navi Junior, they lose 3 players, but they still are on the verge of picking the round itself. This is an excellent start, and speaking of which, yesterday, of course, this was, you know, for Sinners, it was a huge step back, failing yesterday with the fact that, you know, they're themselves to blame in a way, because they're the ones that didn't check their updates and all, but at the end of the day, they still had to play, and they still had to do with what they could. And I would be devastated, well, but I think they would be devastated if it were to come down to a complete loss here in this series, given that they almost closed it out already. So there could be a mental not a breakdown, but a reverse mental fortitude test, if you want to call it like that, where Sinners losing this second map of Vertigo, it gives them enough doubt, gives them enough fear of Navi Junior. They start playing a little bit differently. They start adjusting their style a little bit more. Because of that, not getting those entries, not getting those skills. And look at Fear, just running and gunning as one would expect. Beautiful start, and already 3-0 for Navi Junior.
Mac 10 in particular is a perfect weapon for it. Hold the gun sideways, run up connector, get the easy frag, and so far looking like a clean one here for Navi Junior. They haven't lost a single player, some HP here in on-career, but that's about it. Navi Junior, again though, this is probably the most optimal round for them to just rush on the B bomb side once they got the initial few frags, but you can see they're not, you know, fully committing. Right about now they're doing it. 55 seconds on the clock. You can see that it's somewhat of a slower style of pacey from Navi Junior. They want to make sure that they don't make too many mistakes. Even on a map like Mirage, where you could say the mistakes probably don't matter as much as per se on a map like Vertigo, or maybe the more tactical maps like Train or Nuke. You'll notice that Navi Junior do have themselves the 3-0 lead. That's a good start. Really good start to kick things off here on Mirage. If you guys are interested at getting yourself some nice skins, CS.money. Be sure to head on over to CS.money if you want to trade, buy, and sell your skins. For now, Sinners Esports, there we go. They've made the investment of their own. It is the rifles, it's the utility, and of course, the AWP in the hands of Oscar.
No surprise there. And of course, from Navi Jr., the reply is quite evident. It's the same principle again. And when we spoke about earlier mid control, right, how it is the classic thing. Indeed, it is. The question is, how do you go about it? And right now we do see two players from Underpass approaching to boost in towards window to try and get a little bit of a better vision of anybody close range. Neofrag, luckily, aware of that, so he doesn't pay with his life. But Navi Jr., absolutely, yeah, mid control should be their go-to thing every single time. Neofrag this time being a little bit too nosy, and well, his nose gets dipped in hot sauce, and he ain't gonna like that. As Navi Jr. don't seem to have an issue. Staying put for a moment longer, even pushing back from middle. Look at this, they're pushing all the way back in towards B house. Gonna leave on care with the Mac 10 to handle this lower B, lower, of course, B house itself, whilst the rest move up towards A and look to take control. Oscar, on the other hand, is this the double pit setup that we are oh so knowledgeable and known with? And I think that is exactly the case, though. Oh no, oh man, what was that? I'll go into the details of that, but that was a huge mistake from Sinners. Like, why in the world would you push pit when you have a double setup? And I mean, the idea here was to get information, sure, but Oscar should have stayed with him until he would have cleared pit. Then at least you have a chance of a refrag. Instead, Navi Jr. abused that position, abused that mistake as they should. Easy peasy, and there is the lemony squeezy. Navi Jr. 4-0. That was a huge mistake by Oscar, by the way. And I mean, let me rephrase that. Not by Oscar, but generally by the callouts that Sinners made there. They didn't take control, and they still left him for dead.
I mean, for a brief second, that's what you saw. The two players towards ramp, it looked like they want to try to go for the information play and potentially find any kills. But yeah, you're right about it. Oscar, at the very last second, decides to retreat. Maybe the call didn't go through. Maybe it just wasn't made certain enough that, okay, guys, let's do this. Or better yet, let's not do this, right? So yes, eventually, Sinners players end up losing one of their own in ramp. Then comes the hit from Navi Jr. on the A-bomb side, and once again, we're seeing the hit on the A-bomb side, though nice little nade stack towards ramp. Fear and Pogorelov losing big chunks of their health, and the remaining players will begin with the push. Advancement here from Sinners as well, as they pop out of their smokes. Zetko getting a few, and Monesi, the only man standing right now. In fact, even he will take the hit. Sinners, I'm not even really sure what happened there. We didn't see the perspective of the Sinners players. All we saw on the kill feed, nade damage, and of course, the Deagles, and once again, the Deagles.
What can one man do? What a Deagle can't? Well, the answer is he can't eat a Deagle bullet. In any case, let's see how it goes. Navi Jr. 4-1. Seems like it's not gonna go as well as we would think for Sinners, though. After getting that one last round, it goes to begin again in the hands of Navi Jr. Great entry on Neofrag. That spot jump is quite classic, quite standard. Oh, Oscar pushing top middle again. We see this aggression from Sinners. See, this is what I'm talking about. The aggression from Sinners is quite, by the looks of it, uncalculated. Luckily, Zetko, at least this time around, he's a little bit mad about how it's all turning out. So he's going to find himself too. That's nicely done. Both On Care and Fear being a bit slow to respond. It's weird how, you see your teammate fall and then you walk into the corner and not run. Either way, a 3-on-3 and a B take by NJ. And they're going to go onto contact here. They need to go onto contact. If you throw utility, that's going to prong 100% rotate. Rotation. And well, indeed, it will prong a rotation anyway. But this time, they have some time to work with, some moments to work with here. Beastic burning on the back flank. Actually, not burning, but at least being in a very difficult position. Pogorello finds him. Cynics gets shocked. And this is devastating for the side of Sinners as Zetko gets killed. Ooh.
A no-scope?
That
Well, you saw that at
like
the very end, there was
it.
on the kill feed that it didn't show
Yeah,
that.
it wasn't, but it looked like he was scoping in. At least it looked from the perspective that he scoped in.
My, oh my. Even in that round, I mean, Sinners, you saw that, yeah, we witnessed some aggression, and at the very end, it was still a free on free, so it's not the worst scenario for the CTs, but obviously, it would have been better to just stay in the 5v5. Monesi, what a perfect way to kick things off here. Neofrag going down. You'll notice that on the side of Sinners, there's really not a single force that's able to stop the advancement of Navi Jr., but Oscar is still alive here, so he's got the big green to work with, but Neofrag, early on being eliminated, that is a massive loss for Sinners.
Is definitely a bit of a big shutdown. There goes Shock as well, waiting on Palace balcony. Unfortunately, Pogorelov has a better visual on him as the smoke fades, and that's a classic thing. It's a more of a 50-50 really, and a bit of an NVIDIA or AMD settings depending. Phoenix, he's looking for that frag in towards ladder, and he's just about to miss Setko as he does. Oof, that was a close call. Could have been a lot worse for Sinners, luckily enough. Zetko will be given an opportunity, or will he? Oscar on stairs, he peeks and gets absolutely destroyed. Monesi, again, finding himself some success as Zetko and Beastic are left in one-man army here. Unfortunately, well, two-man army that Beastic, I don't think, has any business approaching with the MP9. Oh, he goes... Does he really? Really? Come on, Beastic. You know better than that. Well, this is a bit scary, not gonna lie, Danny. This is what I kind of expected in a way. If Navi Jr. were to win the first map, not the second, and in a manner they did, then it kind of makes sense that this would be happening, but Sinners are right now a completely different squad.
Oh, they're having a lot of difficulties dealing here with Navi Jr. Navi Jr., I mean, just notice that Ankara, it's not just, yeah, it's just not Monesi or Ankara that's having a good game, but it's also Pogorelov stepping up, Cynics as well. Sinners definitely have a real team to face off against right now, and yeah, absolutely, take the time out, have the discussion, because this first half is, well, by the looks of things, going down the drain. Take the time out for the upcoming round and figure out what you want to do here. I don't think we'll see the purchase. I think it's going to be just not worth it to get out the MP9s and maybe a few FAMASas and pistols and trying to face Navi Jr. Just get this run over with. Get Oscar and AWP. As of now, Navi Jr., I mean, look at the scoreline right now. They're on the brink of securing 7 rounds, and 7 rounds so early in Mirage, that is already a good scoreline for them.
I mean, this is a fantastic scoreline considering everything. It's looking like it just might go all the way for Navi if this continues, as we do see Deagles in play. Oscar with the scout so far. On the side of Sinners, this is what happened to Navi Jr. in the first half of Vertigo, and well, Sinners are now the ones to deal with this mess, with this disaster on their hands. And oh, okay, Neofrag, did he jump and headshot at Fear right now? Because it looked like it. God damn. How many jumping headshots are we going to see in this game today and yesterday? It's insane. Like AK jumping shots, Galil jumping shots, M4 op shots, Deagle shots. Like, why doesn't that ever happen to me? Well, I mean, you know, I guess not good enough, but still. Minute and a few seconds on the clock as Navi Jr. They might have lost Fear, but I don't think they have any fear of Sinners anyway.
Oh, Cynics, though, should be aware of the incoming advancement. Well, he's the first player, and, well, he's not aware of Oscar. And Oscar, of course, an easy kill for him. Is now maybe even expecting more players to come towards the B side from T-spawn. At the same time, he recovers a better gun and holds the angle, waiting for the players here. And in fact, with him holding such a aggressive angle, in fact, the players from Navi Jr., a great call. Going towards the A-bomb site, there's not a single player to try and stop them. Finally, Shock gets into position, but even so, the bomb getting planted. Shock moves in, gets the kill on 1. Great shot on Ankara, but Pogorelov needs to retreat to a more safer position. Lengthy spray, and it will be Zetko to come out on top. And a victory for Sinners on just a simple semi-investment.
That is what we expected out of Sinners, in a way. Though, not perhaps on the round as we see it here, but beautifully done. Deagles connect their shots, and of course, I bet they have their Red Magic Series 6 phones on them, because 165 hertz refresh rate kind of helps you out to play even better games on your mobile phone. So go check it out. World's smoothest phone. World's smoothest commercial for the phone as well. But in any case, double up, Oscar and Zetko. And you asked me previously about Vertigo and double up, and I did say not for Vertigo. For Mirage, absolutely. Absolutely, double up can work as it did on Train. It can work here beautifully as well. Let's see if it is actually coming to fruition, though.
Well, by the looks of things, so far, so good. First opening frag, the first few frags going the way of Sinners.
They know Shock.
Oh, that is a nice spray coming in. Shock, can he survive here? Well, he should be and will be going down. Nice attempt from his part, but the smoke grenades are fading, leaving Beastic and Zetko in a very difficult spot. But at the same time, they have the vision necessary to potentially stop the bomb plant. Oh no, Cynics in a safe position will get that bomb planted. Zetko not going for the wall bang, but now could potentially look for the player in Palace. But is he going to be aware of what's happening here in ramp, as well as in the default position? Here right now, bit of a crossfire here with Cynics. Not a bad position at all. Beastic shifting his way towards the bomb site. Don't really have a kit to work with, so getting the frags is of top priority. Nice smoke deployed. Cynic's now going to begin to move out. Will get spotted out by Beastic. Good frag from Zetko. And all on Pogorelov, and Zetko's aware of it. Pre-aims the angle, shoots the head of Pogorelov, and there's going to be just enough time on the defuse here for Sinners, even though they do cut it close.
Well, that was a little bit of a beautiful ending, to be honest. A bit of an anticlimactic position for Navi Jr. Their after plan was set, but they fail hard to keep it. So at the end of the day, it is going to be the third round for Sinners, and they desperately, desperately needed to pick it up right here, right then. So, rebuy, Navi Jr., of course, with the bomb plant to secure themselves at least AKs for 3 players, the Op for Monessi, and the Eagle for On Care. Ooh, jump boost. Let's see. Run boost, and on short, Zetko misses his shot. Does he repeak? For real? He actually repeaks. Zetko, you crazy man. Pogorello finds Shock on towards Pit, and that's a problem. And if only Fear had checked short, he would have probably gotten Zetko as well. He gets neo-fragged regardless. And that is a beautiful start for Navi Jr. yet again, as Oscar will line up the shot to make sure Monessi doesn't get too far with this round itself. But Fear, he's walked in towards CT. This could be the devastating after plant or after effect. They have to check CT, and they will, but it's a little bit late. Zetko as well. He's been spotted in window. A side is wide open. And surely this is going to be a winning combination for, of course, Navi Jr. Or is it? Fear, Beastic. Beautiful shot. Pogorelov at 14, and a 1v2 that I don't think he can win. And indeed, Zetko will hit his mark. Oh boy. That was far too close for comfort, though, for Sinners. But at least they managed to win the round. 6-4 at this stage.
Yeah, it was definitely a hectic round of Counter-Strike. We saw Navi Jr. early on, mid-control, no surprises there. But the fact that we also saw one of the players sneaking through Murder Hole and then potentially trying to get the backstab in and actually got the backstab there in Oscar, that was huge. Still, there were 2 players remaining in which Sinners Esports managed to come out on top in a very crucial round. You'll notice that this is becoming somewhat of a redemption story here from Sinners, because primarily throughout the entirety of the first half, they've been losing round after round after round. But now Navi Jr. facing some economical issues here. It's a 64 scoreline and potential round here for Sinners. The Tech-9s, though, moving in quickly to the site. Zetko taking his sweet time, but Oscar, precise as always, and even gets another one. Somehow still alive, finally goes down, but he has done the damage, and Sinners, they could potentially go for this one. Absolutely, Zetko, Shock. They're all getting the frags, and it's Lonesome Onkre who remains. And he can get that bomb planted. So many angles to check. He can look for the frag. Is he aware? No, he's not aware of Shock.
You said it well. This is the redemption arc for Sinners. It feels like Goku Black redemption arc in Dragon Ball, where, you know, Goku had to deal with Goku Black, and that was a pretty harsh reality. So in this case, Sinners, it's like it's a back and forth battle, but they're getting there. They're getting to the mind of Navi Jr. and more specifically to the to the edge and to the nerves of Navi as they're losing control ever more faster. We can see that the change of pace for Navi as well comes in play. The previous round, a fast attempt towards B didn't really succeed. Shock going to be going pushing underpass as he gets one. Cynics is ready, but they know Neofrag is there as well, and he will get two. Shock was actually the sacrificial lamb, but it's a worthwhile of a sacrifice if you can get 2 kills for the cost of 1, and now they don't need to keep anybody on B anymore. Monesi and Con, Zetko. Oh, Zetko. Oh, sweet summer child. Knife? Nope. Okay, fair enough. Oscar. Oh, wait. Hello? Monesi? He is given 2 frags like that. Oscar, what is he even doing in that position? And Monesi the third as well. Neofrag gets shut down, and truly this is an arc to be had. A character development arc that could give Navi Jr. a bit more insight as well.
Beautiful stuff here from Monesi. Pops out of connector at the right time, finds 2 massive frags, and to seal the deal, he'll get himself a third. Navi Jr., great round coming in here. A great individual round, so to speak, from Monesi. And even though initially it was a good start from Sinners, you're right. One of the players dies here, trying to go for the engagement alongside his teammate Neofrag, but Neofrag finds 2. You're thinking Sinners, they're in a prime position right now to close this out. Definitely not. Once Monesi's still in the field, it definitely changes up the whole round. So Navi Jr., 7 rounds for them. Looking very solid indeed. 7 rounds already picked up. This is, standard practice, what it seems like on Mirage. The terrorists seem to be in a good position to pick up those 6, 7 rounds. And for them, it's almost mission accomplished. But they'll have a few more rounds to go.
Well, absolutely a few more rounds to go, though a few more rounds is not yet anything as B-Stick at the end there, as we saw him, of course, survive with the AK. Unfortunately for Sinners, it's going to be a bit of a shocker. Double up doesn't work out the way they intended. Zetko oblivious to Monesi and Khan, and of course Oscar non-responsive on their balcony of Palace. And look at this, bomb is left in A pit, it looks like. And an attempt towards the A site will be made. Sinners Esports, more concerned about B though. 3 players focused on that department. And 2 more towards middle, more specifically. So, finally, Oscar relocating. Oh, the spot. Oh, the spot. Shock. Getting shot down to 14 HP. Molotov deep in towards Ticket, and this is an A take. The bomb's still in T-base, though, or at least T-pit. They need to retrieve it before they push onto site and start trading out and losing players. Minute on the clock.
Plenty of time for Navi Jr. Of course, they're going to look for the aim jewels, right? Monesi, great frag, but Zetko and Oscar, they're finding openings. Oh, Neofrag as well. Cynics can step up, but only for just the 1. Sinners managed to hold the line. Barely, in fact, I think there was no utility usage from Navi Jr. entering the A-bomb site. All they were doing was just looking for the aim duels. In the past, sure, sometimes that would work out perfectly for you. But here, Sinners had the angles covered. They managed to deal with Navi Jr. quite easily. So Sinners, 6 rounds for them. I mean, considering how it all started out, or at one point, the score, what was it, 6-1?
Yeah, at one point it was actually even worse. Then it was, yeah, no, it was 6-1. Yeah, you're correct. I thought it was 7-1 for some reason, but no, it was 6-1, and it looked like it was gonna get even worse. But at this stage, we do have on care with 1, but Zetko and Shock hold the line, not for long. Fear out of Palace. And again, 3 players for Sinners left as it is a 3-on-3 retake. Monesi is still alive, and that should be an issue. Zetko at 13, Monesi at 14 frags, both together being the most impactful players for each of their respective teams. And Zetko, what? Where did he see him? Because I didn't, that's for certain. And he is able to drop the bomb as well. That's beautiful. Oscar finds 1 more, and it looks like a tie might be coming onto our hands as Sinners are left over with 2 though. But Pogorelov, truly to his name, will burn down in flames, as that is the 7-7 tied up. Last round of the first half, and this time round for Navi Jr. Unfortunately, they don't use Coinbase. They don't use cryptocurrency market values to have more money. So go check out Coinbase. But yeah, look at this. Pistols and Kevlar. A lot of utility.
Well, the good thing is for Navi Jr. that they at least have some money to buy up, get that utility that's very important for them.
But at the same time, they've also shown that utility isn't of great necessity for them. Sometimes all they need is to get a few kills. Oscar, though, ooh, so many players coming towards him. He should be going down. There we go. Pogarelov, Mac 10, gets himself another frag. Zetko holds the line with the op. So they had a double op setup here on the B side. Zetko, one smoke deployed. A lot more players entering the bomb side. Luckily, rotations are in. A big rotation from Neofrag, but Ankara, that's the problem. The AWP of Oscar recovered, and so they can keep the line here towards the apartments. Neofrag coming in right now with the M4. Should win the duel against, a low HP Monesi. Now you have Ankara with the op, and you have Zetko going down. This is awful. Neofrag being left in a 1v2. So many angles to check, and he's not going to check towards Van. 15 points of health. So low in HP, barely any hope to win this one, and he will go down to Cynics.
I kind of predicted this third map to have as close of a half as one can have, and indeed it does end up being as close as it can be. 8-7. It's as balanced as one would have thought it possible. And I asked myself now, Sinners, is this enough? Is it going to be enough? Is it just maybe a moment of a moment of doubt, a moment of fear, literally here against Navi, that they find themselves losing this many rounds early on? And yes, nice comeback, as we said, right? I mean, it's not bad after a 6-1 result that does favor Navi heavily. They're able to pull back into 7-8 is still commendable. Though it's the first time we see Sinners actually start shaking in their own pants, for sort of to say, and hopefully they can control their emotions, and above all else they can control the next few rounds and, well, the next few moments, as we're going to be going into our second pistol. Navi Jr., though, amazing performance, truly. Here come the switch of the sides as expected. Now the question in everybody's mind is, what the bloody hell is going to happen next? Because Navi Jr., they looked unstoppable. Of course, made a few mistakes, and one of the reasons why they lost a few rounds at the end there.
Navi Jr. 8 rounds already picked up here on the T side. Maybe the CT side is going to be somewhat easier for them. We'll have to wait and see. We didn't really... then again, I do remember that on Vertigo CT side, Navi Jr. did have somewhat of a difficult run of form. We'll have to wait and see. Right now, they're going to be the kings of their aim. All they have to focus on is the aim. They need to hold the angles and shut down the incoming players here from Sinners. As for Sinners, though, I mean, primarily it is the armors invested. Some utility here for Zetko. Gonna keep onto the Molotov for good measure, but it's not going to be an early mid-control game, just like Navi did on their T-side pistol. Actually, it might just be. There we go. A few players coming in there from underpass. An early Molotov here deployed in the window area. And by the looks of things, a fast split towards the A-bomb site. They were already coming through connector. And in fact, there's barely anyone on the site. Navi Jr. put a lot of emphasis on B. And now Sinner's going to get that bomb planted.
And this is a nice little action we see from the side of Sinners. Though nade on Zetko will finish him off. And surely they will not go off through murder hole here. It would be a devastating play, and let's see if that is indeed going to be the case. 4 players out of CT. B-Stick behind triple, patiently waiting for a chance. He sees Cynics. He will win the first, but he's not expecting Pogrelov right next to him. Oscar replies, and Oscar will get himself a second. The defuse still happening, and the defuse will happen on Care. On Care with a hat trick as he saves Pogorelov and his kit and his diffuser. It is going to be the 9th for Navi Jr. and so the second pistol in this third and final map of Mirage. Navi Jr. What a banger of a moment. What a banger of a retake. A 5v5 that turns into a very shocking ending. But Sinners, that will not dissuade them. 3 Galils, Deagle, Scout, and mid-take by the looks of it.
It's just standard practice here. Second round, you get that bomb planted. Gonna go for the reinvestment here. Pogorelov, though, facing Oscar with the UMP, comes out on top. I mean, that's the problem. I mean, Oscar with the Scout has to go for that straight-up headshot. Otherwise, the goner. Oh, it's an early start here for Navi Jr. Surprised to note that even in a round like this, where they should be expecting their opponents bought up, Pogorelov has gone aggressive in the apps area, or the palace. The UMP, he should
maybe even consider retreating. Yeah, he's going to do exactly that. It's always a dangerous game to be playing with these upgraded weapons. And in the case of Sinners, I mean, it's still the 3 Galils, the scout in the hands of Zetko. They can still be very lethal in this round.
See where it leads us. Of course. Right now, Shock waiting for any inclination that somebody might be close range. 4 players going to be hitting the A side in a moment's notice. Flash into pit, good timing, but only good for 1. Though that is going to be good enough to at least get some control. But B-Stick, whoa, nice spray, nice control. On care gets naded to oblivion as well. 3v3 through CT. Cynics needs to control this, needs to be careful. As Fear takes a big chunk of damage as well. Goodbye, Cynics. They cannot control this, and I think this is a save already. Navi Jr. have no business trying to retake it anymore. They have no position, no health, and absolutely no reply to the aggression of Sinners. 9-8, and a save is a confirmed one by this point.
Yeah, the 2 players are backing away from this one. Fell between their legs. But yeah, for Navi Jr., I mean, initially looked pretty good for them. We see the aggression coming in there. I believe it was Pogarilla with the UMP. He gets the kill there in Oscar and Palace. He even goes in for the peek towards ramp. Sure, ends up dying in the process, but still puts his team in a 4 versus 3. But the fact that we'd have, I think it was B-Stick with the Galil, winning that engagement such a long range towards Tigid. From there on out, the free-on-free looking very good for the squad of Sinners. And what also helps for them is that Zetko with the scout is able to deal a lot of damage with it. Gets, I think, a few tags, and the players from Navi Jr., they already don't want to be a part of this retake. They've lost significant amounts of HP, and then they think, you know what, we're better off just saving the weapons. And that is exactly what they do, but it doesn't mean in this round they're going to go butt naked. If anything, they're still armed and dangerous.
Certainly an attempt. Armed, dangerous, and absolutely ludicrous. Let's see if Sinners can make anything out of it. A B take, and with this being only a single player defending, that's Cynics. He's about to die. Well, he gets spotted, not necessarily dead yet. That doesn't... Well, it holds true for a few more seconds. In any case, Fear does reply, but it's a 4-on-4 currently, and it's going to be a difficult round for Navi Jr. And I like what Sinners have been doing here. They've switched out their aggression to be a little bit more fast, or a little bit faster, to be a little bit more on the ball and no longer going in 1-by-1 as B-Stick holds the line towards window. Contact with Uncare is not the best, but B-Stick 1v2. He has to win it. He cannot. Monesi saves the day, and Navi Jr., after a failed second round, they pull it back on the third, and that shall be the 10th, and double digits for Navi Jr. achieved. Closing the gap ever so further, and AK should be somewhere around here. Oh, they did pick it up. In any case, Danny, this is such a weird game, not gonna lie. Well, what is not weird are the skins and the chance to get some skins on CS Money. Go check it out. Maybe it fits your fancy, maybe it doesn't, but go check it out nonetheless. In any case, as I was saying, Danny, this is... it's getting a little bit scary, a little bit out of control. Sinners, again, buying up, but they're using all they have to get into this round.
I mean, it is a full-on investment from both teams. Once again, no one's taking the knee, not giving up that easily. Monesi, though, great early engagement here in Oscar. You have the advancement here towards ramp. Pogarella wins against B-Stick, and again, 20 or so seconds have passed. Sinners have already lost 2 of their own. Navi Jr. is looking very solid. This is what you can expect from a team of this caliber, where the individuals can thrive on a map like Mirage. All you have to do is just give them the opportunities, allow them to play aggressive. If they feel like playing aggressive towards the Palace area, let them do it. They might just get a frag or 2 because of it. If they want to push ramp, let them push ramp. And clearly, it's a winning formula. At least in round number 19, there's only 2 players remaining here for Sinners. Make that the 1 player in the form of Neo frag, and barely any damage inflicted on the Navi Junior players.
Well, this certainly turns things on its head for the side of Sinners. Navi Jr., will they lose even a single player? Well, they will lose 2. Neo Frag seems to be going for the Neo style of frags, evading some of the bullets and hitting even more. Oh, Neo Frag the 3rd. God damn, this is getting a little bit better and better by each passing moment. Unfortunately, does not predict Pogorelov close range. And that will be enough in this case for Navi Junior to close it out. They lose 3 players, which is still a lot considering the economical implications behind it. But Sinners, timeout going to be used, the second one in this sense. And they don't have a choice but to go for pistols here, Danny. They have no choice but to go for basically Glocks almost.
Yeah, I mean, the economy for Sinners, horrendous state, barely any money remaining. They just have to wait for the upcoming round number 21. That's when they have the guns, that's when they can have a purchase. But now it is going to have to come down to these, simple Glocks. That's about it. It's also somewhat of a scary state of affairs for Sinners because slowly but surely, again, just running out of money, running out of rounds as well. For Navi Junior, there's the potential to pick up 12, and they're getting dangerously close, not only to secure victory on the map, but also the best of 3, in which Sinners Esports, I mean, this would be one hell of an upset. If Sinners can't even win the one best of 3, that's definitely one thing you don't expect. If you look at Group B, you see the teams, Double Pony, Budapest 5, Sinners, and Navi Junior. The one thing you're not expecting is Sinners to just end at the very bottom. It would really be a frustrating finish for them.
Well, it would be a sad reality they'd have to accept, but feels like they'll have to accept nonetheless. And Zetko's trying to throw the bomb up there. I don't think it goes there, Zetko. You might try as you will, but there's no girl that's going to open up those windows and accept your gift. Either way, Navi Junior, I am surprised by their success, and more than anything, I am impressed by how well they're able to manage the pressure they're feeling. I mean, you lose train 16-6, you own map so much that you might as well almost surrender. Then you're losing second map 13-8. And it looks like you might be going down in flames, but they make the comeback. And here on Mirage, they show what they're capable of. And it goes as we predicted, that they will give us their good impression and good quality as we expected it from the get-go. Borgorilov and Monesi, though, they might have lost on care, but Fear and the rest chime on, add on, and enough is, of course, taken. 12-8. Biggest difference we've had up to date with the recent times. Besides the 6-1 start, this is quite a big discrepancy being built. Sinners, again, no plant, no chance. Because lose this round, they're back onto an eco, Danny, again.
It's also dissatisfying that there's not enough money for Oscar. Not enough money for Oscar to get the big green, who could potentially turn the tide as Monesi. Well, he's going to be feeling more and more comfortable, going for more and more aggressive peaks. This time around, Palace. It's Oscar taking the hit. It's now 4 players of Sinners remaining, and Pogorelov, instead of backing away, going to go for a bit of a hunt here. Information play, as well as the potential frag on the other side of the smoke.
Well, Gorilov, he seems to be well aware there's a potential player right next to the wall. He wants to play it safe here. Doesn't want to be surprised by a pop flash or a few players running at him. This will put Sinners onto a halt for a few seconds more. They can't afford to go through a smoke. That would be devastating. Flash over. Blinds on care. Pogorilov, though, waiting for his chance. Out of con. Jafreg gets caught. Shock, I think he spotted Pogorilov, at least thinks that he did. Shock finds, but what? Shock! A shocking reality that he brings up. 3 players coming out of Palace and, of course, Spit. 3v3. 40 seconds Sinners. What the hell was that by Shock? But I'll take it. They need it.
Now they need to cross on the side. That's the one big issue here for Sinners. How on earth are they supposed to do that? Oh, there we go. They got on the site. Oh, however, Molotov being deployed. Very good. That's going to stop the bomb plant. And that's going to stop the round from going to the hands of Sinners. As it's Navi Jr. securing a few good frags. And, of course, a victory to boot. 13 for Navi Jr. and Sinners. Once more, no victory, no bomb plant.
That is a devastating reality. And look at Oncare. Look at how happy he is. Look at the emotions of Oncare. Hot damn, I am loving this right now. His reactions are just next level, and of course they should be, because this is an unprecedented success for Navi Jr. that now Sinners find themselves in the worst of positions, 13-8, and this is one of those rounds, this is one of those moments where it's the most difficult of times for the losing side, because you lose this, it goes up to 15. You win it, you still have a chance, but let's see. It's going to be a beat take. 4 players about to run up and try and take this by force. Let's see if that's actually possible. And Forest, Cynics holding the line. Of course, backside covered by Fear. They know they're pouring down from window. And Danny, it looks like this will be another round to Navi Jr. An unsuccessful take by Sinners by the smell, by the look of it. Uncare, though, will fall.
Oh, Neofrag the backlines, though. That's a nice pickup here from Neofrag. And actually, Oscar stepping up as well. Very good frags in quick succession. Sinners in a position to plant the bomb. Pogorelov and Monesi coming in, though. And they're also harmed. Neofrag and Oscar, they have AKs to work with. So you got to be careful. But Pogorelov, precise. Oscar going down. Neofrag remains just on the AK as well as some armor. But he has to go in for the engagement. Wins it against Pogorelov. 1v1 against Monesi. And Neofrag goes down. It's Monesi to come out on top. Oh, a very close round, but a victory nonetheless for Navi Jr.
What a devastating blow to Sinners. And this is the worst potential take of things, because they already had it, almost had it in their hands. It didn't look like it at the start. They made it back. They tried to push it back home, but were unsuccessful. 14-8, final buy, final chance. This is it. Sinners, it's all or nothing. Now they have to make the same comeback that Navi Jr. did against them on Vertigo. 8 rounds in a row, or they're going into OT. At worst, they're going to lose. In any case, Uncare finds one. Shock will be refragging in beforehand. But the bomb is lost again. And once more, Monesi with the op is being successful as a Neofrag walks through con. Nobody's checking this. A huge mistake by Navi Jr. How is nobody checking this? Luckily, Monesi replies, and Monesi with a 3K already. As Oscar is a one-man army, but he is still just a one-man. 15-8. Oh, boy. Loss bonus is maximum, but it still doesn't give them more than 4 AKs.
Oh, this is absolutely devastating. The Junior 15-8. They're on the brink of victory, which is something you can't really say for Sinners. The massive difference between the two teams, probably something you didn't expect to witness after the end of the first half. Wait, is it me, or did Sinners manage to win just the one round throughout the entirety of the second half? That's all they've managed to accomplish.
Yep. And well, Uncare through con again, aggro. And yes, Sinners did win only one round so far on their T side, which is quite devastating, considering the fact that their T side is usually better than their CT.
Ooh, the boost as well. Oh, this is interesting, though. Ooh, the timing is everything. And Oscar's still aware to get the frag on Fear. Beastic, however, has a frag of his own. Neofrag manages to find Monesi, leaving all up to Cynics. It's an awkward spot because they technically have control of the bomb site, but they don't have the bomb itself. So Cynics, that gives him a lot of time. In fact, so much time he could potentially go here, but this is going to be the final hit. I mean, still 50 seconds here. Shock needs to cross safely on the bomb site, and Cynics, though, oh, he might just get the frag here. There we go. Sees the elbow more than enough, but doesn't win the fight against Shock. A victory here for Sinners by the skin of their teeth due to a clutch by Shock. But definitely not a convincing victory in no way, shape, or form. But they might have a convincing victory in the upcoming round. Luckily for them, their opponent's economy has been broken.
Well, they are indeed in luck to at least be able to get up to 10, most likely. But I wouldn't count out those Eagles just yet, given what we've seen. Possible we're going to have some amazing shots for certain coming in to begin with. In any case, 15-9 currently in con. Fear will fall. The rest of the CTs most likely following suit as well. Not going to lie. Navi Jr., of course, that last round previous was a good attempt. And there had been quite a few mistakes on the side of Navi Jr. that I feel like shouldn't be happening in the first place. You know, many a times we could see holes in their defense that nobody really even put any attention to. Nobody even thought of. And they paid the price because of it. They paid the round. with the round because of it, and Navi Jr. Of course, with the Deagle and Kevlar on care, and Cynics was likely just hoping to control a little bit of space, a little bit of, well, not really space, but just control these two angles they're fighting from on B. And if somebody pushes into them, they're able to get maybe an AK or something to work with. Shock, though, it's like, hello, guys. Welcome to my apartment.
Goodbye,
humble apartment,
guys.
humble... Yeah, good. Hello, guys, and goodbye, guys. That's a... you want a drink, guys? No, no worries. I'll give you some lead. Don't worry. Well, 15-10. And Red Magic, of course, go check them out. Series 6 phone, smoothest smartphone. And I guess yesterday the question was, can it be faster than a puck if you chug it down a line of ice? Probably, if it's the world's smoothest phone. In any case, 15-10, Danny. And look at this. In towards ladder room, boosted up. In window, it's going to be the one and only on care. On SC on B. Ooh.
Yeah, it's somewhat of a slow round from Sinners. It looks like it's going to go real quick and real fast. Monesi, great pickup here on Zetko. There's going to be a lot more players entering the fray. For Monesi, it's another frag. He's looking for more, but Cynics is there to back him up. So for Sinners, the initial engagement, it's awfully gone wrong. They need to recover the bomb, and they need to find a lot more frags. And with Fear picking up Neo frag, it's not looking likely, though. Oscar, great pickup here in Cynics. Still 3 more players to go, and he can't win it against Monesi, and Sinners can't win it against Navi Jr. It's Navi Jr. that win out the best of 3 as they secure victory on map 3.
GG, what an ending here. Navi Jr. They'll be pulling it back. They'll be saving the day. And look at the faces of Navi Jr. I mean, the happiness of Monesi. Cynics with an indecisive one. And Pogorelov, of course, being satisfied with the current ending. And that is going to be the ending of the best of 3, folks. That is going to be, of course, a victory that we didn't expect, bro. After what happened, Sinners were like, hey, we're looking like it's a 2-0, a quick one. Psych, Vertigo falls apart, and Mirage does so as well. The hell, Danny? 16-10, final score on Mirage.
Yeah, that's definitely something we didn't expect heading into this one, right? We were hoping initially the 2-0 there for Sinners. We saw Sinners securing the victory on Train in a very convincing manner, and you're thinking, right, okay, 2-0 for sure. But on Vertigo, even though initially it's looking pretty solid there for Sinners, they look like they're on the brink of victory, but then at the very end of that second half, something clicked there for Navi Jr. Suddenly, their players found more confidence. They were looking much better. Monesi, Ankara, they were able to step up and eventually win out Vertigo, even though by the tiniest of margins. Here we go to Mirage. It's again, somewhat of a more competitive affair in the first half, even though Navi Jr. did have a great run of form initially, but that second half, I mean, it is miraculous. They had no issues whatsoever dealing with the players of Sinners.
Yeah, and it's just not... I don't think it was just dealing with the players. It was the way they were approaching each and every round, right? Every round was... First of all, it wasn't the same. That's one thing. But also, Sinners really went into pressure to try and find those mistakes by the side of Navi Jr. And they were forcing themselves basically into uncomfortable positions. And even if they got an entry, they would immediately lose a player or be traded back into an unfavorable position of a 3v2 or etc. And it felt like Sinners, every single time they had an idea what to do, they wouldn't really go about it fully. They would half commit to it, lose a player, then either be scared away and push back and slow down, or keep on going through smokes, through corners, through Molotovs and such. And a good example is that shock push through pit, if we recall both, that he was in pit with the bomb. And he took a few pot shots. I think it was Onkare who was close to the pit position. Might have been Pogorelov. He hits him once or twice. Here's the hit. pushes through the smoke, and gets 2 kills. It's amazing that he gets 2 kills through the smoke, but that's a 1 out of 10 rounds, and out of the 9 rounds that they failed, they would lose the round because of it after. And obviously, you know, is it worth it at the end? Well, maybe once or twice, yes, but definitely not every single time that they had the opportunity to do it, that they would do it and then fail, and obviously the end result is horrible. I didn't think we would get the interview with Navi Jr., and certainly I have a few questions about yesterday's series, I'm not gonna lie. But this series, of course, as well, I feel like map 1, I want to know what was going on with Navi Jr. in map 1, because they continuously were just losing entries. They went into those fights one by one, they hoped to get those individual plays, and they never really got it at all.
No, I mean, it's again coming back to this sort of individual skill of this team that, yeah, they have those individual members that could really pop off, but that seems to be primarily the one thing they're really relying on. If their individuals can pop off, like we witnessed here in Mirage, you can see how devastating it could be for the other team. They can barely scrape by any rounds, even if they do have that tactical base. Though at the very end, yeah, you just have to wonder, Train, was it really that came down to just the tactical, or shall I say the individuals not really stepping up there from Navi Jr. that they ended up losing it on a significant manner? Or perhaps they believe that their opponents actually read them really good? I mean, yeah, for sure. It would be interesting to note what they think about their earlier engagements that they had with Double Pony yesterday, and of course about their most recent game here on Train against Sinners.
The one thing I really want to know is what was going through their mind yesterday against Double Pony, right? Because we know Double Pony was the better team, but we didn't really expect them to be losing it in that kind of manner. Because again, it was Train, the first map for Navi Jr., and clearly Train isn't the map that Navi Jr. should be playing. Because today, I think they kind of displayed a very poor choices, plus very poor decision making in general overall the entire map. And I hope that, you know, they'll be having some clarity on that, and maybe they need to go back to the server and prac more and find more ideas, or just go through the demos and see, okay guys, like explicitly look at a few things as for example those fast pushes out of a main on Train. You know, how every time they've tried to get that fast play going, either they wouldn't use the player that had the best spawn to go into Olaf, and they would just jump in towards Electro. And what happens when Oscar is watching towards main towards Electro? Well, of course he's going to get a kill. Or if it's Zetko with a secondary op, right? Or that B push, for example. I specifically remember at one point there were 4 players in upper B halls. One guy gets killed. The rest of the 3 just stop, wait, and it's like 10-15 seconds. They're waiting, and they're obviously next. The rotation comes over from the CT side, more smokes, more Marleys, and good luck breaking the bank there, right? In any case, we'll have an interview with of course one of the players of Navi very soon. Not sure who, because we didn't get a confirmation just yet as to who will come over, but either way, I mean, they're gonna be facing off Budapest 5 next in about 15-20 minutes, give or take. Danny, my only question here would be, how the hell did they ever make a comeback on Vertigo, dude? Like, legit.
I don't know. I really don't know how to even begin to fathom what actually really occurred there in Vertigo, because if you'll take a look on the setups that Sinners had, you can't really say that they were bad, that they were really bad plays from the side of Sinners. Oh. It just came down to this sort of grudge match in which, okay, this round has been won by Navi Jr., this round as well. Okay, this one was sort of close, could have gone either way. Then it's back to the eco scenario for the Sinners. Then you realize, okay, they've somehow managed to amass 8 rounds in a row, and that's the end of Vertigo. There really hasn't been much of a response from the side of Sinners, and so they end up losing that second map. And what's surprising to note is that on the third map, on Mirage, the guys from Navi Jr. still continue on with their presence. Really good stuff.
Yeah, really good stuff, of course. It kind of gives you a good idea as to, you know, how good these guys can be. Young, maybe a little bit inexperienced for some, or obviously lacking the long-term experience that you would get as a player if you've been on the scene for so long. And this is where I start thinking maybe one of the big boys from Navi, or one of the older gents, you know, one of the old legends of Navi, could come in here and give them some advice, maybe help them lead the way forward, you know, pave the way a little bit better for the guys, and give them some advices, tips, and such and such. You know, I mean, I think that could be a good thing because these guys are very young and very malleable still, right? These are talents that can be still built into something more. And maybe not for every single one that this applies the same way, but for example, for Manesi, who also will be coming here for the interview, by the way, we'll be having him here in a moment. I feel like this is another talent from the CIS region that if you carefully help him grow, give him space to grow, he would be in a great space, in a great position for the future. And already he is here with us, of course. Manesi, welcome and hello. And first of all, congratulations, dude. Holy shit, you guys
Hello,
won.
guys.
Damn.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you a lot. Yeah, that was so hard game because our best map was train, but something went wrong, and I don't know. We just lost rounds in a row. I think 6 rounds in a row for T-side, right? Or something. Yeah. But on Vertigo, we just snowballed them, and we did come back from T-side. Yeah.
Yeah, that is true. It was 6 rounds on train. And actually, both me and Danny, I think I speak for the both of us here when I say yesterday already on train, it didn't go well against Double Pony. But we both know, Double Pony, a great team, a difficult team to play against. And I think it definitely even harder than facing off Sinners, right? But for train specifically, my question would be, like, okay, so this is one of your primary maps, right? One of your best maps.
Yeah.
What went through your mind? What went through the mind of your teammates when you guys were losing the first half 10-5? Like, what went through you?
I don't know, we just forget about other side, and I don't know, we just started playing like from the beginning, you know, like we forget about our bad side.
Understandable. Yeah, understandable. Well, I mean, Danny, and then it's Vertigo, right?
Yeah, what about Vertigo? I'd like to ask is that, of course, you guys also, it looked like you might end up losing Vertigo, but did you have a change of mentality, or what did you guys say to each other in order to have that amazing comeback on Vertigo?
We just continued playing our default, and something went good. We trained Vertigo, but not a lot, you know. We trained Train, Dust 2, and Mirage as well, but not Vertigo. We just continued our default on this map for T side and did comeback. Yeah.
Fair enough. Vertigo was a difficult map. I can tell by the way you guys were playing, right? There was a lot of, I'm not gonna say fear. It felt like you were reluctant to take a chance on the first half, and it showed, right? Because every time Sinners would get an entry or would be a bit more aggressive, you guys would try to turtle and try to defend against that. You would try to find the counter, of course, the re-entry on their aggression, but kind of never were able to. So, of course, it ended up being still 16-13. Congratulations on that, by the way. It was an amazing comeback, not gonna lie. Those 8 rounds was something else entirely. My mind was blown. I'm not like Danny and me. We're sitting here casting, and I'm looking at the screen. I was like, wait a second. It's 13-8. Sinners should be, by all accounts, already winning, right? Because they had everything going for themselves. And my last question here for you, so I won't keep you too long, because I know the next game against Budapest 5, another great team to face off against, would be, how did you feel once you started noticing that Sinners were pushing through smokes, were going in one by one, that, you know, there were 3v3 positions that Sinners then went in one by one? How did that make you feel?
I don't know what to say. Like, I don't know. In this game on Vertigo, we were feeling confidence, you know, after we snowballed them and didn't come back. Like, we had 13-13, right? And other 3 rounds, we just were feeling confidence. We're playing our default and just snowballed them on last rounds. Yeah.
Fair enough. Well, either way, Danny, if you have any more questions to point out there. Otherwise, Manesi, thank you very much for coming here. Of course, again, congratulations for the victory. Up next, Budapest 5, and I won't ask you anything about them. You'll give me answers if you win again, so you'll come over again. So I'll let you go over now, and of course, thank you for coming over, and again, congratulations.
Yes, thanks a lot, guys.
Good luck in the next matchup.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, okay. That was actually a legit good answer in terms of, you know, what happened with Train and what happened with Vertigo, because it kind of makes sense, didn't it, Danny?
I mean, that they ended up just playing their style and just hoping for the best. I mean, yeah, I mean, they didn't really make that many change-ups, so to speak, on a map like Train. They were primarily playing the same style over and over again. Of course, when it switched to the map of Vertigo, that game plan didn't really go their way, but you could tell that something definitely changed there for Sinners, that it was definitely not the same Sinners that played so well in Train, or even on the first half in Vertigo. At the very end, the guys there that were playing, you know, their default setup still managed to goat those frags. It's Onkher, it's Monesi, and slowly but surely, Navi Juniors building up that momentum, and Sinners having a difficult time actually just dealing with the individual aim of Navi Juniors. And so, well, congratulations for them. They managed to secure the victory against Sinners, and now they're going to have to face off Budapest 5.
And with that being said, of course, the match will start in about 10-15 minutes time. So, gents, don't forget Blast Rising Group E here, the Decider Series. We thought it would be Sinners versus Budapest 5, a rematch, a revenge match, but unfortunately, no. Navi Junior now having a chance to be the second team to get out of Group E and see how far they can push it. In any case, thank you for tuning here with us. We'll be back after a short break, so stay tuned and see you soon.
Don't kill me now. Lower the hill, lower the hill, lower the hill, lower the hill.
Dying tree fantasy. Come talk to me. How did you get this way? I never thought I'd see the day. I tried so hard to bring you back. You're not Jesus Christ. You're not Jesus Christ. You're not Jesus Christ. I'm just gonna say it, say it. This isn't what we wanted. We never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it, say it. You never really knew me. Stop pretending that you wanted to. Well, I'm just a man, flesh and blood. All I need is real love. Your ticket price is too damn high. I don't play with guns, 'cause bullet holes still remain. That don't mean I've changed. Bullet holes still remain. I've changed. That don't mean I've changed. That don't mean I've changed. I'm just gonna say it, say it. This isn't what we wanted. We never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it, say it. You never really knew me. Stop pretending that you wanted to. You got your gold streets ahead of you. You got your gold streets ahead of you, but you can't keep my name furthest from your mouth. You got your gold streets ahead of you. You got your gold streets ahead of you. You got your gold streets ahead of you. I can imagine what a weight you bear, but me, I'll be just fine. I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. You never knew what love was. You lived your life with mouths of bitterness. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. I used to think that you were right in this, but maybe you were wrong. I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. This isn't what we wanted. We never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. Oh, you never really knew me. Stop pretending that you wanted to. road is mine. A solar patch. Sees its targets and knows that there is no turning back. Recalls the words that his mother told him, and is the same kid. The road is mine. A soul of passion. A soul of passion. The world is spinning and I'm dizzy staring at the stars. I left the pages in my schedule, but they're falling hard. Find me on your way out, I'll be right here. The world is spinning and I'm dizzy staring at the stars. They don't seem so far. The sky is sunny, but the clouds are running in my head. I'm thinking maybe I would rather play the part instead. Don't know what to say now, I'll get my eyesight checked. But I can listen while I'm wishing, staring at the stars. They don't seem so far. They don't seem so far. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bout to hit our groove. I'm closing chapters, looking backwards, and I'm making sense. I'm interested in all that flourishes from ignorance. Nothing in my way now, except for my own years. The world is spinning and I'm dizzy staring at the stars. They don't seem so far. They don't seem so far. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bout to hit our groove. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bout to hit our groove. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Run it and go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Run it and go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Run it and go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Run I saw you downtown, I started acting like a clown, just to see if you would notice me and maybe get you to laugh. I did get some attention from the girl right next to you. Then all my friends saw me fleeing for my life. Street love, street love. I gotta run, run, run. I gotta run, run, run. I gotta
And welcome back, everybody. Of course, we are ready here at Blast Rising for our last series of Group E, the Decider series and the closing series of Group E. Budapest 5 versus NAVI Junior. Danny, tell me all about it.
All about it. Now, that's the difficult part because Oh boy, heading into this matchup, first and foremost, we definitely did not expect to witness this matchup. I mean, considering that we had Sinners and Navi Jr. going head to head, we were expecting the Sinners game, well, to eventually go in favor of Sinners. They were looking like the better team on the very first map. They absolutely showed us why and how, and yet they couldn't manage to power through. They didn't manage to achieve the victory, and we have this very interesting scenario that to fight for the second and third place finishes, we have Budapest 5 and Navi Jr. Sinners not even in contention. So that's probably the first very interesting storyline of Group E from the get-go, right?
It's true, yeah, it definitely is. It's the way how yesterday's day went actually between BP5 and of course Sinners was out of this world. But then again, there were reasons behind it, just beyond just poor performance by Sinners. And even today, Sinners actually, showing great form for map 1, showing an even more amazing form for map 2 and the first half of it, only then to let it all go and let it all slide away into oblivion. So there's that. But Navi Jr. versus Budapest 5. This is a match that it's hard to really say who's on top of each other, who's the better team here. I think if we have to choose somebody, I would say just because of individual skill and quality and what we know, probably Navi Jr. But again, in Budapest 5, as you already mentioned in the break, that they have the tactics, they have the team play, and it's similar in a way to Sinners. How even though they might not have the most individual firepower, they have the quality of teamwork.
Yeah, this is just the tale that's old as time in Counter-Strike, right? What's going to win? Is it going to be the individual aim of the players, or is it going to be the tactical prowess of the other team? Yeah. So it's, again, the same storyline. Navi Jr., they have some great individuals on their side, arguably better individuals than on the side of Budapest 5. But you look at Budapest 5, and they have the preparation, they have the coach, they also have the tactics, which is, again, one of the ways you can elevate your game in Counter-Strike, right? And so who can come out on top in a matchup like this? It really is hard to say. This is definitely going to be a close affair between the two teams. And it's even quite hard to say that, yes, de facto 100% sure this is going to be the team to come out on top. There's a lot of X factors at play as well. First and foremost, when we talk about individuals, when we talk about Budapest 5, there's Torji. Torji has been playing some phenomenal Counter-Strike here in the Blast Rising. He has done some really good damage. He has found some really good kills on the side of Budapest 5. And on the same end, well, shall I say the opposite end, you got Monesi here from Navi Jr. also playing to a phenomenal level, also putting up some great statistical data. But apart from these two players on the side of Budapest 5, there really isn't a Monesi or an Onkara type player that could play at the same level, right?
That's the thing, right? There don't seem to be. Torji in a way is the one man that could make a difference, right? But for the most part, he's the only one, and he's gonna be the one that's gonna have to shut down Monesi on most of the rounds, on most of the gun rounds and such. And of course, before we go into the further details of specifics of skill and individuals, let's overlook the first veto. Well, the veto first, as we do have, of course, already the choice here. And I see the first map, man. I don't know what I feel about it. Honestly, I'm a little bit. I'm kind of caught in between in a weird place right now. I mean, Train. What do you take of this, Danny?
I mean, it's a peculiar pick because this is a map that's pretty good for both teams. Well, you could look at the statistical data and you can see that Navi Jr. definitely has more success on the map of Train, but this is also a map that Budapest 5 tends to pick against their opponents. So to pick into your opponent's strength, for Navi Jr., I'm not sure if that's the best choice. At the same time, we can see what they can show us on maps like Vertigo there at the very end, on maps like Mirage. We saw them play some phenomenal Counter-Strike, but so far today and even yesterday, Train has been abysmal for them. Train has not been a good map whatsoever. They have heavily relied on their individuals to perform on that map, and their individuals just simply haven't delivered. They have not delivered on Train, and it is quite interesting to note that this is the map they're again picking into their opponents.
Yeah, see, that's exactly why I'm a little bit disturbed by it all. Why would they want to risk Train again? Because clearly things have not really went very well recently. And yes, statistically, Train is supported to be one of their better maps in general. But then again, yesterday against Double Pony, today against Sinners, the kind of the pattern we're seeing here is that it doesn't seem to be a map they're very comfortable, at least in their current state. And maybe the reasoning behind it, the only way I'm kind of trying to explain this to myself is, okay, we lost Train. Sure, we lost it. Our opponents will expect us to not play it, or at least our opponents might expect us to not go for the pick of Train, in a way, right? So let's pick it. Let's make our best show on Train. Let's do our best. Let's make sure we fix our mistakes that we know we have done plenty of in both series against Sinners and Double Pony. And maybe we can take this first map easily as we once did, as in the past they did, as they have, what, 70+% win ratio on Train itself. And then, moving on from Train, Dust. The choice of Budapest 5. No surprise, at least not from my side. I think Dust was to be expected. They want to play a bit more aim-oriented map, but also they want to play a map they're extremely comfortable on, and that is, of course, none other than Dust 2.
That's the thing with Dust too. We saw them play against the squad of Sinners, and initially in that very first half against Sinners, they performed really well. Torji had an amazing run of form, ending the map with 30 or so frags. But the caveat being, they played with Sinners that had stand-ins. So even though initially, when they were playing on the CT side, all was looking good on the camp of Budapest 5. But once they had to play on the T side, it wasn't the same level of performance. Absolutely. The players definitely struggled, even though they had to play against stand-ins, which was quite awkward to see. And the fact that we go to a map like this too, an aim-heavy map against a team like NAVI Juniors, I'm not sure if that's the best choice. Dust 2 is a pretty simple map. It's a very basic map here in the Counter-Strike map pool. And the fact that you decide to go with this map against a squad like NAVI Junior, who can have their individuals pop off, like Monesi, Ankara, Pogorelov also had a pretty good run of form on Mirage. It is quite a peculiar choice heading into the second map. Perhaps they could have looked to some other options. I mean, yesterday we saw Budapest 5 trying to play the map of Overpass. It wasn't a horrendous run of form there for Budapest, but it definitely wasn't a good showing against Double Pony. Arguably, Double Pony still being the better team and whatnot. But yeah, the fact that we do see Dust 2, it's interesting. It's an interesting choice here for Budapest 5.
I have to agree. It's a choice that, in a way, it makes sense because they had a good showing yesterday, but in a way it doesn't make sense because it's bloody Navi Junior. It's bloody youngsters that know how to shoot heads, that know how to punish every single mistake you do, and on Dust that goes double for that even. And as you say, it's one of the most basic of maps we have here in CSGO. Yet, in a way, it's a very complex map because it demands that much more team play, that much more control, that much more communication. And above all else, obviously, hitting those heads is another one part of Dust to itself. Though I'm eager to see if perhaps that's one of the reasons why they actually chose it. And as we can already see, the game is slowly getting ready to start. It is not going to be Dust to begin with, though. It is Train, so worry not, we're not yet there. Either way, I feel like Budapest 5 have a good opportunity right here to make it into the playoffs, to push on to the next stage. Though this is one of their biggest adversaries up until now. Yes, Double Pony, an issue and all, but let's be fair here, right? Let's be brutally honest. I don't believe that Budapest 5 and Double Pony should have even met in this group. And not because they shouldn't have won against Sinners, but because they actually most likely would not have won against Sinners if Sinners would not have had the issues and the problems that they had.
Yeah, I think it's a fair point to make. Also noting the fact that, remember, the coach did say, Chrono, that there was a lot of preparation from the side of Budapest 5 to face off Sinners. So fair enough, they've done the preparation, but even with the preparation, they still had difficulties winning against a team with 2 stand-ins, right? That's the one thing you also have to keep in mind. So it definitely wasn't the best run of form for Budapest 5. They barely scraped by with a victory against Sinners. And as they go up against Double Pony, yeah, it wasn't really a good showing. In terms of the scoreline, 2-0, they get devastated by Double Pony. And so they have to play it here against NAVI Junior. I actually wonder,
Obviously, the coach did mention that they have done the preparation against a team like Sinners, and I wonder if they went in depth into a team like Navi Junior, because really, what preparation can you make if you're going up against Navi Junior, apart from the fact that you're just going to hope that you can hit your shots and your opponents will struggle massively. But the pistol around it is Navi Junior swiftly heading towards brown holes, but no commitments just yet.
Well, certainly we are going to be seeing a little bit of a wide take towards B here. Navi Junior, all 5 players about ready to jump on the gun towards B. 3 defending already. BP5 ready for this one as best as they ever will be. Flav burning. He cannot hit the shots, but he's tagging at least a little bit. Flav, well, he's going to get 1. He's going to get 2. On care brings it back, but Torji is too prepared as, of course, Budapest 5 are taking control. Monessi now left alone in a 1v2 as he finds both Torji and Coolio. He does not have the Kevlar, unfortunately, and he actually switches out to the USB. Interesting choice. At the end of the day, though, Corey, of course, the final member that was missing for one of the maps yesterday for Budapest 5, will finish the job and secure the pistol here for the Hungarian squad.
There we go. Nice start here for Budapest 5. A very solid win at that. Yes, we did see Modesty picking up some few good frags at the very end. Still not enough to win the round, of course. And Navi Junior, no investment, no nothing. Sometimes you might even expect to see some of those upgraded pistols at play, maybe the armors as well. But for the case of Navi Junior, nothing of the sort. It's just the simple Glocks. They want to get the rifles out as soon as possible. Budapest 5, oh, this is perfect. They have the SMGs to work with, even a scout in the hands of Torji, which can be lethal against unarmed opponents. And all they have to do right now is play the waiting game. Wait for Navi Junior to come to them, or in the case of Fleeve, looks like he'll take a more proactive role, going for the engagements and so far dealing with the opposition. There we go. 1, 2, 3, clean frags coming in.
Seems pretty simple. Seems pretty easy as... they will have a clean round, likewise, not just the clean frags. That is a great start from the BP5 squad. Navi Junior, on the other hand, here comes the first real test and the first real challenge to be presented. AKs about the block. We've got 5 of them. Very little utility, actually. Kind of concerning when you think about it. The fact they only have, what? Well, okay, 5 smokes, sure enough, that's good, but... 5 smokes, 3 mollies, and 4 flashbangs. That's not a lot of flashes. That's not a lot of Molotovs. And they need to be very sparse with using them, or at least very precise. In any case, we see fast aggression by BP5 into Sandwich, looking to take control, perhaps, of main once more. On the other hand, NJ. Very standard setup. And Monessi, great start.
Nice way to kick things off if you're Navi Junior. Of course, in brown holes, there's the Cerning Coolio taking the hit. Of course. From here on out, you got yourselves the 2 frags. Might as well continue moving forward. And Budapest 5, they don't want to contest this one. You can already see the players departing the A-bomb site, going towards Ivy, and eventually hoping to save their weapons. It's sometimes the nature on a map like Train. Once you get those few initial frags, especially towards the B-bomb site, you can just overrun the site. And from there on out, a 5v3 for the CTs. You're not going to go for this. You're going to save those weapons, that's for sure.
At least that's what we would expect, absolutely. I mean, Camion, Torji, Corey, they don't really have any business sticking to it here. As we do see, Corey might actually get an AK to work with, and yeah, he's going to get an exit frag, nicely so. So he seems to be more concerned with a potential flank right behind him, and we can see the rest of Navi Junior. They don't seem to be concerned at all, and Corey... I'm a bit... surprised that he doesn't go for the AK, not gonna lie. Just like why not? But I respect the fact that he's trying to play it safe, making sure that he transfers over his Kevlar and the rest of his utilities and such before things get too hot. Navi Junior, first round achieved, and what a timing to get it on their first gun round. In any case, rebuy, Torji on the op. A little bit of money left in the bank of BP5, but not too much to be overly excited for.
It's going to be a slow round, though, from Budapest 5. Not really going for any straight-up aim duels, even though you might think, oh, Torj with the 8 WP, clearly he wants to engage some of these players.
Well, he's not going to see anyone towards T-Con, and I'd say with him being the opera of the squad, he's probably going to now rotate, towards the B bomb site. But Pogorelov, nice nade coming in. Happened here towards the tunnels. Oh, that's an opportunity. Oh, in fact, a massive win for Navi Jr. Perfect timing to eliminate Corey. And once more, it's a 5 versus 3. A massive advantage for Navi Jr. This time around, they can choose the bomb side of their liking. The B side, the A side, doesn't really matter. You need to be careful regardless. Torji with the AWP consistently rotating between the two bomb sites, keeping an eye on A, but also keeping an eye on B. Now the smoke has been thrown out, and Beer is making his way towards the side. Coolio on the other side, very precise. Will this deter Navi Jr. from fighting on B? Looks like it. They're going to go towards the A bomb site, and luckily for them, not a single player will try to contest them. The Molotov is deep, and Fleev shouldn't find anything.
And not just that, he needs to get the hell out of here. They will check him through mid-site, and if he's still there by the time they check it, he most likely dies. And they're actually attempting this retake, aren't they? Because they're going to be going for this. Here comes the flash. Fleev through the smoke. Yeah, Uncare, he's ready. He sees Torji in deep old Ivy, and there's no business that Budapest 5 have with this round anymore. This will be the tie coming up. Navi Jr. successfully realized that, oh, maybe B might not be the smartest. Pull back, go away, and as you said, luckily not a single soul on site to defend against it. A bit unfortunate here. Budapest 5 do survive with 2 though, and they will rebuy because of that. There is enough of a loss bonus for them to drop 2 rifles. I would presume they're going to go for a rebuy. Torji can even go for a secondary up drop if they really feel like it and if they're feeling lucky. Which, you know why? What I'd actually be like, in the case for Budapest 5, I'd be thinking, screw it. Let's go in with a rebuy. Let's see where we can go. And yep, there's the double up. Let's see how far we can push it. But this would be the only time, at least from my perspective, as Budapest 5, that I would be investing after a round like that. Because Navi Jr. didn't lose more than 1 player. And that means that their economy is amazing. So even if they lose this round, and if you as the CT lose more than 3 or 4 players, your economy is going to be down the shithole. And that obviously means big issues. So, oh, double drop, and Corey doesn't hear it. The Molotov masks the steps, and he thinks it's perhaps a single player. Beautiful. Flav returns, but it is already a 2-man a man disadvantage as 2 men fall for BP5.
Again, it's a stellar start for Navi Jr. Clearly, they're playing to the level we were hoping to see them on train yesterday and today. Finally, their individual is able to step up, but there are 2 players in Budapest 5 holding the B bomb site. That's going to stop the bomb plant for a few more moments. Camion plus Coolio heading in forward. Camion, great pickup here on Fear. Monesi tries to land the shot, but even he can't pull it off. The bomb needs to get planted, and Monesi, oh, barely could have spot up. The player gets the frag on Fleev, and instead of backing away, though, Monesi moves forward. Ooh, no scope attempt, misses it, goes down, but it's Cynics against Camion. 1v1, and Cynics pulls out the clutch.
Wow. What can I say besides that was pretty damn amazing. And of course, we can see the reaction of the players here from Budapest 5. Coolio definitely not happy. Monesi is eager to keep it up. The energy from the previous series still, of course, continuing here. And Kronos, the pleasure we had to talk with him yesterday after the game against Sinners, Budapest 5's coach, of course, telling us that they prepared to a certain degree, but they didn't do too much extensive preparation. They just focused on their game, focused on their practice, and a few ideas here and there, a few rounds that they previously had a few preparations of. But that's about it. Budapest 5, though, let's see how they handle this, as they had time today to watch the game between Navi Jr. and Sinners. On Kara, though, first out main, and it's a full eco towards the A side. BP5 shouldn't be able to do much. Though Navi, they're going to push into them here, so perhaps a kill or 2 could still be gathered, or will it?
Just the 1 kill. Just the 1 kill here for Budapest 5. It's not massive, but Navi Jr., there we go. Already 4 rounds being picked up. This is by far one of the best starts they've had on train, if you consider what we just witnessed today against Sinners and the matchup against Double Pony. Plus, they're also just playing a lot more confident, you can say, right? Navi Jr. seems to be finally hitting their shots. They're going for the opening duels just like they've done in the past, but this time the big difference is they're hitting their shots.
who's not hitting his shots, at least not yet. That's Torji on the AWP. That's the one player you really hope to step up here for Budapest 5. And well, Manesi, great pickup here on Fleeve. Corey with the response, however, so it's a 4v4. Not a massive edge for Navi Jr., but this fight, Coolio holding the angle. There's going to be a double peek potentially, and will they check him? No, they don't. Coolio backs away, but Fear is very quick on the feet. And so it's a 3v3 that ensues.
Of course, in this case, Torji with the op is the danger for Navi Jr. above all else. This is the man they have to fear and have to respect, and must not give him any sort of space to get that op going. And Fear, of course, first checking pop. Pogorelov coming in through Ivy, and through main it will be on-care, though the most difficult part will be getting on-care from main to side, because if they don't clear Corey and Olaf, and he could sneak in past Sandwich and those, of course, wagons, those train carts, I guess. Oh, never mind. You know, I'm trying to hype up Corey here, but thank you, on-care, for breaking my hype here. That was beautiful. Kamyon, the truck hitting hard, though. Kamyon coming in hot, and there comes Torji at the end of the day. The op, of course, getting the space and getting the round. Oof, what a close round, what a close call. Navi Jr. do lose it, but they are still in it to win it, as we see the first tactical timeout, actually, for Budapest 5.
And very early on as well, very early tactical timeouts, and I guess they want to check out how's their economy doing. And if you guys want to check out your cryptocurrency economy, be sure to head on over to Coinbase.com, one of our sponsors here at the Blast Rising. For Budapest 5, well, 10 seconds. Hope they have a sort of plan, an idea they want to come up with here. Torji as well, great to see him still keeping on to that AWP. I mean, the previous round was rather expensive, so losing the op of Torji would have been devastating. So let's see if they can keep up the pressure right now. And it is also, I mean, satisfying in the sense they win the previous round, but their purchase this time, it's weaker than what we saw earlier.
Definitely is. And the biggest issue here for the 5 is the fact that, well, if Torji falls, then pretty much the whole round falls with it. And look at this fast take into A. Oh, Navi Jr. ain't playing anymore. A lot of smokes, a lot of flashbangs flying out. Smoke into Sandwich, and on-care's already made his way into Sandwich itself. Storage is holding upper holes. Kamyon in Ivy revealing his position. No, don't re-engage, Kamyon. No, you know better than that. Huge misstep, huge mistake, and that is going to be a problem. BP5, they're going to lose one more. That's on-care. Good nade on Pogorelov, sure. But it's a 4-on-3, and Torji's still far away from rotating over towards the A site, with Coolio with the MP9 on backside. And of course, through old bomb site, it's Flav with the M4. Luckily, they upgrade. Well, they don't actually, excuse me. And, well, enough time has passed for Torji to come on over. That's the one thing that saves them, and he still gets tagged. Coolio. Nah, can't do it.
Oh, but Torji sure does. Gets the frag here to on-cure the Molotov as well, and it will be a pincer to finish off the round. Very nice play here from Navi Jr. I mean, early on, even though there was a lot of nade damage from the opposition, Budapest 5 deploying a lot of HE grenades, and there were about 3 or so players from Navi Jr. that were hit by the said grenades, but at the very end, Navi Jr. still powered through. You saw the advance maneuver there from Kim Yon in the Ivy position, but it was quite unlucky for him that he goes in for the peak. There are 2 players there he did not expect, and it's also a shame that he didn't have any of his teammates backing him up. Perhaps if it would have been a 2-man setup, it's a whole different story, but so far the story is a 5-3 scoreline for Navi Jr.
Well, this is a great little bit of a victory for Navi, and if they can keep up the pace, which surely they will, they might be up towards 7x rounds, as we can see on Care just continues his onslaught. Torji and Coolio. Unfortunately, no chance given. Whew, look at that. So quick to readjust his shot. 6-3. This is an excellent start for Navi Jr. and a much different one than what we were used to seeing. Let's be fair about it, right? I mean, Navi Jr., this was the most rounds they achieved on Train against Sinners, and if we look at yesterday's match against Double Pony, they didn't even get 6, they only got 4. So far, Navi Jr. are doing a splendid job, but it is going to be a gun round they have to face once again. But little utility on the side of BP5, so that's the one lucky star they are going in with.
Lonesome Coolio in the smoke. Oh no, this is bad. What?
Oh,
No, what? No, no. Okay, okay, okay.
And Luca.
Torji though, AWP in hand. So many players coming his way, but Monesi has the high ground to eliminate one. Pogarelov chimes in as well. And you know, this is standard business here for Navi Jr. And look at Ankara go. He's not slowing down. The man's holding W, looking for frags. He's gonna make sure none of these players survive.
Well, on care, of course, right now on the search. And he will find Camion with his back turned. Oh, whoa, wait. Camion. I mean, we know he's a truck, and we know he has a hard time turning, but goddamn, did that look sweet and beautiful. 180 that he does and pulls off. But, in any case. What? Okay, Corey. That looked a little bit weirder, a little bit worse for wear. Luckily, they get both.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
not bad.
Not bad at all. That's enough. Well, not enough, but a tiny bit of economical damage that does impact Navi Jr. to a certain degree. The unfortunate part, though, let's be fair here, Danny, is the fact that right now the CTs are in dire straits. They have 2 M4s. They could have dropped 2 more, but they decided to go for an eco. Respectfully wanting that up on Torji, of course.
Yeah, I think it's a fair move to make. You have at least 2 rifles to work with. The other guys can just play with a pistol, and perhaps even a round like this gives you some sort of opportunity, maybe a chance to scrape by with a win. But you are looking forward towards round 12. That's when you'll have plenty of money, loads of it in fact. A double op setup potentially in the hands of Budapest 5. This one, at least here, they're going to make sure the Navi Jr. have a difficult time. The Navi Jr. in this run in particular being super passive in their approach, not even reaching brown holes. They're expecting some sort of aggression or some sort of unorthodox play from Budapest 5, and they're actually right about it. If you look on the minimap, Corey and Coolio are slowly but surely heading up towards brown holes. That's where Cynics is holding, and oh no, the timing. So unlucky there for Cynics. He gets caught out. That's a rifle recovered, and Fear also needs to be careful not just about Pop Dog, but the incoming flank. And oh no, Coolio with the angle.
Oh, boy.
Ankara not aware of it.
And look at this slow approach right now. Navi Jr., they're a little bit too iffy. Seems like they're trigger happy, but they aren't getting any triggers controlled. As Fear does get one, he's ready for Camion, but again, the guy strikes as fast as lightning. Monesi, nice shot. Oh, he's aware that Camion is in pool, though. That's excellent. But look at Corey. He's waiting for this chance, and he will use it. And Pogorelov, does he burn or does he fly? We're about to find out. Either way, it is going to be Coolio and Pop, and that's already a flank that I don't think he can handle with. I'm fairly certain this is... Or... Oh, he sneaks into Con. Oh, boy, he's going to run B, and they have nothing to do against this, because they won't even hear it until it's too late.
That's so sick for Pogarelov. Perfect timing as well. He's going to get that bomb planted. And now he can play in a different position. Of course, he's going to have to check so many angles because he's not sure, but he has an inkling that there could be players coming in from connector. This is massive for Pogarelov. Are Budapest 5 aware of it, though? Pogarelov? Looks like he's going to have to look for both of them. And, well, I believe Camion might have spawned out the glimpse there of Pogarelov. And thus, at that situation, you just double peek the man. And so, victory for Budapest 5.
Bro, that was... It gave me a mini heart attack. Like, for a split second, my heart stopped. Because as soon as I see Pogorello, like, he looks in, right? He looks at Camion, who's crossing from con towards yellow, towards sight. And you look at him, and it's like, okay, he sees him. He's going to look there, but Coolio's going to get him in the back. And then he turns just as Coolio's comes out of the corner. And imagine if he hits that headshot. It's a one-on-one against Camion, who has, like, what, 20 HP? That would have been devastating. What isn't devastating, though, is CS Money in their skins. Go check them out. And it might devastate your wallet and your socioeconomic status, but, you know, at least you'll look cool while killing headshots or getting killed by hackers in CSGO. In any case, let's see how this goes. Flav with the up. Secondary up for Budapest 5 on him, as it is going to be an 8 take this time round. Still a fast take by Navi Jr. on the A side. And look at it. The fast take might just work out.
Oh, it's super fast and to get a bomb plant, but Camion finds Cynics with the smoke. Also, look at the positioning of Fleeve. Actually, will throw down the smoke grenade, so they might even anticipate someone in the tower position there, Navi Jr.
And 5 versus 3 such as this, they have to wait for the smokes to fade, and there we go. They fade and they get kills. At least the one. Pogorelov, good pickup. Fear, on the other hand, on the other side of that smoke grenade, will look for more players. Oh, there's in fact 4 looking towards him. Now it's up to Monesi to try and win the clutch. This is just too much for Monesi, and he's more than aware of it. Will be willing to back away from this one. Yeah, tries to go for a bit of a wallbang, but can't hit the shot. Victory for Budapest 5.
Well, that is going to be a nice little turning point. Budapest 5 can still make this into potential 8-7. It's not impossible. It's not out of the realm of the current stance that we're in, though. Wait, I'm looking at the economy right now for BP5. They actually have a decent amount of money built, so this could work out for Budapest 5 if they don't lose everything and absolutely anything here. In any case, Pogorelov is the first point of contact towards Ivy. The rest focusing more on upper halls B. And there will be the one and only Torji. We talked so much about him. We saw so much of him yesterday. And hopefully today he can perform the same, or at least show us a glimpse of what is possible as he finds Cynics. Beer will come in hot. The Molotov is there, and Coolio being the double bait here, and I love it. I love this current stance from BP5. Very standard, very classic. It's something that I believe also Heroic had been pulling off, and even NAVI, the real NAVI, of course, in this case. If I recall correctly, in the grand finals of course, ESL Pro League, Navi Gambit versus Heroic, for example. I remember this specifically being set like such, and it's a great little duo that you can work on B, though. It seems like NJ will be focusing more on towards A, as BP5 also re-rotate back on towards the A side for the majority of the players.
Leave the AWP. Oh, gets the first one on Pogorelov. Of course, there's another player crossing, but that's where you have Corey and Pop Dog. Very nice little setup here from Budapest 5. Quite unlucky there for Corey at the end. But it's also looking like the end here for Navi Jr. Fear will go down. That leaves 6-7 scoreline for Budapest 5. Now, of course, them being on the CT side of train, they were looking for more than just, the 6 rounds here. But you know what? Even if this ends as an 8-7, potential 8-7, or let's say an 8-7 in favor of Budapest 5, I'd say they're going to be somewhat satisfied with their approach, considering that Navi Jr. had such a tremendous run of form initially, and they still managed to bounce back. That at least gives you some of that momentum moving forward onto the second half.
Well, I mean, of course, it gives you that little bit of extra boost, right? Kick in the head, kick in the ass, depending what you need more. Technical pause, though, going to be called. We'll find out soon enough what the issue might be. Oncare. Okay, he's stepping away from the PC. I presume he's probably spilled something. Water, hopefully not liquid sugar, aka some sugary drink. Yeah, gamer juice. Oh, God, the first time I heard that expression, I was like, what? Like, who comes up with that? Like, seriously, gamer juice. Like, why would you even call something that? Just call it, like, liquid sugar. It's better than bloody gamer juice, but you know how it goes. In any case,
that's like tea, in a sense. Liquid sugar.
I mean, but come on, man. Liquid sugar, at least you know what you're getting. And gamer juice, I don't know what I'm getting. It could be anything. Doesn't sound right to me is what I'm saying. And, well, what also don't sound right is this round, because Navi Jr. are on pistols and Kevlar, and we would have thought that after having such a successful start to the half that they'd never be on an eco like this.
It is quite satisfying for Navi Jr. to that. First half coming to an end, barely any money, so it's back to the pistols. Torji, good Molotov deployed, but I don't think that's going to slow down the advancement. Nope, they're going to keep moving forward. Coolio, quick frags on the site. Lonesome Ankara remains, so I guess that Molotov did slow down at least Ankara, but they're not really looking towards him. Either way, though, 1v4 with the Deagle, this would have to be a truly impressive performance from Ankara to get all 4 frags, and one hell of a mess up from the side of Budapest 5 to lose a round like this. They still have the grenades and even the Molotov, so yeah, no way in the world you use a round like that. So it is 7-7. Even Stevens.
I don't
Not
think it will be possible
bad,
to
I'd say.
lose, right?
Hmm.
Well, speaking of possible to lose, it's impossible to lose if you use the Red Magic 6 Series world's smoothest smartphone. 165 hertz refresh rate on your screen. Might just be like 10 inches, or even less, but you know, at least you can see at 165 hertz refresh rate. So playing PUBG or Call of Duty or whatever mobile games are these days played might make you the best gamer on mobile games ever of all time. Flav, though, look at this push into upper halls. Supported, of course, by Coolio, so he doesn't risk too much, and the entry on Fear is pretty darn good. On the side of Navi Jr., though, nobody really bumping up above 10 kills yet. And I just want to point out to one thing, Danny. Look at how many, look at how well the kills are split across the board here between both teams.
Looks like the Operas are about to have a field day. Fleeve. Oh no, he's moving in, but he will get the frag here in Encore. On the other hand, Modesty not really going for the peak just yet or a repeat, but now with that Molotov, what? He goes in for the fight onto
here's the
Camyon
shot!
and goes onto Fleeve. What an impressive maneuver from Monesi. Manages to get 2 quick frags. Torji, though, also aware of the incoming push from Monesi, but will they be aware of Cynics and Pogurlov? Here we go. They managed to sneak their way through. Of course, that Molotov and Pop Dog does give away their position, but even so, Pogorelov, quick frag here in Corey. That more or less opens up the bomb site, though Coolio has made his way through Connector, and Cynic spots him out with the frag, and now Lonesome Torji on the site. They're not aware of him, though. Massive problem, 1v1 Cynics, AK at hand, getting close, super close towards Torji, and it's a game of chance, and it's a game which Cynics will win 8-7. It's Navi Jr. closing out the first half.
And what success they have, indeed, in this case. Beautiful stuff. Not gonna lie, that was, at the end, a lot better than what was intended to happen. I mean, it was a 5v3 at one point, and indeed we can see Monesi here bringing it back to a 3-on-3 and basically saving the day, almost certainly in this case. Cynics and Pogorelov then able to clutch it out with some nice moments, with some nice positions, and at the end, I loved what Cynics did. He didn't just go for the wide angle, he waited for the mistake of his opponent. He knew that the time was against him. It was about, what, 10-15 seconds left before he would run out of time, before he would be losing the round eventually. But at the end of the day, he pulls back, and we are going to be having ourselves an 8-7 half for Navi Jr. It's not the best, sure, but it's okay-ish. In any case, for Budapest 5, we'd expect it to be between 9 to 10 rounds on their CT side. Let's see if they can do better as the terrorists, as we're getting ready for our second half here.
I mean, for Navi Jr., one of the great things right now is that this is an aim-heavy side. And primarily right now, what you're going to have to focus on is just popping heads. Hold your positions, listen to the comms of the leader, and that's about it. So that's going to be the interesting part here from Navi Jr., but also from Budapest 5. They're now on the T side. This is the area of the map I expect to see a bit more versatility, so to speak, than from Navi Jr. Budapest 5 has the tactics, has the setups, and I would expect more utility usage than, say, out of Navi Jr., which primarily a squad relying on their individual aim.
That's true, yeah. There is more, perhaps, emphasis on individualism and, of course, headshots rather than working together in certain aspects. But I think it was a nice show and tell of how good Navi Jr. can be if they put their mind to it, when they use their utilities together. And indeed, at the end of the day, against Sinners, they proved that utility usage is quite important as well, even for a team that is primarily focusing on the individualism and, of course, headshots. In any case, Camion out pop is following suit with the rest of the team. Well, Camion already falls. His tires are flat, as On Care will find Torji. Nice shots by Corey, though. Long range with the Glock. Double headshot. That's kind of nice to see, really. But a 4v3, as it seems like a B hit coming behind it all. Budapest 5 deciding in the last nick at the moment that it would be better to go towards B itself.
Oh,
la la,
so
Monesi.
precise.
Yeah. One bullet, one shot. Beautiful.
And of course, 11 more bullets remaining in the clip of the CZ-75. Budapest 5 all both the players heading towards B. From up and above, they'll strike, looking to smite their opposition. But Manesi also aware. Oh, okay, Fleeve actually gets the frag on one. He's
Oh,
not looking
Fleeve.
above. That gives the opportunity for Budapest 5 to make it into the site and get that bomb planted. Yes, it's Lonesome Coolio who remains with just the Glock, barely escapes the players. But it's still going to be somewhat difficult. Ankara has the kit. They don't have to isolate the duels. They could potentially take him out 2 together. Come on, Coolio.
Coolio.
Oh no, gets the frag on Fear. And now Ankara in a difficult position. But even Ankara wins out the duel. So even though a stellar start here early on from Navi Jr. picking up those initial frags, still didn't manage to close it out in a clean manner now, did they?
Yeah, that was a lot closer than it should have been. Coolio, of course, getting that close court contact with Fleeve was pretty much the moment that for a second there I already thought that it could be the round for Budapest 5. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen. Second pistol goes to Navi Jr., and that'll propel them up to 9 rounds. Of course, BP5 don't get disturbed by that. It's a full investment coming back into it. AK Galil, or double Galil, of course, Mac 10 and Scout. And is this a... Yeah, they're going to contact B. I like it. Love it. And they will fake with Coolio running first, trying to make sure, like, okay, this is just one player going for upper contact of upper holes. The rest will now follow on a full-on contact roll. But Pogorelov and Pop, they seem to have a good idea what might be coming. Navi Jr., second player on B side already. That's Monesi, and he tags on to Kamyon. He gets the shot on Kamyon, as it is going to be a B take, as we said, and an attempt for the B side to fall. So far, so good. Flav and Coolio, they start off pretty strong.
Damage inflicted, and of course the bomb site is under their domain. Bomb plant as expected. Now the interesting thing as well is that we do have a flank coming in. Ankara, great pickup. Oh no, it's happening once again. No one from Navi Jr. taking care of the flank, and that's a massive problem. Coolio wins the fight against Ankara, but Pogorelov has a good chance in this one. Coolio versus Pogorelov. The Galil comes out on top, and of course there's going to be just enough time on the defuse as well. Navi Jr. I mean, this is just one of the issues that's been happening time and time again, isn't it? Navi Jr., they take over the B bomb site. That's great and all. But just like in the double pony game, just like in the Sinners game, no one seems to be keeping attention in the backside, which is also important. It's important to keep pushing forward as the terrorist, but you also have to be very careful of the flanks.
Well, that was such a close round. Budapest 5 really just needed one bit of success, just a tiny bit of success for the round itself to be going their way. They took it by surprise. Well, they took Navi Jr. by surprise on B. As we could see, they literally jumped onto site, got the kills. It was a 4v3. They got the bomb plant. The problem is that, of course, Oncare and, of course, Pogorelov from the flank get one too many. And they never kept upper halls control. That's one thing that kind of bothers me a little bit. That Budapest 5, once they get that bomb site, that they do not immediately have the clarity to leave one player in upper halls, keeping an eye out on that flank from Pop, because it's such a classic position to be. Well, it's not just a classic position, it's a must-win position for the CTs if they wish to have a successful retake. And of course, we see the result of it. It's a successful retake. In either case, contact on towards the A site. It is a scout versus scout battle. Monesi tagged. Well, Budapest 5, a force by again. 2 AKs, Galil, Mech 10, Scout. And this is one of those rounds where I'll say this was a good force by Budapest 5, or at least a good decision to force, because the money for the CTs is horrendous.
I mean, in theory, yeah, that looks like a good choice. We'll have to see in practice. Have the players, of course, armed and dangerous with rifles and also some utility. On the B side, that's going to be more than enough to use those smoke grenades as well as a few flashbangs to enter onto the site. Now, Cynics and Co need to hold on to the site. Cynics, great first frag. Monesi with the scout, in fact. And you have Monesi with the scout once again dealing the damage. So even though the bomb site has fallen, and the bomb has been planted, Budapest 5 now getting in position. But look at this. You have a few good frags coming in, and now Pogorelov in the backlines. This time around, they expect someone with the flank. So Pogorelov will have a much more difficult time. Though he will change his position. Going to come from upper.
There are
Players here, yeah, they're looking at his position. Coolio will get that frag, and Budapest 5 successfully win the site.
That was an important victory for Budapest 5. It would have gotten a lot weirder. It would have come out to be a lot worse for wear if they hadn't gotten that one. And of course, with that being said, go check out Coinbase. Of course, we have the cryptocurrency market there. So, if you're dealing with cryptocurrencies, might be something for you. Timeout for the side of Navi Junior, though. The first one of 4 that they utilize. This is a must force buy. As I said, it's a smart choice from the side of Budapest 5 in the previous that they forced up because they knew that the economy for Navi Junior was this bad, and they abused that perfectly, win the round, forced them onto an eco, and now we have NJ most likely, not gonna say they lost it already, because Monesi has the AUG, so there's that, but the chance of them winning is far smaller than before, and I would imagine this being probably 10 to 10 soon enough.
Mogorilov, eagle in hand. In fact, a bit of an ace stack from Navi Jr. Putting a lot of emphasis on the ace side hold might just be the right choice, because that's also the area of the map they're hitting Budapest 5. Corey, a few good frags. Monesi responds with AUG. So definitely not an easy victory for Budapest 5. They have to fight tooth and nail for every inch of outside area. Julio, though, with the AK-47, loses to Monesi. Bomb being dropped in an awkward spot. Torji has to move in, but Fleeve has to hold the angle. Would be perfect if Fleeve could win this fight, even though he's so low in HP, and Torji tries to survive. Even better, he perseveres, gets the frag on Monesi. Now leaving it all up to a 2-on-2. 2 very low HP players from Budapest 5, and Fleeve looks like he's going to abandon his position, potentially recuperate with Torji. But as you can see, Torji is so low in HP, he's so susceptible to any damage. Onkara, though, that's a massive tag.
Let's see. Cynics, Onkara, both tag, Torji, Fleeve. As you said, they will, of course, group up and run straight to B. At this point, why not? Torji is capable of getting the shot on Onkara on the cross right here. He's going to check it. Of course he will. And yep, as I said, easy shot, easy kill. Now Cynics, the decision has to be made, and I think he's going to save. He has no kit. He doesn't have the tactical position to work from. And of course an AK, Molotov, Flash, Kevlar. That's quite a little bit of money he can save up to the next round. Of course a full eco. 9 to 10 most likely coming up soon. As Navi Jr. falter in this second half. Starting to slow down a bit, losing control a little bit. Budapest 5, on the other hand, they are playing with fire. That's for certain. They're definitely playing with big fire.
9 to 10. That's going to be the scoreline here for Budapest 5, and for Navi Jr. might just even be 10 to 10 because there's barely any money. In fact, no money, if I'm being honest. Nico is a must here for Navi Jr. Even though the previous round, I mean, it does come down somewhat close there. Those early engagements, free on free, even a 3 versus 2 in favor of Navi Jr. Still at the very end, Torji and his teammate managed to successfully take over the B bomb site and win the round here for the Hungarians. So far, yeah, a 10 to 10 scoreline is looking very possible right now. It's a very competitive train, absolutely. If you compare this to, again, what we saw in the past from Navi Jr., they're playing some really good Counter-Strike. And Cynics, love to see this early aggression from his part with the AK-47. He may lose his life, but there we go. Monesi retrieves the AK. In fact, a few more rifles recuperated, and it's another 3 versus 3.
The whole team equipped with weapons right now, and Monesi coming out from Pop. There should be far a few more following suit. Onkara going to be boosted over. Trying to check top train positions as Budapest 5 are slowly approaching through deep CT, through old bomb site. Try and just clear out the close positions, making sure that just in case somebody from the side of Navi Jr. had been sneaky beaky enough to get close, do not lose to unsuspecting positions. In any case, bomb planted on the back lines. Now, there's really one reality I'm expecting here is the attempt from Budapest 5 to, from Navi Jr. to try and retake this, especially with the way Pogorilov is approaching from Old Train. Of course, there's going to be Onkara coming in from Pop. Monesi, he's already crossed over to the close position. Right now, Torji is about to be met with grave resistance as Monesi is caught, but Pogorelov will find himself the contact and the much-needed win. But there is not enough time. There is not enough time. Without a kit, this is not a doable position anymore. Nice attempt, but still the round gone. 10-10. Tied up, as expected. As I said, that's what we should be seeing after that lost force buy of Navi Jr. And now, the real test of metal for both sides as third tactical timeout already for Budapest 5 beforehand.
Yeah, not gonna lie, there's been a very big usage of tactical timeouts, not just from Budapest 5, but also Navi Jr. I think they took their first ever timeout here throughout the entirety of Group B, in fact. They didn't take one when they were losing massively against Double Pony. They didn't take one when they were losing against Sinners or even winning against Sinners. But now they actually took a timeout, I think it might have been once here against Budapest 5. So clearly, Navi Jr., very thorough on their approach. They're making sure that they take all the opportunities they have, even discussions if necessary, to eliminate this squad of Budapest 5. It does make sense. Budapest 5, I mean, they've been on the back foot primarily in this first half. And on the second half, well, they're showing us some really good Counter-Strike. 10-10, equalized scoreline. Orgy on the AWP. Ozaviki 47s as well. Gonna see some usage of utility as well as Molotovs and HE grenades, but nothing substantial from either side. No huge map control acquired or any gains for that matter. It's a very slow round.
Well, right now, they need to rely on Monesi and his op to get some entries, to get some control. Corey above Bob. Molotov's deep. Pogorelov, though, is fast enough on his toes to be able to get that drop. He does lose quite a little bit of his HP, but he doesn't mind that. As long as he gets free entries, they're going to take those trades every day of the week. That is going to be a successful start of the round itself. Budapest 5, definitely another B take by the looks of it. Though this time Monesi doesn't get a kill. He does tag onto Torji and Cynics. Holding the line. The spray down not accurate enough. Monesi gets caught by Torji. And a 3-on-3 ensues with 2 players tagged by the Budapest 5 team. They don't seem to be overly concerned about it, as Torji has been absolutely deadly with this weapon.
So good. Even now when he's low on HP, he could still be a deadly player. Plus you have Coolio right next to Oriel. Oh, that's a nice tag and the kill and the victory for Budapest 5. They managed to scrape by, even though initially things are looking dangerous. The players entering the B bomb site, in it you have Monesi hitting his shot. I think there was another player that was left low in HP from Budapest 5. And yet it is the terrorists that managed to secure the victory. And Monesi, though, look at this. AWP purchase. I mean, his teammates are going to have to go for a bit of an eco. There's no two-way streets about it. But for Monesi, he thinks he has what it takes to win this round for the team, even though he's the only one armed with a lethal weapon.
Let's see where this one is headed. Corey, of course, going to be playing alone on towards upper. The rest of the team from BP5 focused on holding towards main and Ivy. And I like this idea. They know they're up against an eco, and I don't think they yet realize Monesi has invested into this round with the op. But they might not ever need to find that out, because if they go towards A through Ivy, they'll be very quick about it, and Monesi won't even approach the A side afterwards. It all depends on how many entries, or if there can be any entries at all for Navi Jr. As we see right now, it will be an A split. That much is clear. That much is fact. The question is just when and how exactly they'll go about it. Here we go.
Walking out of Ivy. Here on the corner. They don't check him. Oh, they don't check him. That's a massive mistake, though. It's not as massive as the one Anker is making. Good shots from him. And now Monesi left the 1v2. He has the op. Let's see what he can pull off. Now there's 2 players to face. One of them has already snuck past through the brown train, and Monesi, oh, so many angles to check, and he can't check them all. Corey's gonna get the better of Monesi. Now you have to wonder, was that AWP purchase from Monesi worth it? Worst case scenario, I mean, there can still be the reinvestment from his buddies, and there we go, exactly that. Monesi with the AWP, the other players also with the ops, and also another op in the hands of Anker, and not too shabby. Just like the skins you could get on CS.money. Buy skins, sell skins, and even trade skins on CS.money.
Well, I was a little bit perplexed why Monesti went back onto the mid-side position that he had previously abandoned in the opportunity. Oh, this time, well, let's hold on that thought for a second. Fear will find one as Monesti is trying to hold the line, and he will miss a shot. Oh, whoa, that is unprecedented, but Fear will be the fear in the eyes of Budapest 5. 2v2 secured, and a chance here for the side of Navi Junior to still find themselves in 11th round. And potential to go onto the, of course, tie, if at all possible. Bomb lost at this moment. And of course, the junior team of Navi is handling this okay-ishly, give or take. It's not perfect, it never will be, but this is a chance, truly an opportunity for them to win it. What a round, a quick take of B that Budapest 5 try hard to get. Well, they get even harder results. Another flash close. The bomb gonna be stolen, but dropped again. Oh no! Oh, that is just a darn shame. The Molotov, though, wasted away. Yeah, no chance that he gets it for free. He does cross on over, but the lineup somehow Uncare hits that. 11th round for Navi Junior. Comes very close, though. Very expensive round for Navi Junior. And even for Budapest 5. And, ooh, I'm saying this correctly, right? Am I? Look at the amount of money, man, on BP5.
Yeah, it's a bit all over the place because players like Corey can definitely invest in this one. No problem whatsoever. But it's the other individuals who are sitting on $3,000. That's obviously not enough. No way, shape, or form. They're going to have to equal this one out. This is turning out to be a very close affair. It's really hard to say which one of these teams can come out on top because we can see that on the side of the tactics, Budapest 5 is doing some really great stuff, some really innovative stuff. On the other side, Navi Junior, I mean, for them, like I said earlier, all you have to focus right now is hitting their shots. And yes, you'll have the moments where Monesi is able to step up, but it's also Fear that's been having a somewhat good run of form here on trade. In fact, no one's really having a truly bad performance. I guess you could look at Cynics, who's been a little bit more quiet on this second half. And look at Monesi go. Onkar, a great pickup here on Fleeve. But at the same time, this being a simple eco, you wouldn't have it any other way. Looks like it is going to be Onkar and Fear dealing most of the damage here in Budapest 5. And okay, nice shot there from Corey, at least keeping Navi Junior modest.
Well, above all else, keeping Navi Junior on their toes a little bit. Losing 2 players ain't going to be a favor, of course. And in this case, BP5 attempt through Ivy unsuccessful. Of course, pistols never really should be, but in any case, tied up. And we are approaching the final stretch of the journey here for these 2 teams of this first map, of course, Train. In this best of 3, the decider series of Group E, the winner moving on to the playoffs, the loser going home empty-handed, and first having to bow their head. In any case, look at this, a fake towards A. I like the idea, but no, it's not even a fake. They're going to go and pop an A fast. Okay, fair enough, a nice idea. Indeed, Pogorelov will be dropped with a beautiful flashbang support coming out from A main, as Fear and Monesi and Onkar all line up for a few. Unfortunately enough, for Coolio, it's a little bit late to the party. And look at the dissatisfaction. I can imagine him being extremely unhappy about that. As Coolio now, what can you really do? It's an eco next for BP5. They don't have the loss bonus. Neither do they have the bomb plan to give them a bit of extra money.
Yeah, that's the satisfying thing, isn't it? They're simply running out of money and, most importantly, running out of rounds, Budapest 5. And so, yes, it's going to be 13 for Navi Junior. And after this round is over, another potential eco. And for Navi Junior, maybe even 14 rounds. For Budapest 5, considering this is also a map they know how to play, and even though it is the map pick of Navi Junior, they're putting up a good fight, but it's still not enough. Navi Junior gonna secure 13 by the looks of things. For low HP Coolio, yeah, saving the weapon should be of top priority, but he's actually running towards Pop Dog, from what I can tell. Oh, he's not going to be aware of this one. No way in the world.
Whew, what a back and forth game, man. This is quite neck to neck, and it's far better, far more it's far more balanced as I thought it would be here on the first map. After what we saw from Navi Junior in the first half and how well they played, indeed, Budapest 5 is giving them a run for their money. Unfortunately, they're back on an eco, and this will most likely propel NJ into that 14th. So let's leave ourselves to be surprised, I guess. Oncare and Monessi on a double up that usually against pistols ain't exactly the best thing. So, yeah, when Oncare hits his shots, ain't a biggie. By the way, are we noticing, like, what I'm noticing here is the amount of equal frags there is between these two squads. Besides Cynics and Pogorelov, and I guess if we really want to line out Torji or Camion, they're all kind of equal in frags. Nobody's really going above and beyond. Okay, Monessi on 24, but it's already 26 rounds in totality almost. So, in essence, this is a very balanced map and match, and I'm happy to see it in this manner because rarely do we get to enjoy a game this close with all players relatively well performing.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing, that all the players seem to be having, their moments of brilliance. But this being a close game as it is, you definitely wouldn't have it any other way. Torshi, though, that's actually quite nice. He has made his way onto the site. Wow, that Molotov doesn't even reach him, but for sure the bullets of his opponents will. And that is going to be another victory in the books for Navi Junior. 14 rounds for them. And for Budapest 5, I mean, luckily, they got themselves an extra bomb plant. They get themselves extra money. And now they'll have loads of it. Now let's see what kind of purchase they're going to come up with. Op in the hands of Torji would be the most obvious choice to make. Unless they decide to go for something faster, something more fast-paced, where they might consider, you know what, 5 rifles, let's walk on out quickly towards this one area of the map. But no, Op in the hands of Torji, something tells me it might just be somewhat of a more slower default from Budapest 5.
No amount of kills and bomb plants and successful rounds will help them if they can't win this round right here. This is it. They've come to the precipice of their own demise for map number 1. And if they can avoid it, if they can at least avert it for a few more, perhaps there is more to be had. Navi definitely ain't in the greatest economical situation. As we can see, Cynics, he's playing a dangerous game, man. He's alone on B and he's still sticking to it here. And respect. Oh, this is a beautiful one-way. I've seen this before. Usually doesn't work because it's quite obvious somebody has done this. And Camion, I think he's expecting this. There should be a pop flash lined, but 5 players actually in upper halls B waiting for that one itsy-bitsy mistake. Budapest 5 rotating Monessi through Con, Navi Junior through Con onto B. And Cynics, oh, he spots a player. Molotov immediate. Perhaps a tiny bit too soon. There is no yet execution prepared. But slowly, NJ should consider moving a 3rd player close towards B, because 0 contact main and Ivy, that's a dead sign that something is off. Yep, and here comes Fear.
35 seconds. The rotation is imminent for Navi Junior. Budapest 5 have to commit, and it's not looking good. Cynic stepping up. Monessi gets the frag, and that's just going to be the end, isn't it? Lonesome Fleet remains. He can try to get maybe a few more kills, but yeah, Navi Junior successfully fend off Budapest 5.
And if I saw correctly, Camion or Corey, one or the other, fell to his death as he was tagged heavily by Cynics, beautifully so, but he was tagged so much that by the time he fell to the ground, he had died due to the damage received, and that is just unfortunate, unlucky. 15-12, Navi Junior recognized that it's a B push at the nick of time. They rotate over enough players to defend against it, and indeed they do. 15-12, final score potentially here. 28th round. They have 3 rounds to close out the map before it goes to OT. Let's see if that's possible, or will be BP5 taking control of this and having enough of the ball. Oh, ball game. Well, Moncare gets 2. That's a pretty ballsy maneuver to go high aggro into Ivy. I hope they at least run boosted or double checked, but Pogorelov. Oh, they will double drop, will they? They have done this before, and Pogorelov, what doing, brother? Oh, well, If I've ever seen something so beautiful, tell me, because Pogorelov gives it to me. Oh man. Okay, yeah, it reminds me of Boomich here. Not gonna lie.
That was sick.
That
I
was
think
sick.
even Navi Jr. is probably confused how easily that last round played out. I mean, Ankur getting himself a few frags, and yeah, Pogorelov. What a stylish way to end the first map. That was nice. Really nice showing here from Navi Jr. Finally securing the victory on their own map pick, even though it wasn't an easy victory by no stretch of the imagination. So that leaves us Dust 2. Dust 2, the map pick here of Budapest 5.
Of course, the potentially final map that will be coming in this series, in this elimination, decider elimination series, Danny. What a game. What a final round that Pogorelov. That was a beautiful, beautiful thing to see, and I hope we'll see more out of it. Of course, with that being said, we're going into a short break, and we'll see you guys on Dust 2. Stay tuned. This is Blast Rising 2021. See you very soon.
No turning back. Recalls the words that his mother told him, and is the same kid that rode his bike. The soul of passion. Sees its targets and knows that there is no turning back. Recalls the words that his mother told him, and is the same kid that rode his bike. The soul of passion. The soul of passion. The world is spinning and I'm dizzy staring at the stars. I left the pages in my schedule, but they're falling hard. Find me on your way out, I'll be right here. The world is spinning and I'm dizzy staring at the stars. They don't seem so far. The sky is sunny, but the clouds are running in my head. I'm thinking maybe I would rather play the part instead. Don't know what to say now. I'll get my eyesight checked. But I can listen while I'm wishing, staring at the stars. They don't seem so far. They don't seem so far. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bound to hit our groove. I'm closing chapters, looking backwards, and I'm making sense. I'm interested in all that flourishes from ignorance. Nothing in my way now, except for my own years. The world is spinning and I'm dizzy staring at the stars. chef, trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running in a club and have a bucket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a coffee music chef, trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running in a club and have a bucket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a coffee music chef, trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running in a club and have a bucket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a coffee music chef, trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. When I saw you downtown, I started acting like a clown, just to see if you would notice me and maybe get you to laugh. I did get some attention from the girl right next to you. Then all my friends saw me fleeing for my life. Street love. I gotta run, run, run. I gotta run.
welcome back, guys. It is that time of the day. It is that time of the year. It is Group E Decider Series. Danny, it is map 2 between, of course, NAVI Junior and Budapest 5.
Yeah, the map 2 in which it's interesting. We have Dust 2 heading into this matchup, and so initially what we witnessed, the map of Train. Train was the map pick coming in there from NAVI Junior, even after losing it against Double Pony, even after losing it against Sinners. That is still the map they decided to go and pick against Budapest 5, and against this caliber of opponent, it wasn't an easy victory, but they still managed to secure it. Now we're going to Dust 2, and Dust 2 is a field in which it's the map pick from Budapest 5, but it's not like it's some sort of amazing map for them, a map they tend to pick quite often. They've played it, I think, 3 or so times. That's about it. They have that victory against Sinners, fair enough, but it's not like this is a truly stronghold of a map for Budapest 5.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's not a map that they are exactly, or at least that they have a very long-standing result upon. Though, on the other side, NAVI Junior likewise are not exactly a team that has played this a lot. They played it in totality 5 times, lost it 4. So, statistically, they're in a bit of a worse position than Budapest 5, with the difference being that the last time they did lose it was back in April, so about 2 or 3 weeks ago now. So that's the one thing, and overall it's going to be interesting to see how, of course, this one spins out for NAVI Juniors. I have a distinct feeling, though, that with Dust being the map as it is, as we talked about it time and time again, and I think we'll keep on repeating this every single time we see Dust until it's either removed or changed entirely, it's a heavy aim map. And right now, I feel like Budapest 5, even though they played well, they played okay team-wise. They had some great decisions. Tactically, they played even better, I would dare say, than NAVI Junior for the most part. Aim is where really things got a little bit wonky. And NAVI Junior, I feel like they played much better when it comes down to it in that sense, individually performing beyond belief for certain parts. Monesi, as I said, when you look at the kills, for the most part, they were structured amongst the 10 players pretty equally, with some being the outlook, like Monesi, like OnCare. But the difference being that at the end of the day, it was still NAVI Junior that took the prize, that took them, that took the whole shebang. And as I said again, success for, of course, Budapest 5 came more from their team play rather than individual performance.
Yeah, we didn't necessarily see one of the players have truly an amazing run of form. It felt like everyone had their moments from time to time. There was Fleeve, there was Torji, of course, Camion in the initial rounds, which was quite surprising to witness that Camion was able to have so much success early on. But yeah, we didn't really have that, so to speak, X factor of Torji having a tremendous run of form. He had a good run of form, but it wasn't on the same level that he had against Sinners when they faced off against each other in some of the other maps, like Dust 2, for example, or Vertigo. He was just okay in that sense. And if only he had perhaps that better run of form, maybe that's the one factor that pushes Budapest 5 over the finish line, right? Maybe Dust 2 is going to be the map in which we can see Torji excel, because if you do recall, against that Sinners game, he did play some really good Counter-Strike with the AWP. He found a lot of success, but not only him, his other teammates were able to step up as well. Fleeve is definitely one of those individuals you can count on Dust 2, and so maybe this is what Budapest 5 needs as well. This sort of map in which they can allow their individuals to thrive. Maybe not necessarily on the basis of some sort of tactical system or the preparation they may have done against NAVI Junior, but maybe this is just a map in general in which the players feel comfortable on playing.
Yeah, that's the thing. It might be, that players, well, hopefully they'll feel comfortable playing here. Of course, hopefully they'll find themselves a little bit of space to work with. What I'm really more worried about is depending how NAVI Junior start this map. As you said yesterday, obviously for Budapest 5, they were able to take the win against Sinners. Still, it took them a little bit longer than it should have, given how poorly Sinners looked, right? If we're fair here, they really did look very wonky with those 2 replacements, and especially with the first map, they have Tom Case and Torik instead of Guardian in the second map, whereas then, it went a little bit better. But again, as I was saying, with Dust, I don't know, Budapest 5, if they start off well again, like they did here on Train, okay, then I could see this being something of a possibility, or going well potentially for them at the end of the day. Though I don't know, man. I have my doubts. I'll say this much. I'll have my doubts. If Navi Junior start anywhere near the way they then picked up on Train with, I believe it was at one point like 7-2 or 7-3 at one stage, and then they obviously made that, of course, that 8-7 final result of the half, where Budapest 5 were able to get 4 in a row before, in the final 5 rounds before it ended the half itself. It was more luck on their side than anything else, because Navi kind of let go of themselves, and I don't know, Dust 2. I feel like this is the one map you shouldn't be playing against the likes of Monessi and Oncare and the likes of the rest of course, in this case, the likes of, who else? I mean, who comes to mind immediately in Dust 2? Pogorelov, for example, how well he played, right? The last round, good example.
Yeah, also because Pogorelov in particular, he was the one player that somewhat struggled throughout, some of the other series. The Double Pony one, the Sinners one. Maybe at the very end of the Sinners matchup, you actually saw that, that third player that was able to pull up the numbers alongside Modesty and Onkar was, in fact, Pogorelov. So I wonder if he can have the same level of performance here in Dust 2. And for Navi Jr., this is probably a good start. This CT side, they can focus again primarily on popping heads, and we might see them, yes, in fact, going for the early engagements towards short, but they're not going to see anyone as of yet. Budapest 5 solely focusing towards long.
Interesting idea here. How far did they push though? Monessi on short, supported by Fear. A lot of utility, by the way, on the side of Navi Jr. We can't deny the fact that that could be a problem, but Monessi does seem to have no ears, or at least no sound, as Corey literally runs onto him. Torji finds Onkar. Camion burning, but they will continue on. Pogorelov, what is that? Okay, nice shot. But he loses Fear. Pogorelov still chiming in for a little bit more. Down to Cynics it goes. Skit and Kevlar. A 1v2 and a chance perhaps to close this round still with success for Navi Jr.
1v2. So many heads, and well, they both pop out at the same time. Budapest 5 successfully close out the round. Can't really say that. Well, I will say this. Did someone get a little bit dangerous there when we saw Budapest 5 closing into the bomb side? Navi Jr. getting some really good shots. But yeah, that early aggression towards short was somewhat awkward there from Navi Jr. They were in a position where they were expecting the players to come out from short, and yet they still weren't aware how quickly they might come up, or so to speak, not even quickly, how late they may approach. Somehow that catches them off guard. They lose the first few players initially, and from there on out, the round slowly but surely falls apart. Budapest 5, though, early engagements here in middle. Camion gets the one here on Fear. It is an investment from Navi Jr., and so far, it's actually Phoenix. They got the initial frag.
Well, right now, let's see if Monessi and Onkar can make something happen. While speaking of the man himself, nice shots. Monessi finds a second. A tag on Onkar through middle, but it seems like Budapest 5 have been stopped in their tracks. Absolutely horrendous. Oh boy, Pogorelov. As Monessi is caught, it is down to Coolio. And Mr. Cool has to find himself some success. Unfortunately, no such luck. Single frag ain't gonna change where this one is headed. Beautiful ending at the end of the day for the side of Budapest 5. And we can see Coolio. Look at him going a little bit mad here. I can imagine him being very mad with how it all ended here, because why wouldn't he, right? That's a huge misstep from the side of Budapest 5. They knew what they were getting into. They split a bit too much, and they lost against a single player. That was Monessi with a double scout kill.
I mean, the double scout meta in Dust 2 is just so powerful in the CT side. You can achieve so much with it. Dust 2, perfect for those long-range engagements. And now, speaking of which, Budapest 5 entering the B-bomb side. This is where the rifles should be able to deal some damage, but look at this, barely any damage inflicted. In fact, barely any. Onkre has allowed one of the players to sneak past through. Budapest 5 have the bomb side, bomb being planted, and in fact, it's a post-plant, a 5v4, in which if you're not junior, do you really want to retake the side? Your opponents, they're armed, they have the rifles, the rifle, the pistols, and that utility you've just wasted hasn't really given you much, not even a single kill. So yeah, if you're Navi Jr., you're just gonna back away and conceal the loss. Budapest, very nice hit on the B-bomb side. That's sometimes the nature of it. If you don't secure the early frags there, if you're Navi Jr.,
you're definitely going to have a difficult time dealing with those players in the post plant, or in this case, not even deal with them at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Navi Jr., smart choice to not try and overtake something that would cost them everything, and they can reinvest into this. They have money on Monessi to drop to Cynics, and they do have enough money to pretty much have a decent enough of a buy to work with. In any case, let's see where it leads us to, as drops have been tallied out, and another opportunity for Navi Jr. will be taken by themselves to try and get them back on track. Budapest 5, though, gotta say, I'm pleasantly surprised by their success in the previous, and it gives them a fair enough of a fighting stance to work with. Although, look at this, look at this! Oh, yo. Pogorelov with the first, of course, Camion and Coolio come in through, but doesn't last them too long. Unfortunately, they lose long control itself, but I don't care. On middle, he gets himself caught. Cynics with a UMP. How does he get that doing? How? What? What fear? What? He passed Fleeve in the smoke, I must have. What the bloody hell is going on here?
Oh, that was a little bit awkward.
What the hell? Fear. How does he miss? Like, how does he go past the player there? I mean, for Budapest 5, that's even worse because they lose the round, but that is a devastating blow to both sides in a way. Luckily for Navi, they at least come out on top, but unluckily for, of course, the side of BP5, they lose and they're back onto an eco here.
Yeah, back in pistols, that's just how it is. No one really having a substantial edge thus far. This could be the one round in which Navi Jr. put their foot down, nail the position. There we go. 4 quick frags. Corey going down as well. A very clean round for Navi Jr. Not losing a single player is great for the economy. As for the opponents, well, they've built up some cash, but not enough to give Torji an AWP. So it looks like it is just going to come down to the rifles for most, except for Camion, who's going to go, or in fact, Camion and Coolio, who will opt to pick up the MAC-10s in order to have some of that extra utility. And by the thing we've been seeing thus far from Budapest 5 is that long control has been the name of the game. Now, they don't really have a good spawn this time around, though we do see one of the smokes deployed towards short. In fact, 2 smokes being deployed, so they might even consider going quickly up catwalk. And, well, Corey's doing exactly that. There's another Molotov deployed. Some very nice smoke usage, though smokes being deployed. Where do they go from here?
Well, right now, there's a way for Navi Jr. to try and be split, perhaps, if they really feel like lucky. And feeling lucky, of course. And that smoke was a little bit wide. The second smoke fails even further, but they might cross it here with a bit of a failure smoke to try and make it look like they're not doing what they're doing. Camion finds one, but don't care. Good return. Doesn't last them too long, unfortunately. Coolio was there to make sure that things do keep steady for NJ. Budapest 5, unfortunately, all 3 from CT. They won't have really a flank set going for them, and could be an issue if they don't get any control. Torji hears them crossing in. Oh, if he catches just one player here, it might be enough already. And he will see the player cross over. Torji, unfortunately, Fear is Scott. 2v3. Now Monessi with the up and Pogorelov with the MP9. The retake. Retake. Might come in still. Monessi. They're gonna get one, but there's no more time. Yeah.
All right, there we go. A victory here from Budapest 5, and you'll love to see Torji's positioning because more often than not, if you're going to be seeing a player holding middle, he's primarily going to be towards CT spawn, maybe behind double doors. But Torji takes even more of a conservative approach. He's out there in short. He can absolutely hear the players running from CT spawn towards the B bomb side, and it's a matter of time. It's a matter of time when he can spot out someone and then potentially get the frag. And in his position, well done. Gets the frag in 1, and the remaining players from Navi Jr. just have to commit towards the bomb site. They cannot waste any time knowing Torji's flank is in position. So, there's going to be another reinvestment here from Navi Jr. It's not looking too great, and Cynics losing a lot of HP, but at the same time, that nade could be useless. Just some damage here in Fleeve. That's about it.
Well, we can see right now that, of course, again, Budapest 5 start off a little bit wonky. A lot of damage traded out in favor of NJ, and They're all rotating over through T base. Seems like with Coolio being set on short, they might be dead set on going towards the A site. One thing I want to see though here is Navi Jr. try to find some information, because they're right now just waiting for a hit and they might not be ready for what's coming. Pogorelov on long. If he dies, that isolates Monesi with the scout, and already the weapon itself, the scout, is not as effective against fully health opponents, although Flav hits the headshot, is down, and there goes Pogorelov. Will cover his corner. Monesi survives. Pogorelov with a second. It looks like it's all coming together for Budapest, for Navi Jr., as Budapest 5 are going to be losing players left and right. Coolio and Torji, an attempt, but unfortunately a failure.
I mean, that was a very solid position from Monesi. The great thing is, what we saw there in the B tunnel is that there were 3 or so players that were quite softened up by that exchange of the FAMAS bullets from Cynics. And so, Monesi's holding the angle with the scout. So it's great to see that he did manage to land the headshot. But even if he doesn't, the players pushing out there, they have to come out. They're quite low in HP, and the scout is just so lethal in that position. Oh man, and if you guys want to be lethal playing your mobile games, maybe you need that higher refresh rate. Just like on your monitor, you might want on your smartphone. Be sure to check out the Rad Magic 6 series phones, and that may be something up your fancy. But yeah, Budapest 5 now, bit of an eco. Absolutely. Go for the one simple eco here, and later on you're going to have yourself the proper investment. But up until then, chance for Navi Jr. to secure yet another round.
Oh, look at this right now. Torji, of course, in a position where he might be able to get the drop on Fear if he's feeling a little bit too cheeky, a little bit too touchy. Budapest 5, though, Deagle's in play, and as long as the CTs realize what they're up against, they can win. Though mistakes were made in the past against pistols, and right now, yeah, see, Fear is realizing, well, perhaps a bit of fear even setting in, that those pistols, you don't want to face them close range. Get the hell out of dodge. Use the AK on long to mid-range engagements and make sure that you get the best out of it you can. Navi Jr. still undecisive as to what side they want to hit at. And one thing I dislike, Danny, I think I've said this before, is when you're in an eco like this, on Deagle buys, I don't even know why they're hiding this much. Like, they're hiding more on a round like this than they're hiding with gun rounds. And of course, finally, so as I was trying to say, you should either group up and hit something together, or put all 5 players on every different position with the Deagles and try to do damage. That's it. You know, these slow plays never really work out at all. 26 seconds. There is no flash. They will jump boost, run boost, and try to get into control. They fail, unfortunately, and well, that will be their undoing. Yeah, they get Cynics, but it doesn't matter. Round is gone. 5-3. Navi Jr. keep themselves in the cool.
I mean, what I see in these sort of rounds, at least, you know, the big brain, me, sees that, okay, they're playing slow on the eco. They're going to make sure their opponents waste their utility. And of course, if they waste their utility, let's say the smoke grenade and the Molotov, that's about $900 just wasted on a round in which you probably shouldn't have. You were going up against mere pistols. So that's like a very big brain way to look at it. But yeah, I would say it was primarily just Budapest 5, in a round like that with the mirror pistols, just maybe looking for some openings here and there. Perhaps they could have found some sort of advantage on one area of the map. Maybe their player with a Deagle hit some amazing shot. But yeah, I mean, you can see that there's not necessarily a lot of thought going into those rounds. In this one, I mean, it's probably going to be your simple commitment on the A-bomb. So you have those 4 players on the Deags, they're probably just going to walk on out and hope for the best.
That's a good observation and a good point you make, but we'll get to it in a second. Let's see how it works out here and see. When you work it together, you might be able to do more. Pogorelov and Fear will find a few. As Monesi and Fear both drop, Camion and Flav get the bomb plant. That's actually very successful and very good considering everything here for the side of Budapest 5. Flav finds one more. Camion as well. 1v1 Cynics. If he drops dead, the round is gone, but luckily enough, that does not happen. In a very painful round for Budapest 5. And yeah, just to quickly, excuse me, for Navi Jr., not for Budapest 5. Just to quickly summarize, as you were saying, absolutely, it's a smart way to play, to take it slow. But it is dust after all, right? And you only have Deagles. And I mean, the CCs will be throwing those utilities for the most part every single round. Indeed, it does, again, take away at least between $900 to $1,200 from their utility bank. On the other hand, though, you don't have utility of your own to try and waste theirs and then use your own against them. So it feels like perhaps a bit of a redundant factor. Though again, we'll see how Navi Jr. handle this one as ooh la la Fear. Well, he spots Corey just jumping on Xbox, and luckily enough, Navi Jr. were prepared. And look at this double setup, Monesi and Fear. There you have it, 2 entries already. This is looking solid on the gun round.
I mean, absolutely. It's a great start here for Navi Jr. Budapest 5 tries to play it fast and loose and short, and it simply was too loose and not fast enough. Nice Molotov, though. It's going to force out Fear out of position. He's going to chuck in a Molotov for good measure, and he also has the backup of Monesi. So absolutely, if you're Fear, all you have to do is just wait for the players to approach. In fact, we might see an approach here in the middle. Fleeve alongside Coolio heading towards B-bomb side. Ankara being softened up. Coolio from the tunnels. Right now, Ankara needs to hold the line, and actually, he will go out, swing out to fight Torji. Great pickup on the site. Now, Lonesome Fleeve remains. He can try to deploy that smoke grenade, waste as much time as possible, but the fact is, he needs to recover the bomb, and he needs to take care of free players. That's difficult. And for Budapest 5's Fleeve, he's just gonna have to wait and see if Navi Jr. can make a mistake. 30 seconds is a lot of time for mistakes to be made, but I'd say if you are Navi Jr., this is not a round you're gonna lose. But yeah, Fleeve tries to go for the fake. Fake anyone out just yet. Now fully committing, and that's where the push comes in. There we go. Very nice stuff. Navi Jr. have both of their players coming in at the same time from 2 different angles. So even if one of them dies, there's of course the potential of a refrag in which Fleeve just has no time to reload the AWP.
And luckily enough, there was at least a little bit of money saved up for, of course, Budapest 5. So they will, again, reinvest as far as I could tell. Monesi, we can see him face palming, not being happy with how it at the end went down for him personally. But luckily enough, the team still wins. And as I said, the reinvestment is not as much. I thought that they will be going for a full buy since, you know, I saw Camion going for the investment. But it is a mini buy with Deagles, Kevlars, Tech 9s, a little bit of utility here and there, and even a few Kevlars in totality. But Camion, this is a really big investment that I don't think is going to come to fruition because, honestly, I mean, you are going up against the double up now of Monesi on Uncare. You are going up against rifles of Navi Jr., and you know they're not going to give up easily their players. They fight, if nothing else, one by one. They have enough here, right? So, yeah. I'm not sold on this buy by Budapest 5 or investment, more tough to say as... I mean, what else? Do we need more proof that Monesi is a god spieler? Because that is an ace right there.
Nice hit here from Monesi. And for Budapest 5, absolutely take a timeout. That was a big loss, and that was yeah, you're right about it. That was a purchase coming in for Budapest 5, and quite a lackluster one at that. There's always the difficult nature of, you know, you have primarily pistols on your side and you're trying to fight long against an opper. You're absolutely going to have a difficult time pushing through the defense. Even if you use your smoke grenades and the flashbangs, I mean, long is just, well, long, so to speak. And in that situation, the pistols have an incredible difficult time of actually getting any kills. So probably going through short would have been a better option. But right now, they need any sort of options, really, Budapest 5. They're running out of room to work with here. 8-3 is the current scoreline. For Navi Jr., this is already a good situation here on the first half of Dust 2. As for Budapest 5, well, it's another reinvestment. We do see Torji on the AWP. He's going to have to go full glass cannon. But at least his teammates, they still have the AKs. They still have the utility. Yeah, things are looking dire here for Budapest 5. And on the T side, they seem to be struggling.
Yeah, they're running out of ideas. All their actions are being shut down quite nicely. Again, a bit of a B split through middle, through upper, and of course trying to get to the hit to site. Cynics has been spotted, but counter utilities is being thrown out already. Oncare finds one. He will find the second as well. That is a problem. And entering through tunnels, Cynics is ready for it. Oncare might be dropped dead, but Pogorelov replies fast enough, holding the window position whilst the bomb carrier being dropped by Cynics. And Navi Jr., their hold is immensely well set as they realize what's going their way. You could notice that the players in CT weren't immediately running through the smoke because the danger of being caught whilst doing that is too big. So they waited a little bit until the first point of contact came on B site itself. And as soon as that happened, they would be running all the way through and through. And at the end, we can see that, of course, the result is quite nice. And a nice little boost on short. They're going to go for fast control. And look at this. 4 players in upper halls. Navi Jr. Pistols and Kevlars towards B with the hero buy of Flav. Hopefully it will succeed. Hopefully it will find some purchase. But again, on care already. First, this is flashbangs, smokes, and a B push.
Oh, good flashbangs as well. Onkred still manages to find the one frag with Coolio, but for Budapest 5, it's good enough. Onkred, though, has to be careful up close with the op. If he loses it, that's an extra weapon in the hands of Budapest 5. He tried stalling it for as long as possible, but now the bomb does go down. Navi Jr., they're going to have to use their utility in this approach. They have the 2 AWPs to work with, meaning they will be slowed down. Like I said, the utility is utmost important. Pogorelov, though, great frag here in Camion. Fleeve still holding the doors, and you have Fear eliminating Torji. So actually, you know what? Forget the utility. Let the AKs do the talking.
At this point, it would do more harm to throw a few flashbangs in and potentially flash yourself or your teammates rather than just go in with the AKs, right? Oh boy. The weird part is Budapest 5, they take Cynics, but they don't take anybody else. They get the plant, they get the after plant, but they don't do anything. Like, they can't get anything else done, which is unfortunate, which is unlucky. But it is what it is. And of course, with that being said, maybe it's because of their skins, maybe it's because of the skins of Navi Jr. Go check out CS Money. Got some great skins for you if you would like some. In any case, oh, the read by Navi Jr. They're putting 4 players on A long, and they seem to be well prepared and attuned to what is coming their way. Don't Fleeve. Nice return. At least a little bit more damage being dealt and dished out. Cynics is in dire trouble in pit. Where's the support for him, though? Flash high and Sky and Mighty. And Corey will find Pogorelov. That is it. That could be the first round here in a long time for the side of Budapest 5.
Ooh, and Modesty is such an awkward position. Can't get a single frag. Absolutely. Finally, something going the way of Budapest 5. Onkrit was one of the players to sneak past through, but this is looking like the end here. Might try to go for one more kill, but yes, he will be overwhelmed eventually. And for Budapest 5, they finally break that long defensive. And it was quite surprising as well, because I would say that some of the other times they decided to go long were, from a tactical perspective, just better. You know, earlier the smokes have been deployed, flashes deployed as well, no one getting stuck between the doors. But this time, you know, you saw the players stuck at the doors, not moving out, not spurting out as soon as possible. And I thought, yeah, this is probably going to be another successful hold from Navi Jr. But on the upside, Budapest 5, great hold and a great start. Corey, great way to kick things off.
That is beautiful to see. It comes out a bit unexpected, but it is welcome indeed for Budapest 5. They desperately need to pick this last one up. They don't want to let this one slide away too far. We got to consider the fact that this is, of course, the map of Budapest 5, and this is their last chance to make it into a third and final one of Mirage, if indeed it comes down to it. As we see right now, Navi Jr., they don't seem to show any signs of stopping. As Pogorelov challenging through long, trying to be the nuisance that he can be. Well, slow and steady. NJ, look, like, the fact that they get an entry and they have no map control still tells you how scared they are currently of Navi Jr. Right? I mean, they get an entry on middle, and they don't even care to go towards middle or short. Not care, but they don't even... They have fear to go towards middle and short by the looks of it.
I mean, they're not pursuing it, that's for sure. I mean, with the early engagement, they don't decide, you know what, we're just going to go for the straight-up push in middle. Instead, they still wait out the clock, and right about now, they begin to take long. And with 30 seconds remaining, that's still enough to cross long and get that bomb planted. But they have to hurry up, however. Budapest 5, they're on the brink of taking over long, and yet they're wasting valuable time. 20 seconds. They really got to hurry up right now because they still have to face the players, the grenades. It should be massive nade coming in. 10 seconds right now. They need to get on the site. Valuable time being wasted. And I don't think there's enough time for Budapest 5. That's going to be the end of the round. They were too timid. They were too slow. And they will lose their round because of it. 11-4.
And that's what I'm saying, right? It's like, yeah, I understand you want to play safe. Absolutely, I get it. Well, who wouldn't against a team like Navi Jr., against Monesi, against Oncare, who are shooting you down every single time? But they literally didn't give themselves a chance with this slow approach, with this very poor approach, really. They got the entry. They got what they wanted. but you have to at least get some tactical positional advantage. You need it. Absolutely, you need it. This is not an answer of, okay, we get the entry and then we wait till 30 seconds, then we push aside. Well, yeah, you can try that, but see what happens when you have like 10 seconds left and then you press for time, you make mistakes, the pressure is on, and things just get out of hand quicker and quicker. And unfortunately for them, the site is lost, and more specifically, their half is lost 11-4. And this is where Budapest 5 now have to either come out with all their guns blazing, with everything, not just all they have into this map, or this is going to be a 2-0 for Navi Junior. And by the way, they won the first pistol, and then they lost the second round, then they won the third round, made it 2-1 in their favor. We're in a great position, only to absolutely get devastated with basically 7 rounds in a row for Budapest, for Navi Junior, and in the end, again losing 11-4 for the first half.
This is a massive scoreline for Navi Junior. I mean, this was one of the things we also expected, that Navi Junior would come out somewhat competitive into a map like Dust 2. It's an aim-heavy map. On train, their aimers show that they're capable of playing. And speaking of which as well, look at the kill feed for Navi Junior. Everyone is stepping up. If some of the previous maps, it would say, oh, Cynics is probably being somewhat more quiet in this matchup. He's also stepping up. He also had his moments. I think he might even won a clutch or two. So clearly now, this is what Navi Junior is capable of. This is peak Navi Junior. Every single player firing off on all cylinders. And now they have Dust 2, the playground of the aimer, in which Fear will secure the first one. He will dominate the sandcastle. And as the players from Navi Junior push forward, Cleave though, great taps coming in, and Coolio with a nice response, but Corey gets his, Monesi with the response, but now it's a 1v2.
And Monesi again picks up the USB 1v2, as you say, unfortunately goes up against both at the same time. And that will not work out well enough for Navi Junior. Second pistol to Budapest 5 as they salvage an important round. This is still a disaster waiting to happen. And as you said, it is Dust 2, it is T side for Navi Junior, and they're feeling happy, they're feeling lucky. And I like what I'm seeing already being bought. Galil for Cynics, who will drop it to Pogorilov. What? Okay, no. Care had enough for his own Galil and Kevlar. For a second, I was a little bit worried that he might not have enough. And no, actually, Pogorilov drops the Galil. Cynics drops the Galil to Fear. And this is going to be an interesting little development happening. Flav, nice start, but Oncare immediately replies. And I'm not going to lie, this looks like still a favorable position for Navi Junior if they can get the refrag. But Camion, good action, and puts Budapest 5 back on the menu. That's Corey, no. Corey, he pushed long doors. Corey, why? The coach is going to be going off his rails for that one. I can guarantee you.
Double smoke for the safe cross. Navi Junior will be very pleased to know the A-bomb set has no defenders. So they could very easily just cross right now, get that bomb planted, and perhaps even Modesty can just play it a bit more safe. Yes, the bomb's going to be planted in the open position, but Torji could actually spot out and tag the player. Monesi, though, actually finds the frag, and Pogorilov, when things were looking dire, he still somehow gets that frag. That nade, though, could be massive. Oh, doesn't hit the target. And so the players have to play it safe. Monesi playing far back. As for a guy like Pogorilov, he's playing there on the ramp, and he knows all you have to do is just play it safe, and Coolio has no opportunities.
Absolutely. There's no reason for Pogorilov to face anybody from short, because Monesi has his cross, and as soon as Monesi would shoot, Pogorilov would spring into action. But yeah, Coolio realizes no kit, no HP, no advantage in terms of getting at least the frag to be a one-on-one. He cannot do it. He cannot risk it. The M4 is far too valuable to be thrown away like that. And that is 12-5. Navi Junior, they lose the pistol, but they do it again. Danny, again, Navi Junior. They might find themselves losing these pistols more often than not, but every single time it seems like the second pistol or the second round seems to favor them. Quite insane. What can I say? Let's see where it leads us to as kind of lost hope saloon, if one could say, for Budapest 5. I don't see them winning this map, or at least having a chance of winning this map if they don't get this round with that the force buy is meant to.
Last chance saloon, really.
Oh, no way.
And Onker, I mean, that's a perfect start for Navi Jr. Something you can't really say for Budapest 5. Corey, great pickup on Monesi, but then you have Fear picking up 2 of his own, and Torji going down as well. So the force buy is a flop. A massive one for Budapest 5. That's Coolio. Somehow, ooh, that's a 6
nice.
spray transfer. Very nice from Coolio. And the thing is, though, look at Pogorelov. He's on the other side of the map. Cynics is going to walk through, and Coolio will find the frag. And Pogorelov, I mean, he's probably just going to run towards the A-bomb side, but considering it was a 1 versus 4, this is turning out to be a horrendous state of affairs for Navi Juniors.
Well, this could still be the round for Coolio, man. I mean, not gonna lie, Coolio had a chance last round. He had to pull back. Now the M4 might come into play, but the bomb planted on A. He has no kit, so time is against him with Pogorelov and the MP9, though. Things could be quite dangerous, especially the way he will position himself here into the smoke on short. And there's only one question really to be had. Will Coolio expect this? No, of course not. Ouch, and a big oof, and a 14th most likely for Navi Jr. Don't tell me you're for... No, no, they won't force. Okay, thank God. For a second there, I thought Budapest 5 will force, and Coolio, yeah, of course, he's unhappy. And who would be happy with a result like that? 13 to 5.
I would say that's maybe even more frustrating, you know, because it was a 1 versus 4. You probably lose, and you're thinking, yeah, okay, whatever. But it came down to the 1v1. There's suddenly a chance to win that round. If you end up losing it, oh man, that really sucks for Budapest 5. 13-5 as well. I mean, their map pick, remember.
Ooh, hold up. Budapest 5. Well, the eco doesn't really time out to be anything more than just a failure again. And oh man, this is a bit disappointing. Not gonna lie, Navi Junior. This is the Navi Junior we expected yesterday. And sure enough, you know, yes, they got handled quite easily by Double Pony. Though it feels like the day yesterday was a bit of a different one for them, and they are coming out a little bit more confident out of everything here. On Carrick, 21 frags, by the way, in 20 rounds, or 19 more exactly played out. He's on 21. That's pretty darn good. And again, the same as before, the majority of Navi Juniors players are all somewhere equal with frags. Nobody's really lagging behind too far. For the side of Budapest 5, it's a bit of a different story. Only Coolio above 10, currently at 13. The rest barely scraping the barrel at 9 at the most.
Yeah, definitely not an easy run of form here for Budapest 5. Torji as well has been somewhat silent. The one player we really expect to step up in these matchups for Budapest 5. So, with him having a silent game, it's no wonder the others can't really rally behind their leader. So, Navi Jr. keeping things pretty simple. The Molotov usage coming in. Torji backing away. Will get caught out in transition. That's an early pickup for Navi Jr. And Fleeve, if he jams the grenade, he might actually get a frag here on Fear. No, actually, that's going to leave him no kills. And maybe a kill here. Oh, no. He's being overwhelmed by Navi Jr. The A-bomb site has fallen. Middle has fallen as well. The only player left standing is Coolio, guarding the B-bomb side. The question is, does it need any guards? There's no one defending the castle over at A. Coolio, though, well, might just get a few good frags here, potentially save the M44, but Navi Jr., 15 for them, a really great performance. The individuals of Navi Jr. really coming alive in this second map.
Unfortunately, on the side of Budapest 5, it's a bit of a different story, although... Hot damn, Coolio. He won't be given the ace, unfortunately, as Pogorelov is coming on top of T-Base to take him down 15 to 5. And oh, sorry, gonna be, of course, put there on the floor right next to him, the graffiti. Well, we don't know if it's because of the cryptocurrency that Navi Jr. might have gotten before, but they definitely might have been getting even more with Coinbase. Go check it out, cryptocurrency market, folks. 15-5, Budapest 5. Well, it seems like it's only worth it to be seeing this end at 5 rounds. Little nice shot. Yeah, Dorji. Beautiful to see.
I mean, that's one way to kickstart. Well, not necessarily potential comeback, but at least a round. Good start here for Budapest 5. Saw some advanced maneuvers coming in. Relov will punish Torji on the other hand. That Molotov will also chime in. Potential mid-control here for the side of Navi Jr. Look at the push here from Budapest 5. Nice attempt. It's another trade frag, though. A free versus free. Oh, make that a free versus 2. Make that a free versus 1. It's Lonesome Coolio who remains in a very awkward position.
And again, him. Again,
Yes.
Coolio, man. It's like, what, the 5th time in a row that he is left in this spot, that he is left to deal with this mess at hand, that his teammates are leaving him. And what can one man really do against the 3 of Navi Jr.? I mean, he's gotten some great exits, he's gotten some great moments, but yeah, at the end, the result is always going to be the same. 16-5, ladies and gentlemen, and Navi Jr. will be your victors of the final series of Group E Decider Series, of course, here at Blast Rising 2021, as they will be the second team to join the likes of Double Pony to move on to the playoffs. And we can see Monesi here, right here, very happy. Well, very stoic as well, not gonna lie. And Pogorello, oh, that is beautiful to see the reaction, you know, smiling and just happy overall. GG, Danny. That is gonna be the round. That is gonna be the game. And okay, Group E done. Whew, what a group, man.
Yeah, a lot of twists and turns. A lot of twists and turns in this group. Even though initially you look at it, the potential top 2 teams of Sinners and Double Pony, well, at least one of them definitely rings true. Double Pony managed to qualify, even in the first place, nonetheless. And then you're probably thinking, yeah, it's probably Sinners going to be in the second finish. But yeah, this is very surprising. Really surprising to note that we end up having Navi Jr. as our second team. Potentially, you could have expected maybe, you know, Sinners, Double Pony, and now you have Navi Jr. in the mix. So really, congratulations for them. Really good run of form here in their last best of 3s they had to play. Absolutely their most important best of 3s, because you lose these ones and you're out. So the fact that he managed to step up here and secure the victories, I mean, props to them.
Of course, absolutely. Congratulations, and we'll probably get Monesi again here onto the interview pretty soon. But before we go into that, my only real reservation about this Dust choice of Budapest 5 was that I don't think they took into account that yesterday's performance of Navi Jr. was an all-in-all an offset or an off-key thing. It wasn't something that continuously has been happening with Navi Jr. And I feel like they might have underestimated how good they can be on Dust. And I think you already mentioned it pretty well before we went into this second map, is that basically it feels like overconfidence was a problem for Budapest 5 with picking this second map, because they were like, hey, it's Dust 2. They haven't played it a lot. We haven't played it a lot, but we've won it a lot. The ones we played it, we won. So let's try Dust 2, right? That's how it felt. And that's how it kind of went. But unfortunately not in their way, but in the way of Navi Jr. And in this case, there wasn't anything complex even from Navi Jr. At least not something that we could say, oh, this was really well thought out, well planned out. No, it was just a straight up, you know, pretty classic default style play. Just like when they got an entry, they used that to build from on top of that and to build from that forward.
Yeah, I mean, this wasn't difficult Counter-Strike for Navi Jr. I mean, it does come down to, you know, this being an aim-heavy map. You know, their individuals able to perform to a really high level. And that's one of the things we can really stress, is that their individuals, every single one of them had, you know, a good run of form. There wasn't really a moment where you could say, oh, this guy's performance is so bad that maybe that is the reasoning why they're not having a good run of form here, the other players, or them not being able to win a map or such. Potentially, you could look at it in some of the earlier encounters. For example, the matchup against Double Pony, that's where you did have Monesi have an amazing run of form. But apart from him, there really wasn't anyone stepping up to his playing field. And now as the tournament progressed, more and more players would step up. Of course, it was Monesi, then it was Ankara, then you have Pokorelov as well. So nice to see that even at the very end, you would have someone like Cynics, who was primarily the most quiet member of the squad. Even at the very end here of Dust 2, still have his moments, still have his clutches, still have those kills, very impactful ones on the side of Navi Jr.
Absolutely impactful. And of course, we've just heard that we will have Oncare instead of Monestin. I believe he is already here with us. First of all, welcome Oncare.
Hello, guys.
Hello, and congratulations, dude. Congratulations. That was what we expected yesterday. So, in a way, first of all, how are you feeling? Let's just go out with the basics first. How are you doing?
We feel great, man. After this match, it was like train was hard. Second half was hard for us, but after the train, we have confidence on Dust 2 and we destroyed them.
Of course, and speaking of train, as you mentioned, it was hard, it was difficult. You played it yesterday again against Double Pony as well. Obviously, it wasn't exactly the best showcase for you guys, right? 16-4 isn't good. Let's get out there, but it happens. It is what it is.
We just didn't wake up on this match.
Yeah.
We sleep,
That's how
we
it
sleep.
looked. Yeah, you guys were sleeping a little bit. And of course, I think both me and Danny probably want to ask this question. So after you guys have won train against Budapest 5 here, 16-12, as you said, you were feeling confident.
Yeah.
What did you feel before even going into the whole series when you saw that they chose Dust 2? What were you thinking about Dust 2 when you saw they picked it?
We practiced Dust 2 a lot, so we feel on this map good last week. So when Budapest 5 picked us 2, we was feeling good. We know we are playing good, so we have good T side, good CT side.
Okay, fair enough. I mean that's how it looked. It looked like you guys were just too good, prepared and absolutely monstrous on both halves.
Yep.
Yeah, and I'd ask the question about your opponent, Budapest 5. Before the match, did you? Obviously, it's easy to say in retrospect, but before the match against Budapest 5, did you guys think it would be a difficult game?
Oh, actually, I don't know. We didn't think about this game. We just chill after the BO3. Who we played? I forget.
Sinners.
Yeah, we won Sinners. We chill like 20 minutes. Everyone went to like eat or just chill, 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Our coach said just go chill and wait.
Just relax, basically
Yeah.
prepare for the up and coming series, and don't even think about it, right? Because I was just talking to Danny basically how it was a great game from you guys, and there wasn't it didn't seem like you were overly prepared in terms of, especially against Budapest 5. You were just playing a default style of Dust 2, what you would expect out of any team that has practiced, that has prepared some basic executions or some basic setups from the CT side, and then played off on top of your skill. And would you agree that, or can you confirm that you were not basically doing anything out of the ordinary, just keeping to what you cracked?
Yep.
And
Yeah. We was playing just default, we practiced
Yeah.
a lot. Like last week, we was playing Dust 2, like 6 pracs per day, and we play like 4 or 3 Dust 2. So it's not our pick, but it's good map for us. We are not picking Dust 2, but if people against, enemy is picking Dust 2, we know its map is good for us.
that is very good.
It's
That is
like
very good.
Vertiga. We are not picking right now Vertiga, but Vertiga is a good map for us.
That's it makes sense. I mean, you guys did show quite the quality on Vertigo, but I won't go into the previous series. Let's leave it as it was. Danny, I mean, at this point, I guess now, congratulations for going to the playoffs. And Danny, if you have any more
Thank you.
specific questions about the match, feel free.
No, just absolutely, guys. Congratulations. Some really good showing from you. Some great individual performance from you, as well as Modesty and the other guys. Absolutely. Congratulations with the victory.
Okay, thank you guys. Bye.
Thank you. Goodbye, and
Goodbye.
see you.
Goodbye.
Well, there we have it. A man of few words, but definitely a lot of context to what we were already saying, basically just confirming what we kind of already saw and believed it to be most likely the outcome or the truth of it. And I guess, Danny, that in a way, this was what we expected from Navi Junior. Yesterday, we didn't get to see it, but I'm happy that today was their day, that they gave us a glimpse of what they really are capable of doing, right?
Yeah, absolutely. This is the one thing you expect out of Navi Junior. Their individuals thriving in those aim duels, being able to win it out against Budapest 5, against Sinners. Meaning, really good stuff here from the side of Navi Juniors. And it goes to show that, this young talent, this is what they can do right now. Of course, this is somewhat of a lower level of Counter-Strike and whatnot, but imagine what can you expect from these talented players once they have their opportunity to grow, spend more time in the game. Imagine what sort of performances or what sort of plays they could make, in the nearby future and maybe perhaps the next year or two. So definitely a very exciting project to keep your eyes on.
Exactly so. And with that being said, we also finished today's broadcast, people. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Everybody in the chat, much love for coming out. Of course, remember, Blast Rising will continue. We're not done yet. There are a few more groups to go through. One of them being still Group F that will be played out. I'm actually not sure if it's tomorrow or is it next week, but I believe it is tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. At least starting off for Group F, of course. So quite a few more games, quite a few more teams, amongst others, Norderwind, Young Ninjas, Finest, and Gorillas will be playing. But until then, until that point, we bid you adieu. We had a great time and hope you guys did too. So until the next time, until the next stage, be well, be good, and see you in the next one.
Raised well, genetic holy grail. Always had friends in class, never got picked last. Still I feel like an outcast. I traveled down south, the callers freaked me out. A thing or two before I came on you glued. Now my graphic days are gone too.
fine. But when I ways and lift our lives over the hill, I passed you by. The black crow swoops on the side of the road. The cat crosses fast, then it turns back home. I can't forget your shining eyes. The world shaking in my head tonight. Don't kill me now. Below the hill, below the hill, below the hill, below the hill. Don't kill me now. Don't kill me now. Don't kill me now.
Dying tree fantasy. Come talk to me. How did you get this way? I never thought I'd see the day. I tried so hard to bring you back. You're not Jesus Christ. You're not Jesus Christ. You're not Jesus Christ. I'm just gonna say it, say it. This isn't what we wanted. We never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it, say it. You never really knew me. Stop pretending that you wanted to. Well, I'm just a man, flesh and blood. All I need is real love. Your ticket price is too damn high. I don't play with guns, 'cause bullet holes still remain. That don't mean I've changed. Bullet holes still remain. That don't mean I've changed. That don't mean I've changed. That don't mean I've changed. I'm just gonna say it, say it. This isn't what we wanted. We never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it, say it. You never really knew me. Stop pretending that you wanted to. You gotta go straight to hell. It's